Hello there, everybody. So, like I said, trying something a little different. Actually, I just realized I need to go and change a setting somewhere else real quickly, just in Discord. But, actually, no, I might not. I might keep that on push to talk. But, trying something a little bit different. So, like you see in the stream title, if you're not already in there, if you want to come in, I've got set up so that, so I've got it set up like a lobby thing right now where, but if you are not in the Discord already, you can join. Yes, ADHD started the stream. That's normal, Swadog. That is normal. But so while we are here, also, if you are interested in joining, anyone is interested in joining in, if you're not already in the Discord, you can join the, join, like I said, with a command in the title, and then thank you for that. Ugh. Join with the command in the title, and from there, like I said, so I've got it set right now, like I said, the lobby, and then I will pull people in. Probably gonna try and keep it to 2 to 3 people tops at a time, but yeah, no, if you want to come in and just yap around with me while I'm running things, feel free to. It's like I said, it's really just one of those things where, because there's so much dead time in a game like Sea Power, I feel like this would be like just a useful thing to be able to have going with that. So like I said, just check the title, check the see the command like that, and if you're interested, you can just come, you come on by, pop into the lobby. I'll pull you in afterwards, see how things go from there. But also alongside that, so I recently discovered that I really like Detroit style pizza. So in case you're wondering what's distinct about Detroit style pizza is made in a pan. So first of all, it's made in a pan. Traditionally, it was these steel pan. I don't have any of those, but it's these, they call them blue steel pans because their heat, they've got like a passive oxide layer on them, kind of like how bluing does for firearms and tools, where you put that on, it's like a protective layer. But the original steel pans that they would use for it, were originally made to catch oil from cars and mechanic shops and such. But people would take them home and use, yes, pizza mechs. The reason I'm talking about this is because I did actually just make pizza today. That's why I'm talking about this. So I said, I really like Detroit style pizza. I tried making it today. So, but anyway, like I was saying, so the traditional thing with Detroit style pizza, and this is still the thing I have not yet figured out how to do. Some of it is I'm probably not using quite enough dough. Part of it is probably I'm not quite using the right pan, etc., etc. Because I think you actually want more dough than I used for the pizzas today, and you want a pan with heavier bottom and sides. The size I had was right, but you want like a heavier bottom and sides, because like I said, traditionally, a Detroit style pizza, the pan that it was made in was originally a pan to catch oil from cars, particularly in mechanic shops or on the factory. Whenever they would do, whenever they would oil the cars up, put oil in the cars to test them before they got shipped off. Ugh, that felt gross. So, people would take those home. Either, they would have like a couple they would take home with them, and then they would take those, they would make the pizzas in those, and there's actually some other distinctive things about Detroit style pizza. That's one of them, right? Is that it's made in that square pan, so it's a bit of a thicker crust. It's a slacker dough compared to a lot of other pizza styles. Like, I think Detroit style pizza is basically, the dough for it is like a focaccia, where by weight, you either have as much or more water than you do flour. It's it's a very slack dough. Think like a focaccia, where I think focaccia has something like, I forget what the hydration, what is, I need to look now. I need to look to see what the hydration ratio is for focaccia dough, because I know it's extremely high. Like, if you've ever actually seen, I don't know if you've ever actually seen focaccia dough, it looks ridiculous ridiculous. It looks insane because there's so much water in it. There is so much water in it. I'm trying to see actually, because like it's anywhere from like 85, I think like 85 to over 100% hydration, which again, what that means is by weight, there is more water than flour in the dough. It can be, it looks weird, especially when it's like bubbling up and proofing, because you'll get these like when it's proofing to rise for the first time, when you're letting the yeast get to work on the flour, you'll get like these really goofy looking like bubble geysers happening in the dough itself. It'll be like blip, 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 blip. It looks, again, it looks ridiculous. It looks downright ridiculous with the way that it's doing this. Like, it does not look real is the only way I can explain it. Like, it straight up does not look real. It does not look real. Like, I have to show y'all this now. Just so you can understand what I mean when I say just how hydrated focaccia dough actually is. So let me pull this up for y'all so you can see. So y'all can see how this dough looks while it's being captured, because it doesn't look real. It looks fake. It honestly, it looks fake. And that's the big thing about this, right? It's like, it looks fake.
Let me give you
so like, so this is focaccia, right? Focaccia, I mean, it's just good bread. Look how, first of all, did you see how sponge, how like squishy that bread was?
At least 12 grams of protein per 100 grams. There's no math. It's on the label.
Yeah.
Third, all
it's
your
not really what I'm here for, though. Really here to show you what I mean with the bubbles. See how like there's like these giant bubbles forming in the dough like that? That's what I mean. Oh yeah, no, it's because focaccia and Detroit style pizza, not so much deep dish. So there's two kinds of deep dish. There's two kinds of pizza that people will call deep dish. There's the Chicago style deep dish, which is what most people think of. But then there's Detroit style. Detroit style is the one that comes in, like I said, the square pan. And so Chicago deep dish has less crust than Detroit style does. Also, have a look at this one.
Today
this is more what I'm talking about. See how jiggly that is?
Sourdough focaccia dough.
Do you see how jiggly this dough is?
Hydration, which means it's equal parts water and flour.
And look how
this results in a very jiggly and wet dough.
Wet the dough is
quite hard to shape, but it also creates a beautiful open crumb and that chewy texture we all know.
And so, like, this is the kind of dough that you want for a Detroit style pizza. That's Detroit style. That's Detroit style, actually. The Little Caesars one you're thinking of, that is Detroit style pizza. You can, but one, it doesn't taste very good, and two, you are rolling the dice a little. It's not like extremely dangerous, but people, you know how people always talk about, oh, eating raw eggs will give you salmonella, you'll get food poisoning from it. You're more likely to get food poisoning from raw flour than you are from raw eggs. In most countries these days, you are more likely to get food poisoning from raw flour than you are from raw eggs. That's why I said it looks good. I know it doesn't taste very good. I've done it before. It's just kind of it's like eating Play-Doh. It's like eating slightly sour. It's like eating slightly sour Play-Doh that smells vaguely like bread. You can actually, I will sometimes like to do that. I'll like chew on a little piece of dough whenever I'm making dough. I'll just take a little bit of it, give it like a chew just to test it, and then like basically and then spit it out, kind of like gum. And the thing I'm doing there, like I said, is I'm just getting an idea of how the yeast is working. And I don't do it right after it's been mixed up. I'll do that sometimes when you've kind of mixed the dough together and the yeast and everything has had time to work. Then I'll take a piece of it and do that. And the entire reason is to just give it a test to see how the yeast has been working on the dough and how it's, you know, like basically see what kind of flavor the yeast has imparted onto the dough. No, I don't like that texture. I don't like that texture. But so that is actually something that I have done before. Something I have occasionally done though, is taking, like I said, a little piece of dough and then, you know, basically using it as like a test, like a test bite to see what the Wow, I drew a blank. Oh yeah, just to see, like I said, what the yeast has been doing with it. Actually, so remember how I said like 100% hydration is not the limit for dough, for dough when you're making bread? I just found a great example of what I'm talking about. So this ciabatta right here, this ciabatta dough is 116% hydration. What that means is there is, again, by weight, there is more water than there is flour in this dough. And look how jiggly and
Here's a
weird it looks.
116% hydration ciabatta dough. I'll admit.
Look how it jiggles. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the kind of dough that you want for a Detroit style pizza. But it's also really hard dough to work with because it's so jiggly. Because it's so jiggly, this dough can actually be kind of hard to work with.
This is way over the top for this flour, but this is fun to do.
It's so weird, but it's so good. Like I was saying, that's the kind of dough like you'd have for focaccia or Detroit style pizza or so on. Just extremely, like I said, more water than flour by weight. It is literally more water than flour by weight, but it's really good. It's really good. Like, damn, it's good. So you take that, you put the, like I said, you put the yeast in that, you mix it all together, and then you would take that dough and you'll put that into the pan. And this is the thing, like this is I think one of those things that where if you have a high enough hydration dough, this step is probably a bit easier to do because you actually want to stretch the dough. Oh yeah, I know, like I said, I made pizza today. This is why I'm talking about this. You would take the dough and you want to stretch it out to fit the pan. This is kind of harder to do with a lower hydration dough because it's not really made for this, but it works pretty well nonetheless. But if you have, like I said, the really, really high hydration dough that you would use for like a focaccia or the correct dough for a Detroit style pizza, which is anywhere from like 80 to 120%, and from like 80 to 120% hydration dough, it'll just fill out to the whole pan like a liquid. It literally behaves almost like a liquid. That's how much water is in this dough. It'll fill the pan, and then once it's done that, as it bakes, you also want to have oil or like some kind of oil or some other kind of fat in the pan, and you have the cheese under the sauce. You have the cheese under the sauce, and all of this combines to do is, so as the dough goes up and rises while it's baking, it also pulls the oil up the sides of the pan, which means that the edges of the dough, the edges of the pizza kind of fry a little, which is also really good with the cheese because you also put cheese all the way to the edge of the pizza. It's not like a lot of other styles of pizza where you have a gap at the edge, which becomes the crust on the outside. No, with a Detroit style pizza, as you probably already know at this point, yeah, you take that, you put cheese all the way to the edge. It goes the whole length with the goal that it will, again, like I said, it will go up to the edge, the sides of the pan and fry it, and you get those crispy edges, which are so good. Like I said, I love Detroit style pizza. I absolutely love Detroit style pizza. It is probably I don't know where it ranks on this, but it's definitely top 3. Definitely top 3 pizza styles. Detroit style pizza, Neapolitan style pizza, and Chicago tavern style pizza, which is not the same as deep dish, by the way. So Chicago tavern style pizza is, so for Chicago tavern style pizza, it's a very, very thin crust, actually. It's a very thin crust that then has, you know, toppings and such on it, and it's cut into squares. I love that stuff. I love tavern style pizza. Tavern style pizza, I have never actually tried making tavern style pizza. I think that's something I should try next, is making Chicago tavern style pizza, because I've never made it. I've had it before, but I've never made it. And I want to know, like, what is different about it? So, because I'm looking at them, so now I'm actually kind of looking at it. Hey there, Bacon King. I'm talking about Chicago. I'm talking about pizza. I'm talking about pizza because I made pizza today. Oh no, the business. I also the fattest ones, yeah, the fat ones right there. Those just remind me of. So like I said, I'm not really into the gameplay of Uma Musume, but I really like the designs of the characters and the history of the real life horses. But I also have to admit, I do rather enjoy Oguri Cap's Gluttony. I enjoy Oguri Cap's Gluttony. They are a very cute design. No, it did not. It was really good, actually. So the ones I made today were, they were pan pizzas, kind of like Detroit style. Not really, because the dough for Detroit style is a bit tricky to work with, and I didn't make the dough today because making dough is so time consuming. I didn't make the dough. I went to, there's a store nearby that actually has really pretty good pizza dough. I gotta say right now, there's a store nearby that actually, they sell pretty damn good pizza dough. It's a pretty damn good dough. It's not quite the correct, it's not the correct style for Detroit style pizza, but it's a pretty damn good pizza dough. And yes, I've because I have done this 3 times. This is my 3rd time. This is, no, more like my 5th, actually. 3rd, it's like, yeah, it's my 5th. My 5th time making them is why. And it's something that, you know, as you get into it, you start kind of getting it down to a science. And you realize that if you slow down and you try to avoid eyeballing the basics, there are certain things where you can eyeball the toppings, you can eyeball the sauce. If you're making the dough yourself, you cannot eyeball a single goddamn thing. Everything must be measured, everything must be precise. And honestly, I kind of take that approach to, even after the dough, even if I'm either I've already made the dough, or I bought dough, or I've bought dough, I will still kind of take that approach to the crust. So I'll take that approach to the crust, where again, I kind of have like a bit of an obsessive streak over like getting it precisely right, where I try to avoid eyeballing things, which really, really helps. Not having to rely on guesswork or intuition or any of that, and just having everything be precisely measured, precisely figured out, and all that really, really helps with that. It really does. But also, yeah, no, it does have good music. It absolutely does have good music, Max. The like I said, the gameplay isn't really my thing, because it's like a management simulator, which is not my favorite kind of game. But again, the character designs and the histories of the actual horses are both really interesting to me. Particularly though, I've also begun to learn something. I begun to learn something about the actual horses because of this. And that is, so you know how people always talk about orange cats being a bit special? I have learned that horses, first of all, horses are just kind of goobers in general. I don't know if you've ever seen, but yeah, horses are just kind of goobers in general. They're just extremely unserious animals, extremely goofy animals. But second of all, gray horses gray horses are like gray horses, much like orange cats, are high visibility goobers. Like you see, if you ever you see a horse, you see the horse, like I said, just in general is a goober, but gray horses, they just stand out so much. So when you see a gray horse being a goober, it's so much more recognizable. Like I said, kind of like orange cats. Orange cats are high, orange cats aren't, it's not so much that orange cats are goobers. Orange cats are high visibility goobers. Also, most orange cats are male, and with cats and antics, most of the time when a cat is caught in antics, it's almost always a male cat. So like that combination of high visibility goober, but also mostly male means that, yeah, orange cat, that is where orange cat behavior comes from. Orange cat behavior absolutely comes from the fact that, one, like I said, they're extremely visible because he orange, but also the he is very important. The he is very important because most of the time, again, like I said, most of the time when a cat gets caught in antics, it's a male cat. They're just more prone to antics for whatever reason. Horses, that first second half doesn't really apply to horses so much because, like I said, horses are just kind of goobers in general. But gray horses are very, very much high visibility goobers. The gray horses they just stand out. You will see a gray horse a lot more easily than you will a bay, a chestnut, or pretty much any of the other colors of horse. So they kind of get that orange cat reputation applied to them, like you see with Gold Ship or Ogre Cap. But if you look at any of Gold Ship's brothers, like Orfevre or Phenomeno, not so much Dream Journey, but that's because instead of a goober, Dream Journey's just kind of a psycho. That horse is evil. That horse is an absolute demon. Even among bad-tempered horses, that horse has a horrible temper. But if you look at any of those, like if you look at his brothers, they are all, well, like I said, with kind of the notable exception of Dream Journey, because Dream Journey is just a psycho. All of them, absolute goobers. Absolute goobers now that they are retired from racing. Like the one I always like to bring up, it's the video of the jockey Ikazoe going to visit Orfevre in the farm where he was working as a stud after his racing career. Ikazoe goes to visit him, and he's petting Orfevre, right? He's petting the horse, and then the horse just stops and goes bit, sticks his tongue out, and then Ikazoe just starts jiggling and playing with his tongue, and the horse is just and Orfevre just does not care. He is loving it. He is absolutely loving the attention of it. And it's so cute. It's such a cute moment. I love it. I love that moment. I absolutely love that moment with the horse and jockey just being goobers like that. I think I like when an animal that usually has a reputation for being, and not just animals, people too. This is people too. But anything or anyone that has that reputation of being super elegant, serious, majestic, or so on, they just have, I love when they have those goober moments. It's kind of like the famous example of this as well that most people probably know is Komi-san. The Komi-san manga, where you see every shot of her, you see her, she's like, all the shots of her, you see where she's like, intimidatingly elegant and walking around like, she's like tall, slim girl, looks intimidatingly elegant, and then she'll have like the cat ears pop up and her eyes go huge, because it turns out that half the reason she seems so standoffish is just because she is terrified inside. She's like one of those little inside she's like one of those little nervous dogs. She's like, they're looking at me. Ooh, they're looking at me. Why are they looking at me? Ooh. And it's adorable. It's absolutely adorable. It is legitimately, it is the whole concept of gap moe. It is absolutely that concept of gap moe. And it's really nice when you see examples of that in real life. Yeah, just a little guy. He's just a little guy. Like, let me see if I can find the video of Orfevre doing this, actually. Just so you can see what I mean about this horse. So you can see what I mean about this horse. Ah, here we are. I don't think this isn't the one I'm looking for. But this is like another example of what I'm talking about with this horse. So first I want to show you how they portray this horse in Uma Musume, just so you can understand the entire thing, right? So this is Orfevre in the actual horse game. This is what Orfevre looks like in the horse game. Come here, plus that. Bring this back up. So this is Orfevre in the horse game, right? See, you know, like, again, you know, the golden tyrant with the cape and the cravat and everything, you know, holding the hand out. This is the real Orfevre. And look at him. Look at him just being a goober. Look at him being an absolute goober. It's great. It's absolutely great to see. Like I said, it's almost got like a healing quality to it, is the way I often describe it. There's something about this that is just kind of like healing. It's very healing to see. Is this the one with, I don't think this is, but yeah, that's not the one I was looking for, which can't seem to find. I can't seem to find that one outside of like places where I don't want to link it from. So let me see if I can find this real quickly. Not there, not there, not there. No. Let me see if this one has it, because this one's like, because like I said, there's a particular one I'm looking for. A particular moment I'm looking for that's really cute. And the reason for it is because when he does it, it's the way that Orfevre just sticks his tongue out. That's the thing that really gets me with that moment of that video, is like I said, it's the way Orfevre sticks his tongue out, where like he's just kind of like doing that, and then he just drops his tongue out, like almost like he's expecting Ikazoe to play with his tongue. It really is just a little guy moment. It is just yeah, that I can't seem to find it, but it really is just an I'm just a little guy moment, and it's so goddamn cute. It is so goddamn cute, and I love it. I love that stupid horse. I love that goofy fucking horse. It's like I said, out of Stay Gold's kids, so obviously Gold Ship is kind of like the entry point, right? That's the one where like you, for not just for the not just for Stay Gold's kids, but for the whole horse game and for, you know, Uma Musume in general. That's kind of like the entry point for most people, right? Yeah, the kicker. Judge, she's kicking. Judge, she's kicking. The kicker. But alongside that, but so like I said, that's kind of like the entry point for a lot of people, is, you know, they see the Gold Ship memes or whatever, and then you realize that Gold Ship, it's not just Gold Ship memes. Gold Ship is a goddamn meme. This horse is not real. You cannot convince me that this is a real horse. Everything about this animal is so unserious that I am just, you are just like stunned. And then you realize he's not the only one. He's not the only one. Because then you find out about, like I said, you find out about Stay Gold. You find out about Dream Journey, Orfevre, Nakayama Festa, Phenomenal. You find out about the other four. Was that four? Stay Gold, Dream Journey, not gonna. Yeah, the other four. You find out about the other four, and you find out about Stay Gold, which is the origin of all of them. And dear God, every single one of these horses. First of all, every single one of these horses, really successful horses, but also absolute and absolute demons in their racing years, like during their racing careers, absolute demons. And then every single one of them, with the exception of Dream Journey, because he decided he just wanted to stay a demon, every single one of them, absolute goober in their retirement. Absolute goobers in their retirement. Especially, like I said, most famously, of course, like I said, Gold Ship, who's just, there's so many moments of this horse. And again, I think a lot of it is because he's a gray horse, which means he is a high visibility goober. But like I said, every single one of them is just a goober. And also, something else you also learned about this is that out of the four of them, five of them, actually, yeah, no, out of the five of them, Phenomenal is actually kind of interesting because on one hand, he apparently gets bullied a lot by his other half brothers, but also he has the best temperament out of all of them. Like, just in general, Phenomenal apparently has the best temperament out of all of Stay Gold's, like, famous, I should say. Because he didn't just have those five. Stay Gold had a lot of kids. He was a very successful stud horse. But out of those five famous ones, Phenomenal apparently also just had, well, first of all, he was, like I said, always got bullied by his half brothers, but also just had the best temperament out of them, which is kind of similar to the another horse that I actually really like. Both, again, I love their version in the, I love the character design for them, and also the real horse is it's also really neat too. Manhattan, but more so I like them in like the Uma Musume character, because the real horse there isn't quite so much about. There's mostly his history, but Manhattan Cafe being somewhat, very different from his father in this sense is kind of wild. So Manhattan Cafe, of course, his father was sort of the progenitor of so many famous Japanese racehorses, of Sunday Silence, of course. Sunday Silence, the horse that nobody in the US wanted. And I still think it's kind of crazy when you learn about how close of a thing Sunday Silence was. Like, Sunday Silence, this is one of the things I only learned recently, had two really bad brushes with death. So first, when he was a foal, he almost had like some really nasty, like he almost got killed by some really nasty disease, and basically required like constant support and care to get him back on his feet. But then on top of that, back when his owner was trying to sell him, I think this was after he had won the Kentucky Derby, nobody wanted him because despite his success, he was a small horse with crooked legs, a bad temperament, and an unimpressive pedigree. So nobody really wanted him. So he after Sunday Silence's owner failed to sell him, he had him put on a truck and sent back to Kentucky. And while the truck was on the road somewhere in Texas, I don't know where it was in Texas, but while he was on the road, the driver of that truck suffered a fatal heart attack, and the truck flipped over. Killing, and it had several horses that was being transported on this, like a few horses being transported on this, killing every horse except for Sunday Silence, which is just crazy to think about. He was that close. It was that close to Sunday Silence, who became, like I said, the keystone. Became like a keystone in the bloodlines of pretty much every Japanese racehorse in the past 30 years. It almost didn't happen. it has me wondering actually what's going to happen with, there's another horse actually who, a lot more famous, by the way. So he is a lot more famous, and he already has some established descendants that are fairly successful, I might add. But he was he was the second most recent, so not the most recent, but the second most recent US Triple Crown winner. So the Triple Crown is a series of horse races in a few different countries. So there's the main ones being the US, the British, and Japanese Triple Crowns. I think there's a European one as well, but I forget what it is. But it's like a set of 3 very prestigious horse races that have, a lot of money behind them, a lot of history. And the thing is, a horse that wins all 3 of those races in 1 year is considered to be an incredibly dominant horse, because those races are one after another. And then on top of that, if somebody thinks that you have a really dominant horse in one of those races, even if they're not a potential Triple Crown winner, what they might do is they might skip that first race of the set, and then your horse runs that, and then they show up at the next race, and your horse is still kind of a bit tired from their previous race. It wasn't like right in a row, but it's only been like a couple of weeks where their horse that skipped the first race has been resting for like a month or more. So their horse is coming in very fresh, whilst your horse is kind of still exhausted from that. And then they race that, and your horse and then the horse that won the first race has to win that one, and then deal with the same situation all over again in the third race. So by the end of this, you have to have an incredibly dominant horse in order to go, to all 3 of these races and win every single one of them. It gets even worse. Mechanic Cat. Yes, we are. We absolutely are. Is that a problem? We're also talking about horses. We're talking about horses as well. And specifically, we were talking about, yes, Hans. I'm talking about Hans. Also, check the, did you check the stream title? Oh my God. I don't know why you say that, Mex. You say that. And I know you're saying that for a different reason, but have you seen the videos of people giving their dogs sparkling water? And the dog takes a couple laps of it, and it's like, oh, why is it spicy? Why is the water spicy? It's so cute because it's completely it's completely harmless. Why? Why is it spicy? Like the way that the dog reacts to the lemon face, exactly, Vacant King, exactly. But also, back to Hans real quickly. I was talking about the Triple Crown. And why it's so hard for a horse to win a Triple Crown in any of the big 3 countries that it's usually associated with. The US, Japan, and the UK. But one of the things that's really interesting, so until 2015, there was like a 30 or 40 year drought where no horse had won the US Triple Crown, which is already impressive enough when American Pharaoh did it in 2015. There has not been a British Triple Crown winner since the 1970s. Even now, there has not been any British horse that has won the British Triple Crown. There's been no horse since the 1970s that has won the British Triple Crown. That is, the last horse to do it, is an absolute legend in horse racing in general, Nijinsky. And part of it is, well, it's two reasons. There's two reasons for this. One, the British horse racing is a lot smaller these days versus how it used to be, and a lot smaller than horse racing in the US or Japan, or any of Asia for that matter. And two, the 3 races of the British Triple Crown are more different from each. Actually, one moment. I'm not gonna do anything. I need to do something real quickly. But the thing with it is, each of the horses involved, each of the races involved in the 3 races of the British Triple Crown they're more different from each other than the 3 races in the Japanese or American Triple Crown. Yeah, the 2000 Guineas. It's an absolutely brutal race. Absolutely brutal race. But also, it's the fact that I think all of the American Triple Crown races are on dirt. All of the Japanese Triple Crown races are on turf. Meanwhile, isn't the British Triple Crown multiple different surfaces, which is already a problem because the only country that really invests in having horses that are good on dirt the only country that really breeds horses that are good on dirt is the US. But because of that, a lot of those horses in turn then struggle on turf, whereas British and Japanese horses mostly race on turf. European and Asian horses mostly race on turf. So if an American horse were to go over to the British Triple Crown, they would. I said I don't remember for sure, but I think at least one of the races for the British Triple Crown is a dirt race. Because like you said, there's the 2000 Guineas, the Derby Stakes, and the St. Leger Stakes. And one of them, I think, is dirt, while the others are turf. And I always forget. Oh no, they're all turf. Never mind. I thought it was split surfaces. Because like I said, the US Triple Crown, if memory serves me right, they're all dirt. Let me check right here, because this is gonna bother me until I do. So let's see. Kentucky Derby is dirt. Preakness is this dirt or turf? Dirt. Yeah. Kentucky Derby and Preakness Stakes are both dirt. And the Belmont Stakes is also dirt. Yeah, all of the US Triple Crown races are on dirt. Versus the UK Triple Crown races all being on turf. And then there's also, like I said, then there's the Japanese Triple Crown, which Japanese horse racing has the advantage also that it's younger, if that makes sense. Like, it has less history to it. It has less history versus European or American horse racing in terms of, being a big deal. Because you've got the Satsuki Show, Japan Derby, and Kikuka Show, which are turf, and turf. And apparently, something I learned recently is that Japanese tracks, they're not just turf. It's not just that they're turf, which is already incredibly different from especially American tracks, but they're also hard packed turf. Also, what is this about Brazil? What is this about Brazil, Mechanicat? What is it? Is there something I should know about Brazilian horse racing that's distinctive? Actually, if you want, like I said, you can hop in. Like I said, you can hop in on the VC and come in and tell me about it. This is, as the stream title says, we're doing kind of like open mic shit. If you want to come in and yap about, Brazilian horse racing. But so like I was saying, Japanese tracks are apparently, it's not just turf, it's hard packed turf, which does weird things for horses that are used to dirt tracks. So dirt tracks, You know, because apparently the thing with horses and dirt tracks is it's not like cars on dirt, where cars on dirt, you want to have like really wide tires so they kind of float on the dirt while they're doing it. And then they have like deep treads, which those in turn, yeah, very highly desirable for a lot of horses, not just those racing for the UAK Triple Crown. So a lot of strong competition comes in on that as well. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a huge factor. That would be a huge factor. But like I was saying, like cars on dirt, like you typically want to have like fairly wide tires, which then have deep treads, and it's a tread pattern that digs into the dirt, while the wide tire kind of lets the car float over the dirt overall. Lets the tire sort of like float at the top of the dirt, and then the tread pattern digs into it to give you grip. On the other hand, horses racing on dirt, apparently the best horses on dirt have smaller hooves. And the reason for that is, again, it's like the tread pattern on dirt tires, where it lets them dig. It lets them dig into the dirt rather than slipping over the top of it like a horse on larger hooves would. But on the other hand, if they have those smaller hooves, when they try and race on turf, they just kind of slip and skitter around on it, and they can't get good grip in it because the turf is too firm for them to dig like they would in dirt. So a turf horse generally wants to have bigger hooves so they can get more sure footing. It's also why I think it would be really interesting if there was any country that had a Triple Crown for horse racing that required... Oh yeah, a lot of racehorses in the US nowadays are of Brazilian ancestry. Because of how your horses are built, it makes them very desirable for the US race scene. Ah! Yeah, again, it makes sense. Very strong sprinters, yeah. Which, I was actually going to get to that part next. So, I recently saw an exhibition race. That had, because you know there's actually two different breeds of common racehorse, right? There's like most horse racing is actually two different breeds. There's thoroughbreds, which is what people think of, you know, when you think of the Triple Crown, when you think of any of the races in Uma Musume or any of that those are all thoroughbreds. But then there's the quarter horse. And so a lot of quarter horses have thoroughbred ancestry, but not the other way around. But I recently saw, it was like an exhibition race on a half-mile track between a quarter horse and a thoroughbred. And like I said, it was on like a half-mile track, and they were showing how, and they had a marker set at the quarter mile and a marker set at the finish line, and they were showing how at the quarter mile, that quarter horse is like a length ahead. But in the second half of that race, you got to watch as the thoroughbred came back and made up the distance. That's the point, Mechanicat. That's the point. Don't you understand? But anyways, so that happens, right? So that happens. That moment happens. You have, like I said, you have the quarter. You see, you get to see the difference. And like, obviously, this was meant to just be an exhibition, but it was actually really interesting just to see how differently these two animals were built from each other as well. It was like seeing the difference between a funny car and it's like seeing the difference between a funny car and like a Le Mans prototype. It is very much that difference. And it's like if you wanted to, you could absolutely replicate that moment with cars where you had say a drag strip, and on one side of it, and if you had a drag strip where at the end of the strip you could then turn off and go on to a main track. You could absolutely replicate this with cars where you have a funny car or like a Top Fuel dragster on one side and like a Le Mans car or an F1 car on the other. You have them run the drag race, and then on one side, the dragster comes to a stop at the end of its run as normal, but then the other car, after the drag race, turns off of the strip and does a lap of the track. That's kind of almost like the automotive equivalent of what they did there. Because like I said, the whole thing was an exhibition that was really just meant to show how these two animals are different from each other. And it's like, that feels like the automotive equivalent of that. Which I think would actually be really cool to see. Of course, the other way you could do it as well is have the race going on the pit lane, have like, you know, the start finish straight. You can have that there, you know, the drag race happens, and again, have the drag race happen. Yeah, no, they're great, aren't they? It's really good because it really gives you an idea, whether it's cars, horses, whatever, it gives you an idea of what is distinct, what is unique about different classes or different kinds of things. And it also does a great job of shutting up people who are like, oh, this one's better. Or, no, my thing is better. No, my thing is better. Here, we put them together and we're going to show you what makes them different from each other. To show you that this comparison is apples to oranges and therefore kind of dumb. But also really cool to see them together. It is actually really cool to see them together like that. But also, real horses aside, I've also become really, like I said, I really like the designs of some of the horse girls as well. Particularly design-wise. Like I said, I'm not really into Uma Musume gameplay. Yeah, no. Don't want to put stress on the animal. It's so whimsical to see. Yeah, no, like what they did with Haru Urara, right? Where, you know, she finally won a race after she retired. She finally did it. 114 is the charm. Yeah, no. 114 is the charm. But it's also, like I said, it's really cool to see how they actually reflect the history of the real horse in the designs of the horse girls. Whether, you know, it's like Haru having all the band-aids on her legs, kind of representing how they ran the real Haru in everything. They tried everything with her to get her to win a race. The name of her signature. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute, actually. Because yeah, like I was saying, like, but I was also talking about, like, you know, like the band-aids all on her legs, kind of representing how like they ran that horse in everything. They entered her in everything they could. Every single race that they could enter her into, they entered her into, just to see if they could get her to win something. And then on top, and then like putting it like that's one, and then along with her, like that's a really good one. The other one who's designed, another one who's designed I really love in that sense. Little detail that I love about them. Special Week. I love the clover motif on a lot of her on any of her clothes and such. Any of her clothes and such, like the clover motif on her outfit, to reference the fact that she had like the big four, like she won the 4 of the big grade 1 horse races in Japan, which is actually a really cool thing to see. Or who else was there? Oh yeah, what's the one who was named the Cyborg? And because of that, she kind of talks and acts like a robot. In the actual horse game, in the horse game, she kind of talks and acts like a robot because the actual horse was known as the Cyborg. Mihono Bourbon, yeah. And then even just like putting the real horse's history aside, I love Tachyon's design so much. I love Agnes Tachyon's design so goddamn much. She is such a good design. And then on top of that, who was her voice actress again? Who was Agnes's voice actress? I'm having to go. I'm pulling it up right now to go see. Yeah, casting Uesaka Sumire as Agnes Tachyon was an absolutely brilliant decision because she is so good at doing those like just kind of unhinged voices. Whereas like, you know, you could tell this person this character has a few screws loose. She is so goddamn good at doing that kind of character, because she did that. Oh, there is no problem. There is no problem with being drunk, as long as, just remember. I've got it where if like I really need to, I can move you around. If you're getting too unruly. If you're getting too unruly, I've got it set where I can move you around and, you know, put you in the quiet corner. Yeah, they goon to your rival. Do you know that? They goon to me. God. That you know, I know that's like a parody thing, but I'm talking about the actual voice actress, Bacon King, the actual official voice actress for Agnes Tachyon, and how Sumire does such a good job with making Agnes Tachyon just seem utterly unhinged. The other one I really like as well. Sorry, I already mentioned as well. In terms of like voice casting, I really like Manhattan Cafe's voice actress, Yui Ogura. Yeah, you don't use any gamer words to say anything lewd. Good. But Yui Ogura as well with Manhattan Cafe, she did such a good job with that. I'm also admittedly a sucker for, you know, I am admittedly a sucker for women that kind of have like that threatening, almost like, even when they aren't like trying to be menacing, they have like that element, that little edge of threat to them with the contralto voice. And Ogura, Miyuki Sawashiro also does that really well. She does that so well. Like, it is actually insane how good Miyuki Sawashiro's voice can be. But also, an ad break is starting, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, anything of that sort, now's the time to do it, and I will see y'all when it is over. we are back. So now it's time for both. Which, let's see, campaigns, load, there's our save. And let's see where we were. Loading, complete loading mission. So I was actually really sad when I learned that, so there's something actually really sad I learned about Sea Power recently. One of the best mods for this game, the person who was responsible for it has is no longer able to maintain it, and so it's being deprecated, which is a shame because it did so many really cool things. It did so many really cool things for this game that are no longer a thing anymore because of that. And also, hi there, Mechanic Cat. Yeah, there you go. There you are. Eh? Oh, yeah, no, I have that moment a lot, actually. I have that moment a lot because, like I said, I run all my audio through Reaper with my mic. So I'll join VCs sometimes without opening Reaper. And I'll just be there like, oh, fuck. I forgot to open Reaper. Which leads to like I said, leads to those moments of, oh, no, I need to, oh, fuck, that's right. I need to open Reaper so that people can hear me. Oh, that sucks. Oh. Yeah, no, this is one of those things I'm really glad I don't have set up like that. Cause oh my god. Yeah, pure chaos, pure pain. Okay. I deal with ESLs all the time. No, my point is, that was my point, is I deal with ESLs all the time. Yeah, that was my whole point. It's like, why are you apologizing? Shh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, who is it? Oh, yeah. Also, speaking of voice actresses with insane range, do you know who always comes to mind when I'm thinking absurd range in a Japanese voice actress? Yukari Tamura. Because you remember Girls Frontline, you know the voice that, you know, that's like the voice she's most associated with is that same kind of voice that she did for like Sop Mod and several others. But then you hear her low chest voice and it's like, where the hell did you pull that from? Wait, she's the voice of... That is, jeez. Yeah. But actually, it's funny you mentioned that because the Nico Nico Ni, you actually get to see her range just in that character. I don't even really like Love Live all that much, and I've seen just examples of Sora Tokui's voice and her range with that character. Oh shit, I think the game might have crashed. No, it's because I have basically, I have like a shit ton of mods for this game. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like I thought the surfaces. Yeah, that's like I said. I knew that the tracks themselves were like vastly different from each other, like more different versus the American and Japanese tracks. I just thought they also had different surfaces. I also thought it was a mixed surface Triple Crown. It's not. Yeah, it's very different layouts. And then on top of that, because of that, and like I said, the same thing with the American Triple Crown. It's like, oh yeah, you finished the first race. Now you have to go to the second, and half your opponents are rested. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Oh shit, I just realized they can't hear you. Let me fix that. Yeah. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Yeah.
Testing. Can you hear me now? Is it working now? Ooh. Can you hear me out? No, we can't. I'll take that as a yes. I don't know where I'm going with this beat. It's just happening.
Oh no, it's fine. I needed to answer somebody about something is all. Sorry about that.
It's fine.
But anyways, you were saying about the 2,000 guineas, and then we were saying like everything was like everybody like half the field is rested when you're not.
Yes, like half field is rested, you know, and like you said, like most people, like the 2,000 guineas is a very coveted race. So you have a lot of competition that just are preparing like the whole fucking year, the whole like months for the 2,000 guineas and just for that race. And while you motherfucker had to prepare for that and the other two that are still up to go. And the St. Lager, which is the third race, the last one, like is far down the calendar. So you're gonna have other G1 and G2 races that you need to preoccupy yourself with before that. So yeah, it's just brutal. There's a reason why it's been a long time since anyone managed to win the British. Like triple
Yeah,
call.
no, it's like-
no easy feat. Not
It
saying
is-
that the US triple call is an easy feat. No, it's not. But
It's not,
Like
it's
the
just-
British is just like ridiculous.
Yeah, no, like I said, the gap is insane. And then also on top of that, you don't have quite as much of, like the British horse, racehorse breeding in Britain and training and such has kind of fallen off over the past 50 years. It's just not as big
lot.
of a thing.
A lot. They're like it always has been very strong, especially like in the mid to late 80s and the like late 90s. But
Yeah.
one thing that I see now is a very strong resurgence on Irish horses,
Yeah.
like dominating the European scene again, alongside with French horses as well, which is
Yeah, no, like
quite
I
a surprise.
a while back, I was also talking with, Wise.
Hmm.
I was talking about this with him a while back as well. He was talking about French horses and French tracks. So yeah, it looks like we had to start a new campaign because, like I said, so there was a mod that I used to use a lot called New Threat Update, and it's been deprecated, unfortunately. And the last time I was running this campaign, it was doing that. But so yeah, like you see here, we have a pair of Norwegian submarines. We're doing this mission again, basically. What it comes down to. So let's see. Set you here. So the mission is we have a pair of submarines here, right?
Hmm.
There are ships out here, one of which is an American signals intelligence and observation ship, but the rest are but there's also a Soviet surface action group out here. We need to figure out, we're trying to figure out, identify and follow that Soviet surface action group and just keep an eye on them for now. So I'm having
Why you must profile the Soviets? We know why you can take a look on the US one.
because it's the
just for change.
1980s.
It's still it's a stereotype. You're profiling, and that's not right.
Also because we already know the American ship is there. And that's not what we're here for.
Okay, so you know it's there, but you know what it's up to, huh?
Yes,
Huh?
actually we do.
Okay, so never mind. Carry on.
Yeah, we know what it is. We know why it's here. We don't know what the Soviets are up to, though. So we're trying to find that out right now.
This is gonna sound out of pocket, but when I was looking at like the not the title, the menu of the game when it was up on the screen, and now like showing
Yeah.
this, there was planes and shit, and now there's a sub. I was like rewatching some of the like found and explained and mustard videos, and
Yeah.
one thing that like still lingers in my mind is like, how can we never actually gave a fair chance to submarine aircraft carriers? You know.
Oh, I can tell you exactly why, actually. I can tell you exactly why. It's
I mean,
because
I know there's a thousand reasons, but like it's just cool as fuck.
yeah, no, the thing is, also, I can tell you, the Japanese tried a lot of aircraft carrying submarines in World War II. Like, they had a lot of them. Pretty much every single Japanese submarine could carry at least one aircraft. And in hindsight, we learned again, like I said, that was actually kind of why we learned, yeah, this doesn't really work.
I mean, I can see being the modern world is not really feasible, and like it's a very stupid idea. But
it's
very
cool.
specific, it's cool. But in a very specific moment in time, would have been a real solution to a lot.
Yeah,
of,
no,
like,
that's exactly why
World
the
War II
Japanese did
problems.
it.
But they
That's-
did so late, though.
Also, it was kind of a thing in the interwar years to have aircraft on a submarine. Like, the Japanese
Really?
just stuck with it longer than anybody else did. Yeah. And of course, it always came back, and it worked better back then because submarines actually spent most of their time on the surface. So that was the thing, is like once the shift went from submarines spend most of their time on the surface to submarines spend most of their time underwater, that had a really big impact on how submarines were actually being used.
Fair.
Switch time. Okay, time is set to Zulu. Good. ESM mast is up. So if they ever, if any of those ships turn their radars on, we'll start getting an idea of who's what and then go from there.
Bro, the whole idea or concept of like a submarine fucking haunts me.
Of
It's
what
like such
haunts
a-
you?
Like
Oh, the whole
idea
concept of a submarine?
Like, yeah, like it's like I cannot fathom, like imagine being in a fucking crew in a submarine. Like I can't imagine being in a fucking ship. It's already stressful enough.
Yeah.
Very fucking stressful. Like you
So
literally come out from there.
here am I sitting in a tin can. It is legitimately that.
Exactly. Like it's just
It is
Also, you have a
legitimately
fucking-
just Space Oddity, except
power
underwater.
reactor near you. Is I don't know. I don't know. It's just fucking scary to me. I just can't.
I'm guessing that you are just all too familiar with the story of K-19, aren't you?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, no. We all do. Like, everybody's heard the name The Widowmaker because of that one movie. Was it Tom Hanks that was in that movie? Yes, Starozhevoy. Yes, I love the story of Starozhevoy Bacon King.
What is the story?
So Starozhevoy was a Soviet Krivak class frigate. Burevestnik in the Soviet nomenclature. Krivak was a NATO reporting name for the class. That the captain in the late 70s went rogue.
There, contact detected.
Oh, we got something off of ESM, which tells me there's a
New
helicopter.
intel message
Oh,
received.
we've got something here. Skipper, at 0930 local, USNS Cape Girardeau, U.S. auxiliary in the area was boarded and seized by Soviet vessels, shadowing her. According to high-level sources in the Kremlin, the crew attempted to stop the boarding and were killed in an exchange of gunfire. The U.S. views this seizure as a hostile act and tantamount to a declaration of war invoking Article 5. Eliminate all Soviet surface forces, do not damage or destroy the Cape Girardeau. Special forces are en route to recapture. Okay, so, change in orders. We now have to locate and identify the Soviet surface action group, and then
Hostile,
we must deal with it. Let's see, ESM is picking up that helicopter. From, Ultog's ESM has picked up that helicopter, which is somewhere in this area.
They made a move about it with Sean Connery.
Yeah.
I never saw this.
Yeah, no, it's a great book. Hunt for Red October is a great book. Yeah, no, so like I said, so the actual the real life story that inspired the Hunt for Red October wasn't a submarine. It was, like I said, it was a surface ship, the frigate Starozhevoy, which, like I said, the captain went rogue, and so in the story in the Hunt for Red October, the book and the movie, the submarine captain is planning to defect to the U.S. because he realizes what the submarine is going to be used for, right? In the real world version of the story, in the story of the Starozhevoy, first of all, not a ship carrying nuclear weapons. It was a much smaller vessel, much less strategic importance. And it was a anti-submarine frigate. But the captain of the Starozhevoy was going to start a new Russian revolution because he believed that the Soviet Union had strayed from the ideals of the October Revolution.
Oh.
And so they needed to establish, they needed to have a new revolution to reestablish true communism in the Soviet Union.
And like all the crew on board of the ship was like on board with the captain's idea?
Some of them were. The ones who were outnumbered the ones who weren't, and were able to throw them into the ship's brig.
Oh.
So you have basically half of you have like a huge Soviet task force that goes and has to, is going around following and trying to track down this Soviet. Yeah, he had no family left. Yeah, that's what made him pull the trigger. That's what made him pull the trigger. But even before before they black bagged his wife, he was starting to have doubts because of the nature of the Red October in the book. Like, that was a thing. You're right that, yeah, he had no family because he had no family left other than his wife, who had just been had just been arrested by the Soviet state. And that basically was like the final betrayal for him. Ooh.
What the fuck? Why did they arrest her though?
I don't remember why. But yeah, I think the KGB had her arrested. Let me go look to see why, actually. Part of it is probably just because he was a Lithuanian and the Soviet Baltic states.
Okay.
Yeah,
that would make a lot of sense.
So yeah, let me actually see if I can remember why they actually did this.
Tell me.
Oh, you know, she did die. You're right. She wasn't arrested. She died because, so his wife had to have a surgery and the doctor was intoxicated during the surgery, which led to her death. However, because the doctor was the son of a Politburo member, he got away with it.
Oh, holy fuck.
Yeah. So it was that, and the fact that he saw like just that the Red October could, make the Cold War turn hot very quickly in a way that was like absolutely terrifying to him. That's why he decided he was going to defect with the Red October. So that even if the Soviets could build another Red October, the US could study her and be able to detect the Caterpillar drive, so that it wouldn't be the first strike silver bullet the Soviets had wanted it to be.
Contact detected.
It would maintain deterrence. So let's see, we have helicopter here, information on you. 5-blade single shaft with a steam plant. That will be the Cape Girardeau, because the rest of this surface action group that was listed in the briefing were 2-shaft vessels. So that's the Girardeau. And those are the helicopters from the Soviet surface escorts. Utsira is currently moving along this way. When she reaches her position, so let's have Uthog raise her snorkel for a bit more endurance, and also maybe let her go a little bit quicker. Probably not just because of cavitation. Yeah, no, like I said, it was, like I said, we just confirmed what it was actually, Bacon King, that it was his wife died at the hands of an intoxicated surgeon. Oh, so you were gonna say something, Mechanic Cat?
No, I was just like trying to process fucking everything, like this story of this poor man.
Yeah.
Already had his doubt and then like lost his all family, and then, oh, my life, my only love, back home, wait for me in Mother Russia. And then fucking drunk doctor kills her?
Yeah, and like I said, a large part of the fact that he was already the fact that he was like skeptical of the Soviet Union on top of that, a lot of it probably had to do with the fact that he was a Lithuanian. And the Baltic states were always kind of unhappy about being part of the Soviet Union.
Well, to be fair, I think the most part of the Soviet Union was unhappy about being part of the Soviet Union.
Most of the parts of the Soviet Union that aren't Russia. Because it was basically just the Russian Empire wearing a hammer and sickle pin.
No, come, be part of us. We have butterbrot. We have vodka. We'll send you to Gulag if you don't want to.
And then let's see. So Utsira is here. Bulldog is here.
Also, he managed to successfully defect to the US, or they
in Hunt for Red October? Yeah, he did. The trick that got the Soviets to think that the Red October had been sunk is actually really funny too. So they do a couple of things. First of all, they have an old US ballistic missile submarine that is planned to be scrapped brought out to approximately the location where the Red October is going to meet the US fleet, and they have it scuttled there. But second of all, while the Soviet Navy is chasing the Red October, Ramius, the captain of the Red October, manages to pull a trick where one of the submarines chasing the Red October also gets sunk by its own torpedoes.
Ooh, I think I heard this story before.
Yeah, that's actually like, so none of that happened in real life. That was all just like what happened in the book and the movie.
Oh.
But yeah, no,
Okay.
it's like, so first, like the scuttled U.S. submarine, like Bacon King said, that didn't fool them completely, but because it got most of the Soviet fleet to leave, but the captain of the Soviet attack submarine that was still chasing them, who was one of Ramius's students, then
New air.
gets
Contact
cocky
detected.
and during that chase ends up getting sunk by their own torpedoes.
Damn.
Yeah, that's right. So this is the Girardot. And then there's the helicopters from the escorts near it. What are these? 4 blades, single shaft. You are 4 blades, single shaft. So both of you can pretty safely be marked as neutral for now. Which means the SAG is going to be entirely concentrated around the Girardot. We haven't detected any of them yet. Wait, what do you mean? What looks like the Kono? What looks like the Kono, Bacon King? I think I missed something there.
Also, what is the Kono?
Oh, that boat? Yeah. What's the Kono?
Oh. I was like, I was really lost for a second.
Yeah, I know,
like, is
you're
that
also
some
drunk.
new weeb language, or
Yeah,
like,
no.
oh, am I really need to cut off on whatever the fuck am I drink right now?
What are you drinking, actually?
Oh, whiskey, Coke, a little bit of vodka. There was a couple of beers in the fridge, and I honestly don't know what
Not
it
in a
is because this
while.
bottle has no label.
Yeah. Not in a while, Bacon King. It has been quite a while. But I'm guessing, so there was a ship, there was like a container ship in or like some kind of cargo ship in Lord of War called the Kono.
Oh my god, Lord of War is such a good movie.
It really
I need
is.
to watch it again.
It really is a good movie.
God, it's an amazing movie.
That's a used gun. I can't sell a used gun. Like that is just such a good moment in that movie.
I also love the cover art for like the movie, like the poster, like with it's just basically Nicolas Cage face,
Yeah.
but drawn with bullets. It's just it's,
Yeah, I know. Ooh.
It's so fucking battle.
Speaking of movies and books, I've talked about this book already, but I'm getting further along into it. So remember I was talking about Day of the Jackal being based on a book, right? I didn't realize that until relatively recently.
I remember that.
Yeah. I found more books by that author, and I started reading one of them that has been listening to it as an audiobook. That's really good. It's called The Odessa File. And so so there is some historical background to this as well. So it takes place in the 60s. And it's basically a German journalist discovers a network of like aid and shelter for fugitive Nazis. I don't think he was Bacon King, but there were several real assassination attempts against Charles de Gaulle by an organization called the OAS. That part is true. The specific thing with the Jackal, where they hired a British assassin or a foreign assassin, British in the book, but a foreign assassin to try and kill Charles de Gaulle because all of their own people, none of them could get close enough because the French police knew who all of them were. I don't think that part is true. But
Such
yeah,
a
no.
sweet gig for the UK assassin though. Like who? I can kill a French guy and I still got paid. Okay, you got me there. I'll do it.
Also, it's really funny when you learn how they figure out who he is. And also, it gets even crazier. So in the book, Frederick Forsyth lays out how the Jackal picks up his identity, that his false identity that he uses to enter France, right? It turns out the way that that Forsyth researched that process so thoroughly and told the British government about it, but they didn't change anything about it for a long time, that until they did, that book was basically the manual on how to get false British papers.
That's
From like
fucking
the
awesome.
70s until the 90s.
That's all fucking awesome.
Like I said, he told them about this. It's not like, oh, he did this and then published the book and then...
Oh, it's alright, lads. It's alright. We'll take a look at it.
Yeah,
After I
basically,
applied to
that's
two, we'll take a
exactly
look
the
at it.
response he got. That is exactly the response he got, yeah.
Once we get out of the pub, we go down to the tracks and then we take a look at it, lad. Don't worry about it.
You're
Bloody
trying to sound British. You sound South African.
There is a difference, man. I don't know. I'm too drunk.
Yeah, I know,
I'm
right?
not good with that.
Like, you sound like you're trying to do like the British. You end up sounding South African.
Every time I try to do an accent, I end up sound completely different. Like every time I try to do an Irish or Scotsman, I just end up sound like an Indian for some reason, and I don't know how it goes.
You want to know what actually? So there's a thing that I always love. And so it was a British comedian who actually has a really good bit on this. He's talking about British regional accents. And the thing he discovered is that you need to find, if you want to try and get into a particular accent, you need to find like a key phrase that you associate with that accent that you can use to transition into it. And so, funnily enough, do you know what the key phrase for me with an Irish accent is? And if you know, you'll understand exactly why this is the key phrase for me. Oh, bugger, the tank is on fire. And so from there, you have this, from there, I'm vaguely able to do an approximation of an Irish accent. Not very well, mind you. It wouldn't convince any actual Irish person, but I'm getting into the territory of it. You understand me, right?
I do. Fuck, I do, actually. Oh, God. I never actually stopped to think about that. Like,
Service.
kind
Contact
of
detected.
link it to, like, a specific phrase
Yeah.
to activate the thing.
Oh, someone's being active.
Trying to think of some, but like I said, I'm terrible with accents. Like, I cannot tell accents apart. Like, if you put a Irish and a Scotsman by my side, people swear, oh, they're so different. Bro, I can't fucking hear the difference. It's the same thing for me.
Yeah, no. I absolutely understand what you're talking about there. Absolutely understand what you're talking about there. But also, the other one, like the example he gives, he's talking some of the examples he gives in that bit though. So one of the ones he talks about is, oh, would you kindly please shut up, Bacon King? Would you kindly please shut up?
Where is that from?
BioShock.
He's not British, is it?
He's
Who's his
Irish.
family? He's Irish?
Are you supposed to be Irish or Scottish? I don't know which one because it's been a long time. But he's one or the other. Atlas is one or the other. But of course, you know the twist with BioShock, right?
Yeah. Yes. No. I know. But that's the thing. I think I really need to put the glass down because I didn't recognize that, and BioShock's one of my favorite game franchises.
Yeah.
You can call me a false gamer now, or too drunk. I don't know.
Dude, BioShock's pretty fun actually.
I fuck so much with the franchise, and it pisses me off to talk about it because everyone like, oh, I like BioShock, but I don't know why. Okay, maybe you can tell me why. I don't know how familiar you are with the series and how much you like it, but what are your thoughts on Bioshock
Head
Infinite?
standard.
Bioshock
Because-
Infinite, I just think it's kind of a sloppily made game.
That makes me so sad, but carry on.
It's moments like, like, oh, you're doing the puzzle and it says check the card, and the card just immediately gives you the solution to it. Or, like that's like the famous one everybody knows, but it's not the only one that comes to mind. There's also just, I'm looking at it like, I'm thinking to myself, so this flying city that is socially, technologically, and in many other ways stuck in the 1930s is planning to invade the US of the 1980s, and they think they're gonna be able to get away with it. I don't care about like the Vigors or the shit with what's with Elizabeth and the Tears. That's not going to work. You are outnumbered like 20 to 1, but also I don't think you are ready, my friends. I don't think you are
New
ready for this
air.
at all.
Contact detected.
Actually, not
So
even like stuck in the
most-
1930s because they still have slavery, but so it's like not even the 1930s. Fuck.
I mean, it kinda is because if you consider the technology that they have, it's kind of between 1930s to 40s, but it's kind of an alternate timeline when like
Lower the
slavery
snorkel.
kind of stayed on. Like,
New
Yeah,
because,
no.
like,
air. Contact
if you just
detected.
look technologically speaking, it is pretty much the 30s.
Yeah. But like I said, also like the socially thing as well. Yeah. Because
Yeah, no, the social things is just like it's the alternate timeline.
It's the alternate
when
timeline, but-
just-
well, I'm
didn't
more
happen.
so just talking about they really are gonna have this try and invade. They're trying to like we're gonna retake the U.S. and bring back slavery in the 80s.
It wasn't a little bit early though. It was no, hold on, because when Do It takes off to go after, it wasn't like the 20s. No, or I'm mistaken things.
Shit, let me go check because the first games were
Hold
in
on.
like the 60s. The first game was in like the
Yeah,
50s
no,
or
the-
60s.
The first games is on 64 if I remember correctly, or like in the mid 60s when Rapture was already falling apart because Rapture
New air.
was
Contact
conceptualizing
detected.
the 50s. Sorry, late 40s.
Oh
early
wait, no.
50s.
Okay, so they're not planning to actually do it in when you're playing. It's the alternate timelines that you see with Elizabeth where that happens.
Yes, when she's like she opens the tear, goes to another reality, and then they're like, okay, no, this is happening now.
Yeah, and it's the 80s. They're trying this shit in the 80s.
That part's fucking insane. So,
Okay,
just from
but
a-
also like I said, I think it's again like kind of like how Bacon King said, the concept on it is really good, but I think it has a lot of moments where its execution falls apart. That's my thoughts
Okay.
regarding Bioshock Infinite.
So your main problem is mostly of the execution of the gameplay, and like the whole directive with the story. Conceptually, you don't have a problem with it.
No.
Okay, so that's a fair point because most people to which I talk to about Bioshock, and there's the thing, I'm very passionate about the first game, the story, and like the concept and like
Yeah.
all the symbolism that is within the first game.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you
And
want to know a
I
game that I
really-
really have issues with in terms of its setting and such, Wolfenstein: The New Colossus.
I actually never play any of the new Wolfenstein
So
games.
here's my
believe it
thoughts
or
on the new
not.
Wolfensteins. The New Order and the Old Blood, both very good. The New Colossus, love the gameplay, get what they were going for. They utterly failed at it.
Oh, what is the new Colossus about? Because I actually
So the new Colossus,
when
so
it
at the
came
end,
out, I
so
was like not bothered with it anymore.
So the new Colossus is BJ gets back to the U.S. and you see like, oh, the Nazi occupation of the U.S. and all that
New
shit.
air. Contact
Mm-hmm.
detected.
And I can, first of all, for me, it's partly fatigue with like stuff like the Man in the High Castle, right? I'm just like, oh god,
Okay.
I've seen this done too many times. But that would have if that had just been the case, I would have just been like, oh well. The part that makes me mad, that pisses me off about the new Colossus, is when you go to Louisiana And they do this whole shtick about, oh, the communists are the only real resistance left.
What?
Yeah!
008 is classified. Hostile
I-
warship.
that
New
shit
surface
had me fixing to
contact
crash
detected.
out.
New surface contact detected.
Bitch, excuse me? What?
All right, we've got our surface
Just
action
because you
group.
say that, I am kind of curious just to play to see how he plays it out. Like, did you finish to see the shit show unveil or like?
So it starts off like that. We're like, like I said, you're in Louisiana, and
Uh-huh.
it's like, the whole idea of like, there's one part where I'm thinking, okay, Black Americans being much more interested in fighting back than white Americans, particularly in the American South. I can get behind that part, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then they have to go and say that they go and they make almost everyone involved with it is a
Lower
communist,
the ESM.
and I'm just like, okay, now you've lost me. Now you have lost me. Because if there's anything I know, it's that communists and Nazis are more than happy to work together to get to the point where they are the last two ideologies left, and then they turn on each other.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
It's like that's what the whole Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was about.
I'm really
They were going to
curious,
carve,
though,
the Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union were going to carve up Europe between them, and then there was the eventual plan that they would betray each other. And it's just that the Nazis betrayed the Soviets first.
I'm actually very curious now to see how they integrated that into the game. I mean, because of how you're saying how stupid it is, I imagine it's not well written or
It is
they
very
didn't
much
put
not well written at all.
trying to put an effort to actually make it
Raise the
believable.
ESM
But I'm just curious to see how bad it is now. To
Yeah,
be
no,
honest
it's
with you.
it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. It feels so fucking forced.
Damn.
But so it is to the point where also I don't care how they got it. I hate alternate World War II stories where the Nazis get a nuke. Again, that's just a fatigue thing though. That's just like, oh, this has been done so many times. I'm kind of tired of this.
Yes. This I 100% get it.
And of course, so that's the thing with the new Colossus and the New Order. However, you could make that work in the New Order going into the new Colossus, and all it would take is a bit of rewriting of the new Colossus. You wouldn't have to touch any of the story of the New Order, because the New Order takes place entirely in Europe, where the Nazis have taken over Europe using stolen technology from magical space Jews. I am not joking about that part, by the way. I am not joking about that part, and it's actually like one of the big twists where the Nazi higher-ups are very aware of this, and they're kind of ashamed of it because they had to go and steal, the secrets of the people they hated most in order to take over, to conquer Europe and defeat the Allies. So they have to hide it from all of the people lower down and bullshit about it.
Contact detected.
And that's how they get the nuke, by the way, for the nuke that they drop on the U.S. in the new Colossus, by the way.
It's not even true science shit. It's just space research.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Mickey King. That's exactly what they do. So
Also, Baker King Jinro fucking rules, but I need to watch
Jinro
this
is really
shit
good.
again.
Jinro is really good. But also, I would make one substantial change to the New Order to facilitate the other changes that I would do to rewrite the story of the new Colossus to make it something that feels less dumb in hindsight. So the New Order, in the prologue of the New Order, you're trying to attack this compound where that has like one of the Nazi chief scientists who's responsible for, stealing and then copying the dot. They're called the dot Yehud. They're literally, it's literally Jewish super science, by the way, which is just like, what the fuck? He's the guy responsible for stealing the secrets of the dot Yehud and then copying them and then integrating them into the Nazi war machine. And you're trying to like kill this guy. the attack fails, and because of that, the Nazis end up conquering Europe, right? The thing I would change, but so like afterwards, after that prologue, BJ wakes up from a coma, and it's 1960. The Nazis have conquered Europe, and they tell him the news of, oh, the U.S. has surrendered after the Nazis dropped an atomic bomb on New York in 1948. I would make one change to the New Order, and that is the year BJ wakes up from his coma. Instead of 1960, I forget when the actual attack on the compound happens, so that might need some adjustment. The prologue. The change I would make there is when he wakes up from the coma, instead of 1950, you want to know what year? 1960, you know what year I'd make it? 1950.
Later?
I would make it 1950.
Earlier.
Yeah, earlier.
Why though? Like right
it's
after
set up
the bombs
for
drop.
It's set up for the new Colossus, that's why. And I'll get into that. So
But like right after the nuke drop, or like mid to late 50s.
literally the year 1950.
Okay.
So this is, he wakes up from the coma in Europe, in the New Order. So, you know, he wakes up from the coma. It's 1950. The Nazis have taken over and are, are ruling Europe. And the plot of the New Order basically goes as it is in the actual game from that point. So then at the beginning of the new Colossus, he gets across the Atlantic. And he's in New York, and you see, the irradiated New York City, and you have to go through all of that. Here's where I start introducing the changes. Because that's how it happens in the actual new Colossus, by the way. Is you start going through that. But things look strange versus the story you heard in Europe about, the U.S. surrendered to the Nazis because the Nazis dropped a nuke on New York.
Track 7,
So
0, 1, 3 is classified.
In the new Colossus, as you're doing this, you run into a bunch of like Nazi Seaburn troops in like hazmat suits and such, and they also have like the robots with them. And you see the Nazi armored vehicles. Everything you would see there that was like Nazi military stuff, it would all be kind of decrepit and broken, half rotting away. Stuff that you would think fresh forces wouldn't look like this. These look like they've been here forever and just never been retrieved. And that's your first clue that things are different.
Ooh.
That the story you've been fed the entire time you're in Europe isn't quite the story you think it is.
I see.
And you get to the George Washington Bridge, the main bridge between New York and New Jersey. And on the other side of it, you see a wall. You see a massive fortress wall. Because of the way I'm changing this plot around, are you familiar with the Manchurian Candidate?
Yes.
So a lot of the way I would change the plot would become basically the Manchurian Candidate. And this is also part of why I said 1950 specifically. Is because, because you get there, like, you start seeing this, and yeah, no, Bacon King, this is not how it actually goes in the new Colossus. I'm saying these are the changes. This is how I would have changed the story of the new Colossus. Is I would take it from being what it is in the actual game to being more like the Manchurian Candidate. So
Yeah, I think he meant he's not familiar.
oh, he's not familiar with. Okay, so the Manchurian Candidate is a story about, it's a U.S. election year, and one of the candidates for that election is a brainwashed spy, is a Chinese brainwashed spy who has been sent into the U.S. with the goal of destroying it from the inside by getting elected. That's the Manchurian Candidate. And I would actually have it be, so like I said, so like you said, you get to that fortress wall, and that's the point where you learn, first of all, the bomb that was dropped on New York wasn't the Nazis. There was a nuke dropped on New York. It was not the Nazis. It was the Nazis tried to invade via New York. It was going badly enough for the US that the US has to nuke New York to stop them. And then from there, they have just fortified the country inside and out and become like hyper isolationist. And become like hyper isolationist, kind of fallen into an economic slump since then, but still, even if it's creaky and uneasy, still standing. That's the first revelation.
If you like a mixture of like that comic, like the Superman story when he is actually a socialist and the US just fumbles, like a mix of that and what the Balkans did in AC Combat. Pretty much like put them two together is that.
That's the start of it. So then from there, so like I said, he gets there, in the 50s. He arrives in the US in like the 50s. There's a bit of a gap as he gets reintegrated into it. And the first act after that prologue would involve the civil rights movement, actually. And it would actually be, because I think one of it would be that it would have BJ as being one of the early allies of the early civil rights movement. And you learn that white nationalist organizations in the US are cooperating with the Nazis to bring in like agents and such like that. And they have a plan in the upcoming election year to get one of their people into the White House.
And this is the 50s, right?
It's at this point it's like the 1960 election.
I mean, sorry to break down the mood, but as you're saying all of this, the only thing that like the one image that's crossing my mind is I imagine all of this is like everything is like sponsored or have like a big like Disney logo on all of it and just like Walt Disney on the background watching, like, hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, no. But also, so like I said, like that's their plan. They're gonna have like they're gonna have one of their people who is like a Nazi agent, in the U.S. trying to get elected president in 1960. The second arc of it is also going to reveal something else. Well, not really reveal it, but so one of the big changes I would make as a point of divergence between real World War II and Wolfenstein World War II is even in 1960, the Nazis and Soviets have not yet betrayed each other.
Like, so how would the whole like campaign in the 40s would have happened then in this timeline, since like they didn't break this pact?
Okay, so this is actually part of the reason why, along with the whole Yehud stealing the Yehud technology, that the Nazis were able to conquer Western Europe. Because remember, this is like you only get to see like the very end of the war in the prologue of the New Order.
Oh, right.
And then the New Order takes place entirely in Western Europe, if memory serves me right.
At this point, I don't know.
They would be, but not as openly, Bacon King. So, right, like in the actual New Colossus, you see them walking around openly, and they have they stop to salute some Nazi soldiers and whatever. So yes, the spicy white hoods would still be a thing, but not quite as brazenly. Or if they were, they're again, they're not like the official agents and police of the Nazi occupation forces like they were in the New Colossus. Like I said, they're still around, and they would actually be your primary enemies in the first act of the campaign. They would be your main enemies in the first act of the campaign, would be thugs from the Ku Klux Klan and other American white nationalist organizations.
I do have a kind of I wouldn't necessarily say a problem, but like an issue, I don't know, with the clan members in the Wolfenstein, because I feel like even though most of like the ideology behind what they stand for and what like the Nazi ideologies bring to the US kind of not unite but align, there you go, with each other, I at least myself imagine the Nazis seeing that much more of a, not necessarily threat, but like a different party with similar ideas that could possibly overrule in a way, but not necessarily overrule, but captivate it in a way that will overshadow the Nazi propaganda. So, at least in my opinion, I think if would to happen, Nazi will the Nazi government will probably try to suppress it or try to assimilate
That's actually exactly where I was going with this. Is between
in a
the
way
fact,
that will favor more than
because between the fact that the Nazis never fight on the Eastern Front in this alternate timeline, the Soviet theater of war never happened in this timeline, right? That's the first thing. Second of all, the Nazis were able to push the U.S. back into its own borders, and like I said, and even tried to invade at one point. A lot of people, and then again, and also the U.S. is in like a really bad state. Still standing, but creaky, unsteady, kind of on the back foot, right? That would be like one of the things that kind of pushes the American white nationalist organizations to see the men in Berlin in a more friendly light of, they've done what we want. We should emulate their success. That makes sense?
I see it.
Yeah. It's not a very, like I said, it's kind of like a slapdash idea I kind of threw together. But I would have, but so like I said, that's the main thing, right? Is you start hearing the news, you start getting an idea of that there's going to be like a Nazi-backed candidate in the 1960 election. But also, an ad break just started, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, anything of that sort, now's the time to do it, and I will see y'all when it's over.
Surface contact detected.
backs. How are you feeling now, Mechanic Cat?
A little better now that I had
Good.
some water.
Good. But anyways, so that's, like I said, that would be like the thing, right? So that's the first act, right? The second act is entirely driven by spite at the Louisiana arc of the actual game. So remember how I said the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact never collapsed until it had not collapsed as of the 1960 election? This leads to, at this point, the man who is the Nazis' plan to try and get into the White House has announced his candidacy for election and has been running, right? And you've been dealing with some of the people, you've been, like I said, you've been shooting a bunch of Klansmen and even the occasional actual Nazi up till this point, right? Now, this man's campaign has been running, and he gets a very notable endorsement. A rising star, a little known but rising star in the communist world. Would you like to know this man's name? Mao Zedong.
What?
Mao comes to the U.S. and shakes the hand of the guy who is the Nazis' man in the U.S. trying to get to the White House. Because remember, Molotov-Ribbentrop is still intact at this point.
Oh.
And it's during his visit to the U.S. that the Nazis finally break the pact. It's while he is on national television shaking the hand of the American Nazi candidate that the betrayal that, historically happened in 1941 finally happens.
And what are like the Nazi actions after that?
It's the invasion of the Soviet Union. It's the obviously the invasion of it's the invasion of what's what the Nazis refer to as Ostland, Poland, Czechoslovakia, etc., and the rest of that, right? Poland, Ukraine, etc. And it is an attack on China. And you see this all on the news, which also, so remember how I said the civil rights movement has been a thing up until this point? Do you know what else has been a thing up until this point? Because like I said, World War II still largely happens, and while the Nazis conquer Europe, Western Europe, the U.S. still wins the Pacific War. And so, the other thing you've been seeing on the news is a lot of the news of the U.S. occupation of Japanese territory, and it is not very flattering to the U.S. So that's like a thing in the background, and this is one of the things that and this is also one of the things that there's a couple of people I think could actually fit this who are real people in history. George Lincoln Rockwell comes to mind, Francis Parker Yockey as well. Either one of them could fit, or there's probably plenty of other folks who would actually fit this as well. But so like one of them would be the guy running for the White House in this setting, and is the guy who shakes Mao's hand pretty much right as the Nazis invade the Soviet Union and attack China. So now you've got this like sort of messy free-for-all of the Chinese delegations. 1960, Bacon King. The second act is the 1960 election. And so this is the third act. The third act starts with like I said, Mao's visit and the sort of the devolving of the messy free for all between U.S. forces, the Nazi agents who have been getting smuggled in by American white nationalists, and the Chinese security forces of Mao's delegation. And that's sort of the third act, is it's you chasing down Rockwell or Yockey or whoever it is to kill him.
But here's the thing, up until this point, like you said, the pact haven't been broken yet. They broke on that specific moment. The forces within the U.S., even like the Mao Zedong and like the Chinese that are presumably with him, are not aware of this betrayal yet. Like they just invaded in order to get it up
No,
next
I should
while he's
specify.
still in the
It's
U.S.
classified.
It should be
Hostile
that the
or
news
ship.
reaches the U.S. right during Mao's
Oh,
Um,
okay.
during Mao's, you know, as Mao is shaking the other guy's hand.
Okay. So at that point, he already know, but he wasn't aware of the Nazi infiltration. Because of the pact, up until this point, he was on board with it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Again, like I said, it is meant to be like an allusion to how Nazis and communists are very happy to work together to achieve a common goal until that critical moment where they each try to stab each other in the back. Because they hate each other, but they're each thinking, oh, I'm going to be the one to betray the other first.
The hate is very strong, but my hate for Americans is stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I heard that crunch. What kind of chips are you eating?
This is pizza.
Damn, that's crusty.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Okay, what toppings?
Pepperoni, bell peppers, shiitake mushrooms, trumpet mushrooms,
Damn.
and then of course, you know, mozzarella, you know, cheese and sauce. This is the pizza that I made today.
It's almost midnight, and you're making me want to order a pizza on fucking Sunday.
Mmm.
Losing the shiitake mushrooms though. The other mushroom, no, I can keep it, but like shiitake, I don't know. I just bored of it. I don't hate it. I just bored of it because people put shiitake on every fucking thing. Bitch, there's other types of mushrooms. Give me variety.
Oh, that's me with like button mushrooms and like portobello mushrooms, because you know they're basically just the same mushroom but different sizes. It's like I don't like that mushroom.
Like, people just assume because it's all mushrooms, all the same shit. Bro, there are different, like you said, sizes, textures, and yes, they do have different tastes. It's not all the same shit. And like people just put shiitake on everything, and it just makes me fucking mad.
Yeah, that's how I feel about button mushrooms and portobello mushrooms. Like I don't like them. I don't like button mushrooms. I don't like portobello mushrooms. On the other hand, wood ears, I love wood ears.
Ooh, they're so fucking good.
Yeah. Oh, you
Like,
know what is another one I really, you know what's one of my favorite things I've ever had that was done with a mushroom? So, you know, maitake mushrooms, also, you know,
Yes.
or hen of the wood. Take, you know how like they grow in like those big clusters?
Uh-huh.
Take that big cluster of mushrooms by the base, dip it in batter, and then fry the whole thing. It's like a mushroom version of a blooming onion.
Dude, that sounds fucking amazing.
Yeah, they're so good.
Like
so
it's not even part of it, like it's just the whole thing, just
Yeah,
toss it.
it's like a big cluster, because like I said, they grow in like big clusters.
Dude, motherfucker, like I said, it's almost midnight and you give me ideas that I shouldn't be having at this time of the day. Like, I have a frying pan big enough down there, and I'm pretty sure I can find a fucking 24-hour market somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bad decision, but I would do it.
The problem is more finding the specific types of mushrooms.
I mean, I know a place here that has like a lot of good shit. I don't eat there a lot and don't go there for shopping a lot because I don't know why, But here in Brazil, like, if,
Maneuvering
like I said,
eye.
which is also my problem with shiitake mushrooms, if it's not shiitake, like, mushrooms tend to be a little on the expensive side, and I really don't understand why.
It's because demand. It's entirely just because supply and demand.
Well, it's just, it's so stupid. But I don't know, but like the prices for it is like, it's stupid in my opinion, because for the same amount, like, I don't know, fucking let's put it like 100 200 grams of like shiitake, pretty much like, I'm not exaggerating, anything else is like almost double or triple the price. It's like, bro, that's not justifiable.
That's how I feel.
in
That's
any way,
me
shape, or
with like
form.
that's it with like button mushrooms. I don't really like button mushrooms, but again, like you said, like pretty much every other kind of mushroom is so much more expensive.
Like, it's frustrating.
You know what's one of my favorite kinds of mushrooms though? Enoki mushrooms.
Now that I talked about it, I know what they are, but I don't think I ever ate them though.
They are the long white ones that you see in a lot of Chinese food.
I don't think I ever eat one.
They're really good,
What it's like?
but also they have a nickname. They call them the "See You Tomorrow" mushrooms
Let's see tomorrow. Why that?
because they're almost completely indigestible.
Oh,
So you see them the morning after.
I don't want to try it anymore.
They're really good though. It's just like I said, they go one end out, they go in one end and out the other.
I
It's like
really
corn.
want to roll the dice.
It's like
I
corn.
really,
It's just mushroom corn.
I know it's like there's nothing to it. It's just like I said, it's just corn. But for some
But you're gonna
reason,
see it and you're gonna think it's a worm.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of it. Like the image of it,
Yeah, no,
is
because-
not pleasing to me.
Because let me show you. Because also, go and look up enoki mushrooms and you'll see like the kind of shape they are.
Hold on.
They're long, thin, and white.
Okay, that's definitely something that I don't want to see. Holy shit.
Yeah, because you're gonna think it's worms.
Bro, and like, no, thank you.
But they're legitimately really tasty. They're legitimately really tasty. King
Like,
trumpets.
texture-wise-
King trumpets are also really good. They taste really good, I should say. But I have to be very careful on how I cook them because otherwise they get bad textures.
Really? Like, how so? I never think I
they
had,
have
like,
the,
a
okay.
bad
They get like wet and
trumpet,
kind of
though.
slippery in a way that I don't like.
I'm trying to think if I ever had like a bad experience with a like rampant mushroom, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
All the ones I remember are like very good.
Yeah,
so
like I said,
they're
it's like
all,
I said, I just-
really
I have to-
nicely cooked.
Yeah, it's just I have like a texture sensitivity. It's the same reason. It's the big reason why I should say button mushrooms for me are like tomatoes but backwards. Where I hate raw tomatoes, but I love cooked tomatoes. I hate cooked button mushrooms, but I really like. I don't love them, but I think they're okay raw.
Okay, I think I never ate a mushroom raw.
Yeah, no. The white ones. It's specifically the white ones I'm talking about. Yeah, like those or like portobellos or whatever. As soon as you cook them, unless they're like cooked really hard and like cooked really all the way through, I hate the texture of them. They're kind of rubbery and wet and slippery in a way that I don't like.
Like, what's the name of that?
Make my
What's the
dip.
name of like
Two,
that
eight,
white
eight,
fish?
dive eye.
That's
Make my
like it's
dip.
the very
2, 9,
cheap
8, dive eye.
type of sushi that they put everywhere. So it would be like kind of that.
I'm trying to think of what fish you're talking about now.
Like it's one that is like the meat of it is like very white. I really forgot the name of it.
Yeah, this might be specifically a Brazilian thing.
Maybe it's a more Brazilian thing because there's like a very cheap fish that like they serve with every like sushi dish. And I know it's like a sushi thing as well. I just don't. Maybe I just don't know the English name and the Japanese name for it because in Brazil, like the translation is literally white fish, and they accompany pretty much everything, and the texture you describe is just pretty much that. And I absolutely fucking hate that thing.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know which one that would be. What is it in Portuguese?
it's just white fish. Like
Yeah, but what is the words in Portuguese?
Oh, hold on. Let me type in chat and there you go.
Peixe branco. Let me see if anything comes up
Yeah,
with
no,
that.
Put sushi on it. Put sushi after it because if you just type peixe branco, you're just gonna see a bunch of
Let's
pictures
see
of
what
white
we get
fish.
here. Peixe branco.
Like I have no idea how.
Yeah, I'm looking
it's-
for it right now. The problem is it kind of has the same issue where it's like I'm trying to find the name for it, like you're saying, and it's
Oh,
kind
hold
of
on.
like
I
the
think I
species of it.
found- I found the one.
Oh yeah, you did. What is it? What is it?
Is there you go. Hold on. I'm gonna. Yeah, it's a Brazil. Okay, it's a Brazilian thing.
Okay,
It's not
it is a Brazilian thing.
it-
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm
There you
sorry
go.
if you gave you the. Oh yeah, I hate tilapia. I don't like tilapia. I don't like tilapia. It tastes like mud.
The texture is the same. It's like fucking awful. I hate it cook it. I hate it like raw. I
yeah.
just hate
yeah,
this,
I don't
this
like
fish.
tilapia. But yeah, no, I'm sorry to give you the wrong impression, Cool Cats, but unfortunately, only Mechanic Cat here speaks Portuguese. Unfortunately, I do not speak Portuguese.
Oh, this ice archipelago is such a like a fucking old.
What does
like
it mean?
it's like, bro, how can I translate this shit? Holy shit!
Oh, I'm looking it up right now. Don't worry, I'm looking it up right now. I want to see what this is.
Is it so? Okay, you don't need it, bro. Like, how can I explain this?
Oh, if I had you. Oh, that
Yes,
reminds me.
but-
I found the.
Like-
So there's a whole like genre of music in Mexico called corridos, right? They're like these like ballads.
Ooh, yes.
And okay, so the one that everybody knows is sort of like the entry point into corridos is, I mean, we're just having an epic submarine battle right now, right now, Slep. Also, if you want to hop into VC, it's open mic if you want to pop in. Just come into the VC lobby and then you can come in there as well if you're interested. Oh, if I had
Oh,
you,
yeah, I
but in a
forgot.
sexual way.
There's a game in the background. Right. There's submarines and.
Yeah, it's like I said,
Russians.
epic submarine battle. There's a nickname.
Yeah.
Actually, did you know there's a nickname for anti-submarine warfare?
Really?
Awfully slow warfare. And it comes from the fact that doing anything, like either as a submarine or trying to find a submarine takes a very long time.
Bro, it's not really off topic, but kind of topic because, like, since you mentioned this, that's another like thing that also fucking creeps me out and like just messes with me about submarines.
Yeah.
It's like the very quote unquote slow battles that.
Yeah.
that- and like.
You might know, it's like you will know that someone has shot at you long before their shot hits, even if there's no way for you to escape and you're doomed.
Exactly.
So you could just
like this shit. Like it just creeps me out in a level that is hard to describe.
yeah. You know what's actually, there's
Like-
another description I saw one time to describe what it's like when two submarines fight each other that I thought was also really funny. Imagine you're in a pitch black warehouse and you have a knife. There is maybe, you don't even know if they're there or not, but there's maybe at least one other guy in that warehouse that has a knife too. And you don't want to walk too fast, because if you do, you'll be going too fast to hear him, and he might hear your footsteps.
There's the thing, like the whole like analogy of it, it makes so much fucking sense and so perfect to describe like submarine warfare. It's insane how accurate it is actually.
Yeah, it is
I mean,
concerning.
It is funny, but like conceptually speaking, it's like really on point.
Yeah, it's
That
like
would be fucking terrifying though.
Meanwhile, on the surface, it's like have you ever seen that one image? It's literally just open ocean, and the caption says "Epic Submarine Battle." Like that is actually what's happening here. So also, I was actually further along in this campaign before, because I streamed like the last time I streamed this, but because I am no longer using the new threat update mod because it's no longer being supported, I had to restart the campaign.
I'm so sad. What mod were you running though?
So I'm running a bunch of other mods, none of which are relevant here right now. Like I'm running a mod that adds the 1980s Royal Navy, as well as a bunch of other European navies. Like I've got the Italian Navy, I've got French aircraft carriers, I've got the Spanish Navy, I have more Japanese ships than the game already has in it, I have some early 2000s Chinese ships. I've got a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, early 2000 Chinese ships. That sounds cool.
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with it, but
That is
sounds
like,
cool as
so
fuck.
that is sort of like the cutoff for my interest as well. Because there are mods that are trying to add like, current year, current era stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm just like, I'm not really interested in that. But like the early 2000s is kind of where I try and cut things off at.
Why not so much interest in the modern stuff though?
Because of how much of it is classified. Even like the vague, like stuff from the early 2000s, the details are classified, but a lot of the vague broad strokes you can kind of figure out from publicly available information. And so on this level of like a command level thing, it kind of works. But, more modern than that, you start getting into the point where even the vague broad strokes are classified.
And you just like deep too much into like the fantasy and like, okay, it's hard to swallow bullshit, or
Yeah. It's like,
okay, I get it.
yeah, like the stuff from like the early 2000s, there's enough publicly available that you can approximate it. Even, like I said, even though the details are almost entirely classified still. Especially, like I said, from like this sort of like higher command level where you're not really seeing the systems work in detail. There's a lot of stuff like that. Like I said, there's you really only need like the vague broad strokes to work with to replicate, to like show it at this like higher command level. Also, there's the fact that when you start getting into more modern stuff, like sure, this kind of happens in the early 2000s, but you start seeing a lot of nationalism creep in as well, especially anything Asian. Anything that's from like Asia, whether it's China, Japan, South Korea, or Southeast Asia, just nationalism really creeps in and kind of goes crazy.
I can imagine.
Yeah, that's one of the other reasons why I'm just like, I don't want to touch any. I'm not super interested in stuff beyond the early 2000s. I'll kind of play around with it if I have to get some stuff from the early 2000s, but it doesn't interest me nearly as much as stuff from the 2000s and earlier.
Gotcha. One subject that you just like touch on that I think it's kind of insane is like how much of like that stuff of odors is still very much, like you said, classified. Even
Well, a
though
lot of it's because
we may think not too much of it, but like it's been almost 3 decades now, and
yeah,
there's still
so much
that
of this
a lot
is like I said, still classified because it's connected to stuff that's still being used now.
Exactly. That's the point that I was gonna get. Like, it's insane how much of this technology lingers on,
Yeah.
and like how much of it is still truly relevant to this day. I mean, motherfuckers are still working on a yet new variant of the fucking F-15.
Yeah. It's the last
How?
hurrah of the F-15.
Like last hurrah until now, we thought we had the last hurrah a while ago of the fucking Strike Eagle, but
Yeah, no.
here we are again.
But no, I mean like even with the EX, the current threat environment and such, yeah, the EX is very much the last hurrah of the F-15. There is no way it's going to be able to have new versions beyond that. Just because of how much the environment it's operating in has changed since the 70s.
Make my dip.
Like,
2,
the fact
1.
that
Make my
it's
dip.
still,
2,
like,
2, 8.
relevant.
Dive I.
It's-
Ahead 2/3.
Bro, it is
Maneuvering eye.
it is over
Ahead
50
2/3.
years. That's
Maneuvering
insane.
eye.
Yeah, no.
Sorry,
these-
it's over 40 years. It's almost 50.
Yeah, no. The last F-15s will probably be retired when the F-15 design is 100 years old.
You think so?
I
I
legitimately think so. Like the actual planes that will be retired won't be 100 years old, but the design
like
will.
Multiple surface.
Yeah, the design will be like 100 years old.
Track 7, 0,
What's your
2, 4.
Sure, like
is
this is
classified.
like pure
Hostile
speculation and
warship.
like
New
just something
surface.
that
Contact
you think
detected.
like when do you think will the last EX will be in operation?
The last like Yaxes in Yakovlev?
No, like the last.
the last F-15 EX? Oh, those
yeah,
will be the ones
in
that'll be
operation.
like the last ones, and it'll be like the 2050s to the 2070s.
You really think it's gonna linger one that long?
Yeah,
I mean, they're just like
they are very
But-
old planes. Yes, they will be very old planes when they get retired. I mean, look at the B-52. Some of those
True.
planes are gonna be almost 100 years old when the B-52 is finally put out to pasture.
Dude, it's just insane to me how much is like this, like we're saying, this technology is still relevant, and also how like the discrepancy between like how the U.S. and like some of like or most of the major European companies like the difference in the way they treat like their military programs and their airplanes, because like
Yeah.
you said, it's probably the EX is still gonna linger on for like a while, like
Yeah.
I said, almost 100 years old. We're gonna have
Yeah.
like F-15s, but you compare that to like Saab designs and like
I
the
mean, the Gripen
evolution
is
they go with their planes.
not okay. The Gripen is only slightly younger than the F-15.
It's not younger, but like the Gripen's already phasing out, and the F-15 is still kicking.
No, they are not. They are not phasing out the Gripen. The Swedish are not phasing out the Gripen anytime soon. There was the Gripen E, which is a thing, but they are not going to be getting rid of the last Gripens anytime soon.
Sorry, the Gripen is the the Gripen is the same one that we have here in Brazil, like the one that they did. What they did? Embraer did help with the radar design, I think. Is some of the electronic components of the airplane, if I remember correctly, like the driver, like
Yeah.
the fly-by-wire system.
Yeah, the Brazilian
was-
aircraft industry is way bigger than people think it is.
It is like I think the fly-by-wire systems of the Gripen E was a partnership with the Embraer
Yeah.
here in Brazil, and they helped a lot on the development of that, alongside with the current radar that is used on that phone,
Yeah.
on that plane.
Also, the last time I
Uh,
flew, as far as like the last time I flew anywhere It was, ironically enough, it was on an Embraer jet.
Really?
Yeah, it was an Embraer. It was
Hell
probably
yeah.
built here, but it was an Embraer. Woof. Knocked the glass over.
What the hell did you
but it
just
was
kill
empty.
that?
I just knocked the glass over. It was empty, though.
Okay.
That would have been
Rose.
unpleasant if it wasn't.
Hold on, I was looking up. It's okay. It's not, dude. It's nowhere near close. Like the first Griffin took to the skies in '88. Well,
Yeah.
the F-15 took in
Multiple
'72,
hostile
bro.
surface contact
Okay, it's
detected.
still old, but that's more than a decade, almost
Yeah.
2 decades apart.
Yeah, it was a big deal. Okay,
Also,
so
the
this
Griffin-
is the most dangerous ship in the formation, so that should take priority.
Also, my main point as well with the F-15 is that it's
Engage track
what's the word?
702. Weapon away.
How can I
Track
say this?
engaging track
Everything occupies a
702.
quote-unquote main role in the like in this scenario, while the Griffin is more of a secondary role. It's not necessarily, how can I say this? It is a fighter jet, but not in the same sense as an F-15 is a fighter
Engage
jet.
track
The Griffin occupies the same space as an F-16 more than an F-15. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get what you mean by that.
226.
So I don't know. I just don't think it has that much quote unquote significance, especially consider that the role that
Turn to course.
F-15 occupies is
187. Helm
one
up.
that is
Main
very
line depth. 288. Dive
like
eye.
its opponents. Let's put it this way: like the rivalry in its field, it's like not as old as it is. Like it's very much modern tech. Like so, 6th generation stealth fighter jets and shit like that. That's what it's up against.
Engaging
If you
track
put the
702.
Griffin against anything close to
Weapon
that,
away.
dude,
Track
it's getting
702.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, that's going to happen to the F-15 as well. The F-15, the whole point with the F-15 EX is that it's going to be behind stuff like the F-35, the F-47 and such, because it can carry more weapons than any of those stealthy aircraft can, and it's going to basically a remote magazine for them. It's their linebacker, to use a sports
Main line
term.
depth. 288. Dive eye.
T-34 ball washing for the... What the hell does that mean, Bay Irving?
also hello, Doc.
Also,
You
yeah,
silly
Irving,
furry.
I don't know if, like I said, if you check the stream description, if you are interested, there is no obligation, but if you are interested, you can hop into VC and join us as well. If you just want to yap about some shit.
Really? Having yet another furry on the call? Like having one is not fucking bad enough. You're gonna bring another. Like, Jesus Christ, the quality of this channel is really going downhill.
Okay, torpedoes are outbound. Submarines are turning away. Let's see, Utsira has turned. Depth is below the layer. Has Ultag gone below the layer yet? Yes, they have. Both submarines are below the layer. It's a shame I don't have any torpedo launch decoys that I could use to make them think that the submarines are going in a different direction. Because those are a thing, by the way, that some submarines have. Basically, it fits inside the torpedo tube, and it's designed to replicate the sound signature of... Oh, I know about the T-34 and tankies, Irving. I was just wondering, like, where the hell did that come from out of nowhere is what had me like, eh? That's what had me like, eh? It's like, that's some, like, Falcon Jack type shit. Ah, you got work tomorrow? Alright, that's a shame. It's a shame, but I gotcha.
I also had to work tomorrow.
If you gotta go, then you can go, yeah. I mean, I'm not keeping you here.
No, I know. I just like to bother people and being a menace in other people's chats. Why did I say like that? I don't.
I don't know why you said it like that. It's probably because you're drunk. We're gonna be
Well,
honest.
it's
That's
passing.
7
Also, I want to be
0
awake
2
until
4.
like I'm not drunk anymore, because if I wake up tomorrow for a hangover, holy shit, just kill me.
okay. Good. That is a 2-shaft contact. 7024. That was you. I'm pretty sure. We can check real quickly. Information. Yes, it was. And that was a heavyweight torpedo hitting you somewhere
Track
on.
7026.
Ooh, there goes another one. Somewhere on your port side. So let's see here. Yeah, blink twice. God damn it, Irving. God damn it, Irving. How do I blink in chat? I don't know. You might have to ask Woozle about that one, or Mechanicat. You might have to ask Woozle how to blink in chat.
Why?
Because have you ever
How
seen, like,
Woozle?
he actually has, like, it's his shit set up so that it's not like a live tweet or anything, but he does blink periodically.
Oh yeah, I noticed that. It's like
There's like, there's a there's a thing you can do to set that up, where like the blink will
Yeah,
happen periodically. That's what I was saying. You might have to ask Woozle about that one. Okay, I'm curious. TP612. Are these? What kind of homing are these? These are wire guided with no internal seeker. Okay. Let's go back above the layer real quick to get
Bring
a
my
fix
depth.
back
2
on
1
our
8
contacts.
dive aye. Make my depth 2 2 8 dive aye.
Just to see what we can see. Layer is at 271. It's gonna take a moment for us to get that fix. It's 263 here. Otog has just come back above the layer. Utsira should be up as well now. Good. Let's slow them down to
Ahead
1/3
1/3. Maneuvering aye. Ahead 1/3.
to reduce flow
Maneuvering aye.
noise.
New surface contact detected.
Let's see if we can get an idea of what's going on here. But Sierra has already launched all of its torpedoes, and they've all made impact, so let's bring them back down below the layer and see. Othog should be able to continue tracking and identification. It looks like the Marshal Vasilevsky is not going to be on the surface for much longer, though. Because look how much of its bow is already below the water. That ship is done.
Nah, it's fine.
It's fine.
Nah, see more. It's good. It's salvageable.
It'll
Don't
buff
worry about
out.
it.
Oh, actually, it's
What a
what
flesh wound.
it reminds me. Actually, oh, look how its tone array is just dangling sadly. It's like a dog bringing its tail down. Well, speaking of dogs, so I was out earlier today, and there's like a coffee shop near me that I like to go to, and they actually had somebody brought in a really sweet Doberman with them.
Oh.
This is a big dog, but they were so friendly. And also, this was a Doberman with uncropped ears, by the way. So you know, like you usually see Dobermans, they have the ears that stand up. That's because they're cropped like that.
Yes.
Yeah, this one had its natural floppy ears.
Oh my god, that looks adorable then. I was
Yeah.
actually, I need to look this up because I think I never saw a Doberman with floppy ears.
They're so goofy looking. They're so goofy looking when they're like that. It's adorable.
Oh my
Absolutely.
god, they're so cute.
So actually, I also learned there are legitimate reasons why some dogs have cropped ears, and it's not just for like the stupid aesthetic reasons. So a lot of like shepherd dogs will have cropped ears so that when they're out with the herd, wolves and such can't grab onto their ears.
Wow, I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Makes sense though.
It's also kind of, you know, like you always see like dogs with spiked collars as like an aesthetic thing. That is based on an actual, again, livestock guardian dogs have, where they'll have collars with these the spikes on the spikes on the ones that the dogs that are actually guarding livestock and such are much bigger though, by the way.
Oh,
They're like
imagine.
these huge protruding steel spikes, and they're called, it's called a wolf collar. Specifically, again, for like the reason I said, it's something to keep wolves from grabbing onto their throats.
Holy shit. Okay, well, I just typed wolf collar to see this shit. Holy fuck, they're like...
And they're kind of ugly too. Like they're so crude. They're so crudely made.
They are, but holy shit, they look like railroad spikes. Like they're big as fuck.
Yeah, no, it is entirely meant to keep a wolf or a bear from getting a grip on that dog's neck. That's
But, like, it's just like you said, like, why do it need to be so fucking ugly, bro? Like,
because they're just kind
I
of
mean,
crudely
I
made.
get it. They're functional. I get that,
Trick
but like
706
seeing this picture just looks wrong. Like, it just looks like fuck. It's like it's a torture device on the dog or something. I know it's
Wow.
not, but like it looks like it.
It looks like one to you. Yeah, I can see how you would get that impression. Yeah.
Like, it kind of does, doesn't it? Like it's just a whole
little
metal
bit.
thing.
Yeah,
wrapped
because
around
I mean, like I said,
collar.
it's armor. It's literally armor for the dog. Okay, last torpedo going in. And even better, so last time I did this, I lost one of the submarines. This time I managed to do it without losing either of the submarines.
5 is classified. Hostile warship.
Both submarines completely undamaged. Which has me like just, hell yeah. And now, war.
Okay.
And now we switch sides. You were gonna say something, the mechanic cat? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you just say that how this is basically armor for dogs. I was like, for a second, it got me curious. Like, okay, let me type
Dog armor.
Yeah, dog armor, and like I was greeted with like this fucking image. Don't worry, I'll send you to Discord.
Yeah.
And I have so many fucking questions now.
Oh man.
Hold on.
I mean,
Hold on, Sam. Where is? There you go. It is on your Discord. Like I have
let's see
so
this.
many fucking questions.
I mean, dogs have a long history of being used in war.
But holy shit, just look at
Also,
that.
I think this might be, I'm not sure, and even though it has the imagery of a dog on it, I think this might be for a horse.
You think so? Like the proportions look all wrong though. Especially
You're
the
right,
neck,
the neck
too
is
short.
too short. The neck is too short. Shit, you're right.
It's too
So this
short.
probably, yeah, this would be armor for a war dog.
What is the function though? Because like it's now looks to be covered, or like that's just supposed to be like on top of it.
It's the top of the head. It's only covering the top of the head.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah.
I don't know what to think of it. I'm just kind of in shock
Yeah,
and
it
awe
looks
at the same
looks
time.
strange. So this may also be, like I said, armor for a dog, but also, I mean, I'm actually looking at it now. What I said about covering the top of the head isn't quite right, but I think this is also one of those cases where this dog is not meant to be like, you know, charging out and getting into a fight, but rather it's like a dog that's being used for some military purpose that puts the dog in danger, but the dog isn't really meant to get into fights.
Like maybe messaging, scouting, or something. I don't
Yeah,
fucking
something
know.
like that. Yeah,
Looks metal as fuck though.
it does. It honestly does. So let's see. Task Force Vostok.
What now?
Yesterday, NATO forces attacked our warships in our territorial seas. Command has ordered Task Force Vostok to get underway from Petropavlovsk immediately to seek out and destroy a non-American surface group transiting from Atu to Japan. Friendly air from Kamchatka Airbase is scrambling to get airborne now, with Tu-95 RT recon aircraft overhead shortly and a flight of Tu-22M bombers behind them. The U.S. Task Force is superior in strength. Utilize Task Force Vostok and air assets to neutralize the enemy threat. At least one of your ships must survive. So let's see what we have equipped. What are we equipped with? A Sovremeny, a Slava, two Sovremenys, a Slava, and a Cresta 2 on the surface, and an Echo 2 submarine. So this submarine is actually kind of interesting. This is actually a very unique submarine. So this is the kind of submarine that only the Soviets made. Do you see how it's got those big gullets on the top of it?
Yes.
Those actually make this thing loud as fuck when it's underwater. Like, it is not a stealthy boat in the slightest, but they have to be there because of what this submarine does. The Echo 2s are carrying, in front of each of these like gullets is a pair of tubes that carry a massive anti-ship cruise missile.
Ooh.
This is actually one of those things the
Big as fuck
Soviets
as
put a
well.
lot of investment into. So later designs would actually get rid of these because they actually figured out a better design that made these no longer necessary. But that took time. Also, one of the other quirks about this class of submarine, it cannot launch right now. It has to surface. And as a result, it's equipped with missiles with a very long range.
It's like how long?
Let me show you on the map. So, that scale line right there, right? That's 1,000 kilometers.
Uh-huh.
That's our range right there. It's at like 400, 500 kilometer range.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Actually, we can pull it up here.
What?
This is the actual missile itself. This thing is, like I said, the Soviet anti-ship missiles were, first of all, they were massive. Second of all, they had incredibly long ranges, and a lot of them were very fast. And this was all to try and get through American air defenses and destroy U.S. aircraft carriers. That was the entire point of all of that combination. And they went through a ton of refinement. The ones on the Slava here were some of the most advanced missiles, advanced anti-ship missiles ever made at the time. The SSN-12 Sandbox. So these things are really fucking smart. Because what they'll do, first of all, again, very long range, very fast. Like, these were like Mach 2, Mach 3 missiles. But what they'll do is most of the missiles will be flying low, right? Like sea skimming. One of the missiles will pop up above the rest of them to search with its radar. And then once they locate targets, the missiles will talk to each other and assign targets so that they all don't go after the same thing. Soviet anti-ship missiles were scary smart. The most advanced ones were not these. These were pretty damn advanced, but the absolute most advanced Soviet anti-ship missiles, the P-700, also known as the NATO reporting name Shipwreck, were terrifying. Absolutely terrifying missile. Mach 3, all of that stuff I told you the Sandbox does, it also does that.
So
These were frighteningly smart missiles.
what you're saying that one of these missions would basically fucking work as a WAWACS?
Yes.
It's fucking insane.
Yeah, it will. Like, all of the other missiles will have their radars turned off and they'll be flying super low so that they're harder to detect. And one will be up in the air because it's huge for a missile, but the radar cross section of a missile is still pretty small, relatively speaking.
Mm-hmm.
So this one will be like flying up in the air with its radar on, searching for targets. And if that missile gets shot down, another missile from the salvo will come and join it, and will come and will pop up to replace it.
This is an entirely automated system?
Yes.
Okay,
They are
that's-
also they're even capable of identifying priority targets and assigning more of the salvo to that, such as an aircraft carrier, whilst fewer missiles are allocated to things like escort ships.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, they were, like I said, frighteningly smart missiles.
I kind of want to take a deep dive into these now. I'm curious as fuck. I never heard of them before.
This was the ship, the one you're looking at right here.
Mm-hmm.
This was the ship that got sunk in, what year was it? This was the ship that got sunk in 2022. Not just the class. This was the individual ship. This one right here is the one that got sunk in 2022. Because, like I said, these, terrifying, right? These 16 tubes here, utterly terrifying, utter monster of a system. This part, kind of mediocre, and never really got updated. So back here, you see these canisters back here? These are this system right here, the SAN-6, the naval version of the S-300 system, which was a very, very good surface-to-air missile system in the 1980s and late 1970s to like the mid 1980s, but it never really got updated beyond that
Новые
point,
контакты.
and that was the problem.
7003. Опознано как враждебный корабль.
Okay, we have confirmed emissions on part of the U.S. task force. AOU is still pretty large. So you see these yellow circles around each of the contacts, right?
7004. Опознано
That's
как
called the
враждебный
area of
корабль.
uncertainty. So the contact is popped up here. This is not exactly, this doesn't mean, oh, it's exactly in this spot, because it shows there, but it's somewhere inside of this yellow circle. I don't know yet where it is inside that circle. So I have to do some work to try and figure out where it is inside of the area of uncertainty. Range on our radar again. This is going to be our main tool here. Big Bulge has a 260-mile range. So, where's our plane at? 30,000 feet. Let's draw a 260-mile range circle around that. Once it gets into that area, we'll be able to turn it on, and that'll help us get some AOU reduction. K-175 is approaching. Is it in engagement range? Yes. So we'll have K-175 hold here. Check on Slava. Is it in range? Yes. So Task Force Vostok can hold here. And once we have confirmation on the task force's location inside the AOU, we'll be able to effectively engage. Also, I just saw what you said about skinny versus wide Doberman, Irving. I think this was a pretty wide Doberman. This is a pretty wide Doberman.
What is a wide and skinny Doberman like? I think all the Dobermans I've seen are like around the same port. Like not necessarily like, I don't know.
Just like some Dobermans look more like Greyhounds. Some Dobermans look more like Rottweilers. I think that's the easiest way I can explain it.
No, I get it. I just think
Actually,
I
no. Now
never
that I'm
saw
looking at
one
the
that-
like sort of like the difference, so the body was kind of wide, but it had like the head and neck was a narrower. It looked more. The head and neck looked more like a greyhound.
Let me see. It's just I don't think I ever saw one that is kind of built like that. It makes any sense.
Yeah.
Also, it's just like very slim and like somewhat
Yeah.
what's the
Like
word?
they don't
tall
have
and
quite.
imposing.
Yeah. No, they are. They're all recognizable as Dobermans. It's just there's kind of like a spectrum of like how their builds basically. Some of them tend to be a bit slimmer, like I said, more proportioned like a greyhound. Still recognizably a Doberman though. But also, ad break is going to be starting, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, anything of that sort, now's going to be the time to do it, and I will see y'all when it's over. we're back. How are you feeling, Mechanic Cat?
So far, so great. To be honest, I'm getting a little bit sleepy. I think I'm
Okay.
gonna
I mean, like I said, if
go
you
for
need
a
to,
couple more
you can.
minutes.
Like I said, if you need to, you're free to go whenever you want.
Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna keep bothering you in chat for just a couple more minutes, and then I'll
Yeah.
probably go because
Okay. Yeah.
my
Like I said, you have
stupid
work
ass
tomorrow,
job.
and you probably should get some sleep with how much you've been drinking.
I mean, like I said, I'm trying to get sober before I go to bed because I
Yeah,
really don't want
I
to
feel that.
hangover.
Yeah, I know that feeling too. It's like I said, that's why I almost never drink enough to get drunk.
I should have done that. I should have learned from that. I always say that I would do it, but it never happens.
Yeah, it's just something like I just habitually do. I drink very slowly, and I don't drink a lot.
Mhm.
So I basically I don't get drunk very often, even if I've been drinking.
I mean, to be honest, it's been a very long time since I've been properly shit-faced. So I was like, you know what? I feel frisky
I
today.
still remember, and I know this is completely related. That time that Minky was playing High on Life, and he was like, "I'm gonna stream High on Life and take a shot every time it's cringe." I was like, "Minky, you are going to die." He went through like a bottle of Bombay Sapphire and half a bottle of something else. Yeah, he actually almost died. Yeah. I was like, God damn.
Like, this is not even entertainment. Like, this is some, like,
I'm worried about you.
point.
And he is the second person. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's spring sale time. I got I got Under Night 2 from the sale, actually.
You crazy Americans in your backyard seasons. Like, here it's Antum sale right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about getting that as well, Slep. Like you said, it's 50% off.
50%?
Yeah.
Damn,
Also-
how much is it right now?
It's like $35 here.
Yeah, no, I wonder how much is in here, like, because...
Oh
damn,
yeah,
if it
Brazil
is-
with its insane prices. I know.
Crazy Brazilian.
Uh,
Holy fucking shit, yeah, no way how I'm buying that.
no way in hell you're buying that. Yeah, how much is it in Brazil?
It's like, it's not that much, but it's like 139 reais. So let me do the conversion here. It's not that, it doesn't sound that much. It's just like 26 bucks. You go like, okay, that's not that expensive. Like, it's almost 1/10 of my paycheck. I'm
Yeah, I
not
was
buying
gonna
that.
say it's like a tenth of your.
I am not buying that. I want to, but I'm not buying that.
Yeah. Brasil, número uno, campeão penta, campeão do mundo.
Golaço!
I love the fucking image. It's like it's showing like the murder rate map, and the Brazilian guy,
God.
Brasil, campeão penta.
It sounds like laughter, but it's actually crying.
I know. I know the exact feeling. It's like I'm laughing because if I didn't, I would be screaming.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Like you said.
I hate it here.
Hmm. Okay, radar on.
Есть задействовать РЛС воздушного обнаружения.
Let's see what you can see. God. Also, always reminds me of what I thought was back in like 2022, back when, you know, that war was starting. There was a video. So you know how like Russia, even inside of Russia, there's like little miniature countries, right? Chechnya, Dagestan, and such. So in Dagestan, they had a bunch of sheep that they wrote that they had like they sprayed Z onto, because that was like, you know, the thing that was like the, you know what the Z is, right? They sprayed the Z's on the side of them and marched them through the street with like this like Russian patriotic song playing in the background, and it was the funniest fucking thing.
I remember song in it because I never saw this video. Like,
Just
also,
look
if
up
you can, please
Dagestan
send it
Z
to me.
sheep.
Hold on. Let me look it up.
The funniest fucking thing.
That's not how you spell cheap, cat. There you go. Oh, okay.
Actually, let me just send it to you so you don't have to like sort through all the other stuff. Because seriously, this shit was incredibly funny. I was dying at the time I saw this.
Like, the first thing that showed up when I look it up was like, after criticism, Dagestan Ministerial Kosoprod removes clips about Shiro emphasis.
Wait, what?
Hold on.
Just
Like, it's just a article. Causes uproar.
Yeah.
Social media. It's just like articles, not like the actual video. Fuck off. Like, I hate
yeah, well, I just sent you the actual
Fuck
video
you.
so you can see how ridiculous it is. Because that song is not edited in. They were just playing that out in public.
Yes, and let's not
Oh, I turned on the wrong radar, that's why. I was like, wait, why can't I see anything? Oh, I turned on the wrong radar, that's why. Okay, so we have good confirmation on their location. K175
So
surface.
fucking many. I thought it was gonna be like a couple of chips, but no, it's like
Yeah, it's a whole fucking herd of them.
Dude. God, I
Here's
love
my
how
thoughts,
this
right?
is
Here's my
ridiculous.
thoughts. This was supposed to be like a thing in support of Russia invading Ukraine, right? And I don't know how the Dagestani government felt about that, but I do honestly wonder if somebody at the actual Dagestan Ministry of Agriculture was not supporting that war, and was like, they won't understand that this is a protest, and so I can get away with this. Like, a part of me has to wonder if that was the case, you know?
Now that you speak about it, I can see it. Like, someone being completely oblivious about it. Like, I can totally see it.
Вас понял.
This goes so
Вас
fucking
понял.
hard, though.
А какую цель?
It's
Ракета выпущена.
hypnotic in a way.
Есть, товарищ. Вас понял. Так точно.
And then Slava, your missiles are smarter,
Ракета
so I can just
выпущена.
do this. And they'll figure it out.
Вас понял. Ракета выпущена.
There's a 16-shot salvo of all of the sandboxes. Also, by the way, Slep, I just said fuck it, and I actually did just get Demon X Machina too, so if we ever end up playing that together, I forget if you have it or not, but if you do, that is something we can do now.
Надводная. Ракета выпущена.
Ah, you do have it, okay. So yeah, that's a thing we can do now.
Ракета выпущена.
Ракета выпущена. Just look at all of them go.
Ракета выпущена.
Actually kind of terrifying.
Ракета выпущена.
Especially because, like I said, these are a frighteningly smart missile.
Ракета
You can
выпущена.
track the missile as well?
Yeah, I can follow them on the camera and see where they're doing, what they're doing. Because like I said, back in the 80s, when this ship was built, these right here, these and the Kirovs were legitimately very scary ships because of those giant missiles on them. Like, even if you thought the design of the Kirov wasn't a very smart design, because it's not, the missiles it carried were legitimately terrifying if you were a U.S. naval officer, like a U.S. naval senior U.S. Navy officer trying to figure out, like, you know, planning how engagements against the Soviet Navy were going to go if, you know, the balloon ever went up. Because these things, like I said, fast, smart, massive warhead. It would take maybe like 2 hits with these to sink an aircraft carrier. Even just one getting through would cripple the carrier and make it basically worthless.
I mean, depending where he hit, I think one is more than enough.
One
as well
could
to
do it, but
just
I'm just about like statistically.
Mhm. Were they ever actually used in combat, or they never actually saw action?
To my knowledge, the only time they might have been launched in anger was
Вас понял.
a
Вас понял.
couple against ground targets in Ukraine, which is
Oh,
not what they were
okay.
made for.
Okay. So a more recent thing.
Yeah.
In period, they are never actually put
Yep.
to use.
Never used against their intended targets.
Ракета выпущена.
And hey, another swarm of bots destroyed. Have you noticed they always seem to come in threes now?
Yes, that's something that I was about to say. Like, it's crazy how they went from like moving solo to moving to packs now.
Yeah,
Прибыл
Like
на позицию.
fucking
it's
herds of
always
bots
specifically
coming
groups of
around.
3.
I think I saw a couple of like coming in like pairs, or like even more than 3, like 4 or 5.
Yeah, but it's usually in threes.
I never stopped to like to pay attention to that. I try to keep a lookout at
It was like
for it now.
it has me wondering, because like Siribot is good enough to just whack them all in a row. Do they like? What is it? What is that going to achieve? Is it just like different scammers having their bots roaming around and they all like kind of just coincide all at once, or is there an actual tactic here?
Ракета выпущена.
Sure, it's a tactic.
7000.
I think it's more like what is like the first thing that you say. It's more like scammer bots that run like a similar program software that just like targets a specific like stream or something, and they just jump right at like kind of the same moment because, again, running the same shit.
Yeah. So it's just different scammers all using the same bot program.
I imagine so because I fail to see what's the value in like having like 2 different bots. Okay, one didn't go through. The second one that is just identical, it's definitely gonna work. Fucking no, that's stupid.
Yeah, no, it's like you're not launching missiles against air defense systems. Saturation will not work here.
Will not.
Speaking of saturation, look at these motherfuckers. Look how many there are.
This is a fucking scary sight.
Yeah. Also, note the speed at the bottom left corner. If you need to convert it, you can go ahead and do that to get an idea of how fast they're going.
Hold on, let me put on the main monitor so I can actually see it.
So there are 16 of them here, just in case you're wondering.
Jesus fucking Christ. And again, like back to the point that I was saying earlier, bro. If you're in a ship, in a ship or submarine, like, and you just get a glimpse of what the fuck is happening. Okay, there's time. You can still do not do anything about it, motherfucker. You're fucking doomed. This
Yeah, no.
is so
This is the entire
fucking
reason why the
scary.
Aegis combat system was developed. To stop this.
It's
This is
like
the entire reason the Ticonderoga class was made. Was because of
so
these.
fucking scary.
Yeah. It was entirely a system built to do one thing. Engage fast-moving, low-flying, small targets. That was its entire purpose. That's all the Aegis combat system. The premier, the greatest air defense system ever made. That is all it was made to do. Was that. And that was still considered, and it was still considered that it would only be kind of successful at that because doing that is so difficult. Also, did you just see that formation maneuver they all did right there? Coming
Yes.
down. And then you see like the one that's above the rest of them right now. This is what I mean when I say these are frighteningly smart. These, not so much. But these are frighteningly smart. Imagine going to somebody in like the late 19th century or early 20th. Actually, imagine going to somebody in World War I and trying to explain this to them. You can do this, by the way. They will understand it. You can put this in terms they will understand, but it will probably leave them utterly horrified nonetheless. It's like, I want you to imagine an airplane, because airplanes already existed, right?
Right.
Imagine an airplane with no pilot that flies 10 times the speed of any existing airplane, and it can find its own target. It has no pilot, and instead of it flies 10 times the speed of any airplane that exists at the time. No pilot, flies 10 times the speed, has one bomb on board, and that one bomb can destroy a whole city. Not these specifically, but any of these that would be armed with a nuclear warhead would be able to. That would be the explanation of a cruise missile to somebody from World War I. It would leave them utterly. Look at them right now. They're already allocating their targets.
Jesus Christ.
Absolute terror. This is like War of the Worlds type shit here. If you were to try and explain this to somebody from World War I, this would be what War of the Worlds looked like to them. Oh, one of them's going for the chaff.
I mean, even if you put into context of like World War II, even then it will be still like fucking
But yeah, I mean, like,
stupidly scary.
the sort of
idea.
the technological foundations for these were basically invented in World War II.
And there's the thing, I think in World War II it will be even more scary because, like you said, the foundations of it were still like
Yeah,
were
it's
pretty
like
much
you
there.
go to somebody
But-
in London
But
and
everything is scaled up, so you
Yeah.
just go, oh yeah, this is a thing that is possible, and like here's the foundation for it because you guys are seeing it, and you're like, okay, so this is possible, and we right now is like building, like you said, the basic bricks that will make this shit possible. So, dude, that will inflict such psychological horror in the mind. I think more in the minds of someone in World War II than World War One.
yeah, like trying to explain to somebody from like London in 1945 after a V1 attack is like, You know that buzz bomb that just flew over and blew up that apartment building? Imagine that flying 3 times as fast, and the bomb it carries could destroy all of London. That would be utter terror, yeah.
Because the thing about as well that I was thinking about with this idea, the whole idea of World War One, already a lot of concepts that were implemented in World War One already pretty much like new to the people that are fighting in the war. So there's a lot of stuff that we were seeing and experiencing for the first time that were already could be considered not necessarily witchcraft, but you get what I'm saying. Like, okay,
Yeah.
this is too far ahead, but we're seeing it right now.
Yeah, no, that is
Because
absolutely
up
something
until-
that in 1914 happened. People were looking at, they were still thinking of war and like the early modern period, you know, like, you know, the
Yes.
the 1500s, if you know, mercenary
Yes, like
armies.
everyone with their what was the word? Like bright coats and muskets and shit like that, and
Yeah.
honor and charging and waiting for the time to shoot and shit. Like no,
No,
motherfucker.
now this is the era.
No.
This is the era where you will never see the man that kills you, and the man that kills you will
Exactly.
never see you.
God, this is fucking terrifying.
It's like, to the man that kills you, you are just numbers on a map. Like, trying to explain that to somebody in 1913. Now, here's the thing I will say. There are some people in 1913 who would already be familiar with that idea because there was a beta test for World War One. You know that, right? There was a war
Exactly.
before World War One that was basically the beta test for what would happen in World War One. The
one are you talking
Russo-Japanese
about?
War.
Oh, okay. I think I see where you're going. I mean, it kind of because. The Russo-Japanese War was kind of a shit show though because it's just. I mean, people trying out the new tech, and I think I get where you're going with it,
Yeah.
but it's like such a. What is the word I'm looking for here? It's such a poorly managed war
yeah.
on the part of
the
the
naval
West.
aspect of it especially is infamous.
Yeah, especially like I know a lot of people dog on the naval aspect of it, and it is like understandable why would you pile on that, but if you look at the whole picture, it's not just the naval
It's
part.
not
like,
just
whole
that
thing
part of the
is-
Russo. Yeah, it is not just that part of the Russo-Japanese War. Absolutely
the
not.
whole thing is a shit show.
Yeah. You know what I think is really interesting that they added to this game, by the way? So these life rafts have always been a thing. These life rafts have been a thing in the game for a while. If a ship sinks, sometimes you'll see life rafts from the crew abandoning it wherever it's sunk, right?
Right.
You can actually pick the survivors up.
Whoa.
Now, I don't think there's any benefit to doing it. It's just like, you know, that's kind of like, you know, the law of war, laws of armed conflict kind of require you to do that if you're able to. I think they should add some kind of mechanical benefit to it though, of if you pick them up, you might get intelligence out of them.
Like there's zero benefits to it. Like I mean, I'm pretty sure there's at least someone have modded something that mitigate that, right?
There
Or
might
no?
be, but I don't think there is yet.
That's kind of a shame.
Yeah, because that would actually that would incentivize you to do stuff like
There's a
that,
lot-
even though it's risky to you. Because
Yeah, it's
you're
like
picking
a lot of
you're
potential.
picking up survivors. You have to put yourself in a position where, you know, the guy whose ship you just sunk, he might that there might be another ship with them that will attack you afterward while you're doing that. I mean, that gets into laws of armed conflict, which is a whole complicated subject where picking up survivors of an enemy ship, you're technically protected while doing that. If you're you're technically supposed to be protected from being attacked once you start picking up survivors, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they might say, "Oh, we shot while they were moving towards them," and that's legitimate. That's like a legitimate thing. That's not a war crime.
Mm-hmm. Okay, since you said it, I kinda, not much, but a little bit hate, like, when you said the thing about, oh, there's no benefit for picking up survivors and shit. My autistic has, like, the first thing that came to my mind was, wouldn't it also be kind of fun if you could commit some sort of war crime and
Everybody has that idea at some point.
I was about to mention some real life events. I was like, you know what? Never mind.
Yeah, no, you're not going to be like the Imperial Japanese Navy, machine gunning survivors. Because I remember the exact incident you're talking about. I don't remember the name of the ships involved, but yeah, no, they had just sunk a U.S. ship. The survivors were out in their life rafts and such, and the Japanese come along and they use the machine guns on the deck to just rake the life rafts and floating men in the water.
Dude, it's also the guy followed like prosecution for that after the war because he survived, right? The captain that gave the order, and he was not convicted. That's also fucking. It's something that I cannot wrap my head around.
What now?
Like the
Japanese, I'm trying to remember which ship it was that this happened to.
Exactly the details of it, but in some way, the Japanese government managed to intervene and it was like, no, he's innocent.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the exact ship that this happened to now. It was okay. There's a few incidences of this actually.
Yeah, it's not just one. There's one that is the most famous, but it's not just one.
Yeah, they did this several times, just like you said, machine gunning survivors.
I mean, the Japanese during the Second World War... I'm not saying anything, it's just like fucking historical, but the Japanese during the Second World War, holy fuck.
Yeah, no. I also just love reminding people, speaking of not just the Japanese, but the Japanese, World War II. World War II was a case of a so-called elite warrior cult, of like elite warriors getting their asses handed to them by bus drivers and accountants who just wanted to go home. Look, this is why I always hate people, like a certain individual was going, we need to have the Department of War because we need to have like real war fighters or whatever, and this is like lethality and such, right? Fucking Pete Hegseth. And it's just like, Pete, the people you're trying to emulate got their asses whooped by bus drivers, accountants, and mechanics who just wanted to go home, right?
Also by a amount of fucking teenagers as well.
Yeah.
They lied about their age just to enlist in the military, and dude, that part is also fucking insane.
Yeah.
Like, because we always picture like the image of like the say like the heroic soldier, like flying like the fucking fortress on bomber raids and the fucking tanks.
A lot of these guys were, like you said, either,
but like
a lot of these guys were either teenagers who lied about their age in order to get in, or they were just like bus drivers or
like accountants, dentists, and like all the shit, and fucking 18 and 17-year-olds doing this shit. It's like holy fuck.
Yeah, and most of them were just like, yeah, we want to get this over with and go home.
What a fucking time.
Oh, actually, on the subject of that, I did tell you, I was talking about this. So I mentioned Day of the Jackal, right? I never did finish what I was going to say about that book, did I?
Oh, yeah, no, you didn't.
So, that book, the author of that book, Frederick Forsyth, I said I was listening to another book by him called The Odessa File, which, like I said, is, German journalist discovers these things, a network for former members of the SS looking to escape prosecution. It's like this network that helps them escape Germany and establish new identities and avoid being, arrested and prosecuted. The part
South America.
Yes, literally. Oh, South America. You know where else apparently a bunch of them went to, at least for a while? Egypt.
Really?
Yeah.
Why Egypt though?
Because the Egyptian government was basically saying, kind of like how the Argentinian government was like, yeah, we won't extradite, we're not going to extradite y'all. But they had like no extradition agreements.
I mean,
also,
the Argentinian government had like a. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with it, or I don't know if you're too familiar with it, but
yeah, there were
the
lot of Nazis went to Argentina, yeah.
Yeah, but the reason for it is like the government on Argentina at the time was very, a little complicated and very much inclined to that side of things already. So like
Perón's government was people try and act like Peronism was something actually like way more complicated and intellectually enlightened than it actually was. Like, yeah, no, the Peronism is just fascism, bro.
They.
Why are you you're trying to dress it up as like, oh, it's some like secret third way of like between, the West and the Soviet. They're just fascists, bro. They're just fascists.
They just have like the little like notepad in hand and like a binoculars and like looking at Europe and like, ooh, cool idea, like writing it down, write it down. Like that was pretty much it.
Yeah.
So when it's all over, like, okay, like, ooh, friends, come on over. We have house, we have space, and South America. Yep. No one cares.
A lot of them also temporarily fled to Italy, and that was like a whole mess. Actually, really? I think that would be a good. That if you were gonna write a book, that would be a really cool book to write. Is about the Vatican having to deal with the bishops who helped shelter the Nazis.
Ooh.
Because eventually the Vatican did get around to like try and get rid of them, one way or another. Get them out of the church. Not all, they weren't able, they haven't been, they were never able to like, expel all of them. But it was, that whole thing of either getting them out of the church or removing them from positions of influence, shaming them into basically never trying that shit again, even if they were still allowed to stay in the church. I think that you could write a really good book about that if you really wanted to.
That. You have an idea on how it would go on about the book?
Nope. Unfortunately, not really.
I mean, I don't have an idea as well, but like I can totally see something good coming out of it.
Yeah, that could be a really good book.
Any VOD watchers? Anyone in chat? Take notes. Do it.
Ooh. So, little detail about this. You see how the backfire's afterburners are blue? Whereas the afterburners on the missiles, for example, were more like a purple or orange color. That's a real thing, by the way. Some, like, different aircraft or missiles or whatever, if they have an afterburning jet engine, the afterburners can be different colors based on typically the fuel mixture. So the fuel mixture on the backfires, for example, I think it's a fairly lean mixture, which is why, as a result, the flame from it is very blue. Like, if go and look at a photo of a Tu-22's afterburners, they are a vivid, bright blue. It's weird looking, actually.
Dude, it's almost neon blue. I'm looking
I know, right?
Now. Like, so bright. Very beautiful color.
And again,
though.
like I said, it's then go by comparison. Look at the afterburners on like an F-35. It's a completely different color.
Like it's just like your standards, like very bright, like bright red. Like it's pretty much the color fire. Like you
Yeah.
say the word fire, that's the color that you picture in. Like if
And a
you're looking
lot
at
of that has to do with
F-35.
the air fuel mixture.
Just the air fuel mixture, or like
Yeah,
depending
no,
on the
it's
fuel,
not, no, it's
also
nothing to do with anything else. It's literally just the ratio of air to fuel and how that afterburn. And so, like, because of that, that is entirely what dictates the color of the flame. The closer you are to that perfect stoichiometric mixture, where all of the oxygen and all of the fuel are consumed in the reaction, the more blue the flame will be. If you're off, but also the hotter the flame will be, and that's the problem. Because the engine can only handle so much heat, right? So if you want to have it at like that perfect stoichiometric ratio, you can't run as powerful of an afterburner, because otherwise everything will just get too hot and the engine will fail, probably pretty violently.
or not run for as long.
Yeah.
At least without suffering like some serious internal damage to the engine.
Yeah. So what they'll typically do, and this is also true with rockets as well, they'll typically run it a bit rich, so more fuel than air. Or in the case of a rocket, more fuel than oxidizer. And the idea there is the excess fuel will keep the temperatures down.
And that's also like, and that will result in the bright red that you see on the F-35
Or
afterburners.
either bright red, anywhere from like bright red to like almost purple or pink. The F-22's afterburners are like notoriously pink.
Now I need to look that up.
Most of them will probably look kind of orange, but if you look for like test stand footage of the F-22's engines, which were called the F-119, you'll see what I mean.
No, okay, I see it.
Yeah, that's like purple or even pink.
But even on the F-22 afterburners, you can see that it's a completely different shade of
Yeah.
color compared to the F-35.
And
Like,
again,
it is a similar color, it's on the same spectrum, but you can definitely see it's a completely different
and that
shade.
is again
But
that's
not the
just
same
the air
color.
fuel mixture, which the engine is dynamically adjusting to keep the temperature at an acceptable level. I'm guessing that because of how they were designed, how much, the power, the difference in power and the difference in expected lifespan, the Soviets just had their afterburners run more efficiently and accepted the shorter lifespans of the engines as a result.
Not even me curious though, like how fucking insane would be like if a MiG-25, because like the MiG-25 is a plane that I'm somewhat familiar with because I'm kind of a stupid fanboy of this kind of type of airplane. But
it's the big stupid the big stupid interceptor. It's kind of hard not to love it.
It's impossible to not love it. I love the Foxhound and Foxbat.
Yeah.
They're just so fucking so stupid. But I really like the design as well. It's like there's not really a design. It's just pure function over form.
But
I
anyways, what were you
love
saying?
that.
How insane? What?
But like they have a stupidly bright red orangey like afterburner to them, which means they're not running optimal at all. And even with
you would
that
destroy the engine
mixture-
violently. There's
but there's the thing. Even with that mixture, they managed to achieve fucking Mach 3 speed.
Well, the thing with that is, so as efficiency goes up, temperatures go up, power tends to go down because there's only so much air you can get into the engine.
Yeah, you can ram into the engine before like she started reading the fan.
Which means that you're limited by that much air, so if you want to get it to that perfect like stoichiometric ratio, you're just going to be putting less fuel into the engine, into the afterburner. So it's more efficient, but it's both less powerful and hotter. which, depending on where you are, where your altitude and such, can be beneficial. For example, if you're trying to cruise at a very high speed, that can work, but that is ultimately the trade-off.
Never stopped to think about that.
It's also like, so if you look at, just going to use like spacecraft here as an example, the most efficient spacecraft engines are pathetic in terms of like thrust and thrust power. They're able to make these like huge efficient maneuvers. They're able to make these like extremely efficient maneuvers where it lets them over time get up to like crazy orbits and cross huge distances and build up immense velocities. But they have to run that engine for very long periods of time, often on the order of months. The engine is running for months because it has so little thrust in order to get to that speed. Oh wow, they intercepted every single one of those. One hit actually, never mind.
Damn.
Let's see, where is Task Force Vostok? They're not moving anymore. Let's change that. Ahead flank. Because we need to close the range in order to be able to use our sunburns now. Because we've gone through all of our sandboxes. And the bombers have also expended all of their missiles. So if that's not if that AS4 isn't enough to kill the Reeves, we're gonna need to use the sunburns on the Sovremenes here. And those have a much shorter range. This is actually also one of the traits. So remember how I said how fast Soviet missiles were? This is actually one of the trade-offs you have to typically make in order to make any, well, not just missiles, but really anything, but missiles in particular, fly at those speeds. A missile of the same size and such that's flying that fast, both because of its engine and how much fuel it needs, but also the aerodynamics necessary to fly at those speeds, will typically have a shorter range than a missile that isn't trying to fly that fast. That's flying at like half the speed. Which means either, what does it say? It consumes a lot more fuel and it needs to have aerodynamics that are less efficient outside of that specific speed range. Which means that the missile has to either be a lot bigger, has a shorter range, or both. Because, like, you saw how big the tubes on the Slava are, right? To carry those sandbox missiles. If this was carrying, let me show you the Reeves over here. These right here, or actually not even the Reeves. Let me show you the Stoichi. These missiles right here on the Stoichi, the Sunburns, these don't have as much range as the sandboxes because they're not as big or sophisticated of a missile. But the Reeves, like you were looking at over here, do you see these launchers right here on the back deck of it? You see how much smaller they are?
Yes.
These are harpoons, and they have the same range because they fly slower.
Fucking harpoons?
Yeah, those are harpoon missiles. Not literally harpoons, but the missiles.
No, I get it. Yes.
Also, funny little bit of history about the harpoon. So, are you familiar with the thing that the gimmick that's sort of associated with the harpoon missile?
Not really.
So, whenever, and they can be set to do this. They don't always do this, but they can be set so that whenever they get close to their target, they pop up into the air and then turn to come down onto their target instead of just staying flying really low and hitting the target like that. This is generally not a good idea against a ship, but there was actually a good reason why it was done. So this submarine, remember how this submarine had to surface in order to launch its missiles?
Uh-huh.
This was the original intended target of the Harpoon missile.
Oh.
Surfaced submarines. And now a surfaced submarine is a pretty small target. So what they would do is they would pop up, and then that way their radar could look down at the water and get a more accurate picture of where that submarine was located and engage it more accurately. And that stuck around as a thing for that the Harpoon did.
Also, I can see a benefit for ground targets as well. Though I imagine
The radar, the sensors on the Harpoon are not really set up to go after ground targets.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, they're not at that, but like this whole gimmick would make sense for some ground targets as well.
Yeah. So
Like, would be very applicable.
So what you'll
scenario.
typically see done nowadays is like Harpoons still have that setting on them because there's some cases where it's useful. But what they'll typically do instead is when they come in, they'll just stay low as they can safely fly above the surface of the water, and just slam into the side of the ship as close to the waterline as possible, so that when they hit, it starts flooding. That's how most anti-ship missiles actually work these days. Is they try and fly as low as possible and then hit their target around the waterline. So I swear to God, I have the worst. So we were talking about horses earlier, right?
Uh-huh.
I have the worst fucking song popping in my head just now.
I am scared to ask, but
Caballo homosexual de las montañas.
okay. Jesus Christ. I thought you were going to start singing like the fucking half horse, half man song.
No, not that one. But also, I was just thinking, that could be Gold Ship's alternate theme music. Not the real Gold Ship, but definitely the one in Uma
No,
Musume.
I get it. But bro, in my head canon, the fucking theme song of Uma for Gold Ship on Uma Musume is like, hold on, let me just look up the name because I forgot. Is there a name to it? I don't think it's have a name to it. It's just the Benny Hill theme song, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, like I said, then you learn about all of Gold Ship's half brothers, and you realize he's just a high visibility goober.
Yeah, but I've ever seen also the sons and daughters of Gold Ship. They're also fucking meme lords. It's fucking
I've seen
amazing.
Veloce Oro, yeah.
Also, White Turf is such a funny horse. She's not a very famous mare and doesn't get much attention, but holy shit, every time she's on camera, she's doing something stupid.
Speaking
It's
of
so
mares,
lovable.
though, speaking of mares, Red Desire apparently inherited her father's loneliness. Because you know who her father was?
Red Desire.
Manhattan
Hold on,
Cafe.
Was it Manhattan?
Yeah, her father was Manhattan Cafe.
Oh.
And so there's like the story where she was in a stable for a race, right? And across from her was Vodka. Vodka had to be pulled from the race because she developed a nosebleed. And Red Desire got really upset, so they had to hang up a photo of Vodka across from the stable to try and make her feel better.
That's both so sad and adorable at the same time.
Yeah, I know, right? Absolutely something that fits with her father, though. Like when you know who her... What?
Maharuka Faye is such a but in real life, Maharuka Faye is such a beautiful horse.
Yes,
though.
he was. He was not the closest, but he was also one of the closest semblances to Sunday Silence. There was another horse that was also one of Silence's sons that was even closer than Cafe. I forget what his name was, though. But do you know what Cafe had going for him, though? Sunday Silence was a notoriously bad-tempered horse. I wonder where his great-grandchildren got it from. Oh, sorry, not his grandchildren, not his great, just his I wonder where his grandsons got it from. But Cafe was actually a really known for being really gentle and easy to work with, which is why he was used in a lot of movies to portray his father.
I mean, there's a lot of like actually sons of Sunday Silence. I mean, it's just kind of crazy to talk about Sunday Silence because
Sunday Silence was the keystone of Japanese horse racing for the past 30 years.
Not just Japanese racehorse, because everybody get not rather but like surprised and it's like, oh my god, Go Cheap has over 500 like sons, like foals. Bro, do you have any fucking idea, motherfucker, how many foals Sunday Silence had?
Yeah.
Do you know the exact number?
No, no, it's probably over 2,000 though.
It's not over 2,000, but it's still more than 1,500.
Okay, I'm thinking
It's
of
fucking
Staygold then. I'm thinking of Staygold at over 2,000. Because I know Staygold had a lot.
There's the thing, Staygold had very few. Staygold had 43.
Oh, did he? I thought he had. Because I was thinking, I also knew that Dream Journey had very few as well.
Staygold had only 43, and
Wow.
very few of those 43 actually like managed like race and have like competitive careers. But all the ones that did were like fucking legendary.
Yeah. Also, I
Staygold is one of my
somebody
favorite horses
mention
of all
a
time.
potentially funny Uma Musume spinoff to me the other day.
Ooh,
Middle-aged slice of life with middle-aged Umas based on their horses' breeding careers.
that would be cool though. I will watch that. I will watch that.
Yeah.
So
Also,
you imagine just an anime or also as a gameplay? Oh, sorry, I cut you.
it
What?
would probably just be like a manga, actually. It'd be like a 4-koma, probably. That would be the way I would do it, as a 4-koma.
But you were saying, sorry, I cut you.
I was also going to say, is, we may also be seeing the next Sunday Silence in Japan. Because remember I was talking about the US Triple Crown earlier?
Uh-huh.
The second most recent winner of the US Triple Crown, so not the most recent, but the one before him, who broke the 30-something year drought of US Triple Crown winners, he has been working in Japan for the past few months.
Воздушная.
I think he's going to be
Really?
there for a couple of years too.
7013. Опознано как нейтральный самолет.
Just marking a neutral aircraft, I think. Samolot, I think, is aircraft.
No, I'm curious, who was that one?
American Pharaoh.
Wait,
7000.
oh yeah, I was going to say, you were talking about American Pharaoh or the one previous that? Because there's another one that
Was
won
after him was
in the-
Justify.
Yes, 2018, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the 2015 winner.
Oh, okay. Is American Pharaoh in Japan? I didn't know that.
Yeah. You know what I mean when I say he was working, right? He's working,
Uh-huh.
right? Yeah.
It's working.
Yeah. He's been
Wow.
7014. Опознано как нейтральный
he also
самолет.
already has some sons racing in Japan that have been somewhat successful. One of them has even won Grade 1 races in Japan.
Oh, who it is?
It's either Luxor Cafe or Cafe Pharaoh, which, note that name Cafe, by the way. So let me see. It was in... I need to check the Keiba for him, actually, because that will have the Japanese grades, because they use the same grading scheme, but things are kind of weird in terms of, like, crossing over grading with that. So let me see which one it was, because there's two of them. There's Luxor Cafe and Cafe Pharaoh. Let me see which one it was. It was Cafe Pharaoh. Okay, so it was Cafe Pharaoh. because I just checked because they have their siblings listed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, it's another Dream Journey or Fevra situation. I'm just looking at these two where Dream Journey and Orfevra, you know how, like, you know, Orfevra was a lot more successful than Dream Journey, right? And so were his offspring.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So Luxor Cafe is still racing right now, but so who knows what's gonna happen with him. But Cafe Pharaoh has won. He won the Musashino stakes back in last year. Oh no, that was Luxor Cafe. Cafe Pharaoh won the February stakes in 2022.
Oh, dirt racing. Nice.
Yeah, well, American ancestry. It makes sense. Because the U.S. is the only country that has major, high level horse races on dirt. It's considered like a secondary circuit pretty much everywhere else.
I mean, it's yeah, no, it is true.
Like there are some, like I said, there are some grade
nowadays,
1
but
races
it's
on
also-
dirt, but they're generally not. They're generally considered like inferior or
Like-
secondary to the turf races.
Yes, like you're saying, even Japan is gaining some more notoriety nowadays, but yeah, it's still very much a secondary show compared to like the main turf G1 races. That's very much true. People know about Tokyo Daisha 10, and
But also,
February
actually,
Stakes.
hold on. See, there's an ad break starting. So again, like I said, if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, anything like that, now's the time to do it. And I'll see y'all when it's over. So, and we are back. We were talking about Hans again, by the way. We got back on. We have circled back to Hans, and we were talking about how dirt racing is
slowly growing in Japan. Like back again, like it's getting more notoriety, and aside from America, it's also getting more recognition on other countries, but mostly Japan. But yeah, I think you already saw this video, but like you were talking about you don't care about gameplay, but the lore got you.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to pull up this video on screen as well, like I
oh
fucking
boy,
love
what is this gonna be?
video.
What is this gonna be? What have you
so
got for
fucking
me? What
good.
is this?
It's so
Oh,
fucking good. If you
no.
never watch it, it's so
Oh
good.
no! What is this? What is this?
It's really good. Put it on screen and watch.
I'm
It's
going
really
to.
good.
I'm going to. No.
Lives first.
I'm gonna mute this stream because fuck it, I'm watching. I don't care.
But yeah, it's like I said, Mechanicat sent me this, and I want to see what this is now. I need to see what this is.
Eclipse first. The lift.
Oh no! The foundational sires! Nightmare or miracle.
It's so good.
Yeah.
So over the top.
Gate kept?
Like also that particular race of Jungle Pocket and
Yeah.
their war that's done at the end of it, it's just so fucking good.
Yeah.
That race is one of the reasons why I also became a fan of Jungle Pocket in particular. And all
Yeah, no,
of
it's
them at the end, like fucking running. Oh,
Also,
bro, it's
actually, so
goes so hard.
it's funny you mentioned this. Like, that's kind of one of the funny things about the lore with him is one of the reasons why, aside from the memes, that I also really love Ogre Recap. It's like this horse should not have been as successful as he was, and you can see that by looking at pretty much his entire bloodline that came after. None of the foals he sired were very successful, but his trainers worked their asses off to make that horse successful.
Bro, it's
The title of
that's-
Cinderella Grey absolutely fits him.
It's just so weird as well, like since you mentioned that, how this kind of shit works. Like, because I'm not sure how familiar you are with it, but if you look at Haru Urara bloodline, like them and sire, like
She should have been
that mare
dominant.
had.
She should have
that
been-
mare
she should have
had
been like
every
vodka.
Single thing.
Yeah.
I will go say beyond vodka. Like Haru Urara had all the fucking genes, like literally every single thing was
Yeah.
handed to her. Not a single win in 100.
Not a single win. Also, did you know that apparently there has been a horse that people are calling the spiritual Yuri foal?
Really?
Yeah, I forget the name of the horse, but the reason why is because its sire is one of, I want to say, one of Vodka's grandchildren, and its dam is one of Daiwa Scarlet's.
Ooh.
So people are calling them the spiritual Yuri foal.
Вас понял. Курс 287.
It always circle back to Yuri and Hans.
Of course it does. This is Hans we're talking about. Ah, fuck, we lost the recon plane.
Also, I know it's fuck a long shot, but like since we're talking about like Haru Urara bloodlines, one thing that I saw a while ago, if you trace like her bloodline, of course, all the fucking race
I was gonna
horse
say,
came
every
from, like, pretty
thoroughbred
much
can be
this-
traced back
yeah.
to one of three. Yeah.
Yeah, the one of three, but after that, they started the version and everything. And Haru Urara apparently it's one of like a very close, directly descendant of Man of War.
Huh.
Like she's on the same bloodline as Man of War.
That
It's a very,
is
like-
interesting.
Not necessarily very straightforward path to Urara, but like she is there, bro, and it's not very deviant from like the main bloodline of that
Oh, yeah?
horse. Again, she had fucking everything.
She had everything.
When I say she had everything, I mean it. She had everything.
Yep.
Есть задействовать РЛС воздушного обнаружения. Есть. РЛС надводного обнаружения включены.
Powering on
Like-
all the radars now. We only have to find one last target.
Есть.
So we might as well.
Обнаружения включены. Есть. РЛС надводного обнаружения включены.
I think it's so amazing how like side games managed to market.
Воздушная.
Yeah, no, they did
Musume,
some
because, like,
incredible work on that.
It's like, let's be honest, I always had something for horses. I always like horse racing. I never knew much about Japanese horse racing. I'm gonna be brutally honest.
Yeah,
Never knew
no,
about much
I don't think
Japanese horse
most
racing.
people outside of Japan did until.
Yes, I knew a couple of stuff because, like, of course, I knew about Sunday Silence. I knew about Oguri Cap. I knew about like Simburi Rudolph because she's one of the all-time greats. At least in my book, she's not just a great Japanese racehorse. Simburi Rudolph is fucking
Yeah,
one of the
no.
goats in my book.
Yeah.
But I always followed more European, not even America. I never really liked American
Вас понял.
horse
Курс
racing up until
100.
recently. I'm still
80.
a little
Есть.
skeptical
Есть
about it.
задействовать РЛС
Yeah.
воздушного обнаружения.
But bro, it's amazing how they managed to turn such a niche thing into a like okay,
Into like into a global
everyone in the
phenomenon.
world's gonna fucking love this.
Yeah.
Like the amount of attendees at like racetracks around the world, like I wouldn't say skyrocket because that would be like exaggerating, but still they went pretty fucking high. Some
Yeah,
places
it-
doubling, almost tripling.
Massive
Like,
growth. I mean, you're talking about something which in some of the places before Uma Musume was kind of dying.
exactly. Like is a thing that was kind of dying, and it was suffering a lot of backlash, especially because of the like last decade or so we had a shit ton of problems with this sport. That thanks to Mamusume, like it got more attention to it, and not only people realize, okay, horse racing is just not brutal animal torture. It's not. There's a lot of wrong with it. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. There's a lot of fucked up things about horse racing.
Yeah.
But it's not like pure animal torture as it's portrayed
Yeah.
by like fucking organizations and shit like that. So like, oh, we care about animals and shit like that. Fucking Peter.
Now imagine. Okay. Yeah, it's like
People start realize that it's not brutal. And
Yeah.
most important,
most
because
of the
people
most
are
of the
getting more
stuff.
attention.
Most of the stuff
The bad
people
stuff is changing.
also most of the stuff that people complain about with horse racing, like you said, there is a lot of pressure against it, but there is unfortunately another sport where a lot of it is more true. Dog racing.
Yes,
Dog racing is what people think horse racing is.
exactly.
Like by and large, dog racing is what people think horse racing is. The practices in a lot of it are just awful.
Like
It's
and then- it's really bad. I know. It is, and that's also a thing that I think it's like honestly I was touching because it got so much attention to the sport. All the bad thing, that actual bad things that are really fucked up and wrong with horse racing, because now this sport's getting a lot of in the spotlight, a lot of time on the
They're
spotlight.
sunshine is a
improving.
powerful disinfectant.
Yeah, like things are improving because they're like, oh, okay, people are watching and paying a lot of attention now. We need to clean up our act a little
Yeah.
bit. And, it
And it's
is
like
working,
even
like, a
people
lot of
who
things
aren't,
are-
and the thing is, if they
getting
could get
better.
away with that if it was just more people are betting, but no, it's like more people are looking into the business of horse
Exactly. More
breeding.
people are looking into like the stories, into the horses, the farms, the practice. Like most of the people that are getting to the sport now, they don't give a shit about betting.
Надводная.
They just care about the animals, and like this is fucking huge for the sport. Like I said, on the not sure how you said you weren't too familiar with it, but on the past decade or so, dude, this sport was in absolute shambles. The 2010s
Yeah.
for the sport was like one of the worst decades of horse race history.
Опознано как
Like it's
враждебный
mad fucked up
корабль.
the things that happen.
Oh no.
Just one example, and the ones that like is the
Вас
one that
понял. Атакую цель.
pulls my heartstrings the most and it's like really
7026.
really fucked in my opinion is Black Caviar. Do you know about her
Oh
or no?
no. What happened with Black Caviar?
Black Caviar was a very famous Australian mare. She's like elite of the elite. There's a lot of like race horses that had 100% win rate
Yeah.
in their careers. What
Wasp.
like puts them on the spotlight is
Yeah.
the period of racing, the other horses they race against, and the kind of races they enter. Black Caviar was on the elite, like on the fucking top 3, 100% win rate horses of all time, with 25 wins and 0 defeats.
Вас понял. Атакуют цель.
And
7020.
because she was such a prize and
Ракета выпущена.
honestly astonishing, man. If you just type her name and look at the Google page, like she's beautiful, she's gorgeous.
Let's see this horse. Let me go
Everyone
look at this horse now.
Everyone expected like, okay, this is gonna be like Australian symbol, something that people will be proud of, and like should be cherished and well taken care of. She was treated like a factory for babies, breeding
Yeah.
one foal every single cycle. Pretty much, she
Oh
popped
no!
a foal
Yeah,
7000.
you cannot do that.
2-3 weeks after the foal's birth. She was assigned to another stallion to breed another one. She
Oh.
did that 11 times in a row. On the last one, because of this practice, she got a very nasty infection on her
Her hooves.
area was. Yes, and because of that, she was need to be put down like almost immediately. And
Yeah.
the fucked up and sad part is that it was 100%
Ракета
preventable.
выпущена.
Yeah. Laminitis
way-
is horrible.
The way they treated her is just something that got people in uproar, and this sport almost got completely not banned, completely canceled in
Yeah.
Australia because of how upset people were over the death of Black Caviar.
Yeah,
It's
could see
honestly
that being-
insane.
the response.
And that's just like one of the cases. Like there was a lot of deaths as well happening in the European scene with like the
Вас понял.
the
Курс
horse racer
230.
that is not just racing, but they have the obstacles in the middle and they need to jump it. You know,
Yeah.
are you all familiar with this style of race? It's not like
Steeplechase?
that
Yeah.
concourse. Yes, and
7020.
bro, like so many horses die during like mid race, mind you, not like
Yeah.
because injuries or anything. No, like mid racing fractured bones and
Yeah.
rotating muscles.
I was
In
actually
Europe.
talking to somebody the other day on stream. I was bringing up about the forces involved when a horse breaks a leg.
It's just like
Their legs
it's so
explode.
brutal. It's brutal.
Yeah.
It's brutal. And yeah, the sport almost got canceled because of that. Like pretty much everyone was like, okay, this is just pure animal torture at this point. We need to pull the plug.
Mm-hmm.
And it almost happened. A couple things kept it alive, and
Yeah, like,
Like
and
I said-
unfortunately, to some extent, there's only so much you can do about
Yes.
steeplechase in particular, because the whole point of it is the horses are jumping, and because the horses are jumping, you're fundamentally limited on what can be done about the
New
horses
air. Contact detected.
getting injured.
yeah, but there's the thing. I like horse racing a lot. I don't bet. I don't do anything. I just really like the sport, the history, the core of it. Like, I think it's very beautiful and a noble sport, and
Yeah.
I just think it's fantastic. I like it, and I like the history and everything. Dude, I am 100% against the steeplechase races. Like, in my opinion, it's something that just needs to be banned. Like, it's something that does not need to exist.
I mean, this is actually this is kind of a point of disagreement. Like I said, there is a fundamental problem with there's like fundamental limitations on what you can do to reduce the danger of steeplechase racing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like a lot has been done, and there's a lot of there is a major effort among steeplechase racers to do those things. If it was like dog racing, like I said, where a lot of those bad practices, the only real response was to try and sweep it under the carpet, I would absolutely agree with you.
Mm-hmm. It's just that even compared to like traditional horse racing nowadays, like my point, even compared to traditional horse races nowadays, the mortality and injury rates of the animals, and not just the animals, the jockeys as well, in these races, is just like so discrepant and so much higher than traditional horse racing that at some point you just need to start to questioning like, is it really worth it? Like,
It's just like,
because
you're wondering,
you already
is it
have.
at all sustainable? Yeah.
Yes, we already have like the traditional sport, and we have its risks associated to it, and we understand that. And again, I understand and completely accept your point. It's just that we already have a counterpart to measure against it, and when you put those two together side by side, and you see how much one is leaping ahead in terms of injuries and mortality rates, again, for not just horses but jockeys as well.
Yeah.
You're like, bro, we already have the other one. Do you really need to keep this thing going?
The other thing I will say is, so not just steeplechase in general, I think the bigger problem with that is a lot of it is the breed of horse being used. I think that is something that needs to be thought about, is because if you look at other equestrian sports, you'll notice a lot. So I mentioned before how, first of all, even in flat racing, there's two breeds of horse you'll see, right? Thoroughbreds and quarter horses. Quarter horses seem to handle a lot of those other equestrian sports that involve jumping or sudden changes in direction or agility a lot better. Yeah. Just going off of like what you said with like the rates of injuries and such. Obviously, I mean, like, I would obviously defer to someone who's like more in that to get into detail about that. But it does seem like quarter horses tend to handle those like higher risk sports better than thoroughbreds do.
I agree, but again, like, why just have the higher risk in the first place? Like, if you can just have races that are specifically tailored for quarter horses, and they race in those races and do it very well, why crank up just the risk factor?
My point here more is it's not a simple subject. Is my point.
Yeah,
so
I agree. I agree.
Bastard of a conversation to have, and there's no simple answer to this.
No, there is no.
Although,
like, it's my
since
opinion
you did
to
bring
ban,
up steeplechase, that always reminds me of something that I think is a little interesting and brings us back around to Uma Musume again. So
it always circles back.
Always comes back to Uma Musume. So, little interesting detail about steeplechase horses, though. Most of them race as geldings. And I was having me wondering, it's like, so you know how the ear thing works with Uma Musume, where if it's on her right ear, the real horse is a stallion. If it's on her left ear, the real horse is a mare.
Yes.
So I know that horses that race, especially in flat racing, which is basically Uma Musume covers almost entirely, right? You basically never race a gelding because you want to be able to sell the breeding rights if that horse is successful. But there have been a few famous geldings throughout the history of horse racing. And I always wonder, how would you represent that in Uma Musume? And actually, somebody had a great idea for that.
It's the same, right? I mean, it's just is a man just without, the important bits. A man, I mean, a male horse.
Wait, what?
I mean, you represent on the same way, right?
Yeah,
like,
but there was like somebody actually had a really good, like you said, it would be like that with the, where they would have it on the right ear to be like a male horse. But they had a little detail, I think, that would be a good way to represent that it was a gelded male horse. They have a torn ear.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, that's kind of fucked as well, but I can see it. Like, I know it's just an hypothetical scenario, but I still feel fucking bad. Like,
or even just like you know how they do with actual like dogs and cats when they trap them and then have them neuter return. How they just clip the tip off the ear, even just like that. They just have the ear tipped.
Oh, that's fun enough because here in Brazil we just give them a tattoo inside of the ear, like a blue dot inside of the ear.
They here what they'll do, especially with cats, what they'll do is they'll like clip the tip of the ear off to show that that cat's been TNR'd.
Oh. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. That is actually, I think it's a whole thing with them.
I just imagine like a Luma moose with like pretty much one fucking ear. Not one fucking ear, I get it. It's just one is just half of like trim or
Yeah.
whatever, but
Yeah.
poor fucking thing.
Yeah, no.
It's
But
just
also-
signify, hey, in real life my dick didn't work.
Yeah, but actually, I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm not gonna like go to the BRB screen, but I am gonna mute on stream and such. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I
okay.
gotta go take care of something.
Bowie, away!
Okay, I'm back now. Sorry about that.
Quite alright, welcome back.
Yeah. Also, so you know one of the most famous incidents with Gold Ship, right? The 12 billion yen incident, and everybody always looks at us
Yes.
like, "Oh, Stego, your kids are so crazy." That wasn't from the Stego side of the family. That was Goldshi going, "Do you know who my grandfather is?" Because do you know? So you know who Stegold's mother, who Goldship's mother was, right?
1. Is classified.
Stay
Friendly.
Gold's,
Air.
like, gold,
Not Stay Gold, Gold
mother-
Chip.
Yes, Gold Chip.
Goldshi's mother.
Gold
You know,
Chip.
his mother was Point Flag.
Point flag.
Do you know who Point Flag's father was?
Not sure.
Mejiro McQueen.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, he was a he is a Mejiro. He is technically a Mejiro.
Bro, okay, that explains a lot. Like, fucking this is royalty bloodline, bro. Fucking Staglow and Mejiro.
Yep. Actually, no. I'll have Mad
Seems-
Fox go this way.
It explains so much, bro.
Roger,
Like, I know
turn
people
one,
meme a lot about
2,
Gold Chip and shit, but in all honesty, it is quite a remarkable and insane horse.
Yeah.
Like the fact that he did all that he did, and at the end they found out motherfucker was not even trying.
Yep.
It's just so fucking stupid. Like I keep trying to imagine like the scenario, like okay, after the retirement, last race, the last hurrah of Gold Chip, like okay, let's take to the vet, examining everything, blah blah. Like the vet just like slowly taking his glasses off, looking with a pale expression to the owner, like, and I don't know how to tell you, but this motherfucker didn't even try to race.
Yep.
He is in perfect good health.
He was just like that.
He was just like doing whatever. He
New
didn't even
air.
try.
Contact detected.
Yep.
God, it's so fucking insane.
Yeah.
Again, Japanese horse race. It's not just Japanese horse race because European and American, they also have like amazing stories and like fantastic horses and tales. It's just that the thing with Musume again as well, the Japanese managed to like sell it
Yeah.
in such a way that is so captivating that is insane.
Yep.
Like you just want to care about it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Bandits.
Oh, we've got trouble coming. Okay, enemy recon plane, which means we can expect the bombers to be around shortly.
But there's one thing that also bugs my mind as well, is that how much of that is actually like really good marketing on their part, which they did a very good marketing, but also the infatuation that most of like the West have with anything Japan related as well. You probably have seen the meme, you know, like ooh, blossom tree,
Place
ooh, blossom tree
Japan.
Yeah, place Japan. Like I feel like that also plays a lot
Roger,
on it, and
turn
they,
1,
like
0,
of course they
9.
knew like okay, we need to capitalize on that. But I wonder like how much of this infatuation played a role in this as well.
Yeah. It is kind of hard to say.
It is really hard because, I mean, I'm not sure. I feel like it plays a lot because it is a worldwide sport, very like niche, but it exists and it exists for like hundreds of years now. So you don't really have excuses to, yeah, you know, it's just gaining popularity now, I guess. I don't know. It's a cool game. People like it. Yeah, there's that, but those motherfuckers, they knew that the West has a hard on for anything in Japan.
Yeah. Playing those patterns, and then once those are done, I'll probably have them run mad patterns. At the same time, we need to set the task force here onto a search pattern as well. So just
Holy
having them
shit.
go straight like that.
Turn to course.
I just look at the
0,
time. It's almost 2 a.m. I really need to go to bed.
go to bed then. You should probably go to bed if it's that late for you.
Thanks so much for having me, dude, and allowing me to speak so much my stupid ass off.
Yeah, no,
For real.
hey, that's the thing. It's like you wanted to come. As I said, I opened the invitation for anybody who wanted to come in, and you took it. So
But again, thank you so much, dude, and
Mhm.
a good night to you and to all, and a good stream.
thanks.
Sink them chips.
Turn to course 0,
Launch the
85.
torpedoes.
Hell,
and
mine.
good night. Bye bye.
Later. And so that was real nice. That was real nice there having a mechanic cat in. Look, if you want to go have a look, see what he's up to. I don't know how often he streams anymore, but whenever he does, you want to see what he's up to, this is where you can find him. Like I said, I don't know how often he. I don't know how. Let me see. When was the last time you streamed mechanic cat? I have to look now. I have to look now to see what the last time you streamed was, cause I'm bad. I am bad about keeping up with people. I need to be better about that. Ugh. Let me see. Yeah, it was a while back. Okay, that explains that. But yeah, no, if you ever do pick it up, that's where you'll be able to find him. So go pay him a visit if you ever see him online. If you ever see him streaming, that's where he'll be. In the meantime, let's get back to this business. Let's get back to this business now. And see just what we've got. Minding the gap. So we've got our boat, we've got our surface group set on. Actually, I should do this differently. Because I realized that before. I've done it this way before, and it's generally not a very good way of doing it. Keep them at that speed. Disband the formations. Like so. So Yorktown. We're gonna set 3 interlocking.
Turn to course 068. Hell my.
Sort of 3 interlocking search patterns here. We're gonna have Yorktown Center. Like so. We're gonna mark its zone out. Like so. Grab the polygon tool. Sort of mark its zone out. Like so. No, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. And then based off of that, we'll have the heart. Establish its own search pattern. To the northeast, like so. So, Yorktown. Search pattern. Marked. Why isn't it doing it? That is what I'm doing. That it doesn't stay for whatever reason. Kind of annoying me. No. Okay, so that's the Yorktown search pattern. And then based off of that, I need to figure out... Actually, I could just do this as mark points now that I'm thinking about it. Sort of mark the corners of it, because apparently that one's not being persistent even though it should be. So let's mark these out, like so. And then based off of that, we can set the search pattern of the heart to correspond to that. We'll have the heart and The Williams run raster patterns outside of that boundary that sort of intrude into it a little, but not all the way. So that way they have some overlap, particularly with the Hart and Williams' tails. Kind of like that, basically.
Multiple
And
submerged
then-
submarine. Contacts detected.
Oh, we've got submerged contacts. The Williams will head
Turn
this
to
way.
course. 2, 5,
Running its
5.
raster
Hell
pattern.
my.
Like so. Just keeping everything systematic. There we go.
New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
Where's that second submerged contact? Over this way. Being picked up by the helicopter from the Rogers, I think, is what that one's from. This is a 2-ship group.
Turn to
We'll have
course.
them run a pair
0,
of,
6,
again,
8,
interlocking patterns, but purely sawtooth because there's fewer ships and more ground to cover. Underwood's I think it's Underwood's helicopter. One of them, their helicopter is helping, but it's only going to be able to do so much. So like I said, we're going to run sawtooth patterns here. Mad Fox is in the northern sector. We actually may want to cancel that plan and keep
Roger.
Mad Fox in the
Turn
southern
0,
sector,
9,
just
4.
so that it will be able to use its buoy strings to supplement the limitations of that second group. I know I keep bouncing Mad Fox back and forth, and they're probably pissed off at me at this point. But yeah, we're going to run those vertical line buoys here. Fairly wide spacing because they're primarily going to be there to pick up any activity in the area, and then we'll use the more accurate buoys to get an idea of what's going on. So kind of like that. We don't want to expend all of them just yet, but we are going to use a good number of them. Put them in a bit of a zigzag pattern. Make sure that their depth is also intermittent so that we have coverage both above and below the thermocline. Good. That's been set. SSQ-77s are in place. Sea Griffins putting down their last one. In the meantime, we'll then have it turn and investigate this contact. Actually,
Roger.
cancel that. We'll have it turn
0,
here
2, 6.
towards the unknown and identify to the new contact. We'll have them investigate that. Mark points are no longer necessary, so we can remove them from the map now. Let's get those taken care of. Invaders are moving to their Sonobuoy drop points. Good. Once those are down, we'll probably have them take mad runs ahead of the surface group. We'll probably have Invader 2 turning towards your... actually, no. We'll have Invader 1 probably turn back in towards the surface group, where it'll be able to cross mad runs ahead of them and get preliminary information. Meanwhile, Invader 2 will probably go away out from them or to the northeast. Mad Fox is closing on. Mad Fox is flying as expected. Sea Griffin is now turning. Unidentified contact has been classified as biologic. Okay. Still no idea what this one is, though. So
Roger.
that's the one we're
Turn
gonna have to
3,
investigate
4,
now.
3.
Let's see. Underwood. Radars are on. Same goes for Rogers. Good. Yorktown and her group's radars are also active, which is good to see. And search patterns are all set. Contact is established. Okay, that's also been established as being a biologic, so we can ignore that for now. Let's see what we run into. This is where we were last time, I remember, was right here when we called it the last time I was doing sea power. What do we got here? Backfire bomber package inbound from the northeast. I saw the recon aircraft, so I kind of expected that. But let's see where they're coming from. Indications and warnings of a backfire package inbound from the northeast. That's their recon asset. Is Yorktown in a position to engage? No. We're not going to be able to do anything proactive about that from the look of it, which is going to suck. However, we have kept everything pretty closely packed together, even if they're on their own individual search patterns. So we should be able to maintain mutual support in air defense. That's the recon aircraft. Let's see, range circle 260. They are getting close. They shouldn't quite yet be in range to detect us, but we're getting to the point where they're approaching the edge of their range, which is concerning to say the least. Like I said, they're currently beyond our engagement range, but be interesting to see how long that lasts for. Because like I said, that's the limit of their range. That's the limit of their radar's range. They're probably already picking us up on ESM though, so they have an idea of where we are. And that's going to be an issue. Let's also have
Surface search on.
each of the helicopters turn on their surface search.
Surface search on. Radar eye.
Do we have them on radar? No, we have them on ESM. So, for now at least,
Secure the air search.
we'll cut the
Radar
air
eye.
searches. Keep the shorter range
Secure
surface
the air
searches
search.
on
Radar eye.
for most of the
Secure
group.
the air search.
We
Radar
may
eye.
end up turning
Secure the air
Yorktowns
search.
back on just so that we have
Radar eye.
one ship's
Secure the
keeping
air
a
search.
sky sweep up.
Radar eye.
But we definitely want the surface
search
searches
on.
on
Radar eye.
so that in case we see any ESM masts or ESM masts, snorkels, scopes, or the like, we'll be able to pick that up. Let's see, is Mad Fox's surface search on? Yes, it is. One of these will also want to have its radar search on. Let me check the performance of their respective radars. SPS 40 has a 120 mile range. SPS 49 is 250, so we'll have the Underwood turn on her radar as well so that we have air search coverage. All radars we're going to have every radar go hot once it's time to actually deal with, if we have to deal with the backfires. But for now, we're going to want to limit our air search, the extent of our
Secure
air
the air
search.
search.
Let's see,
Radar
what's our
eye.
volume search for air here? Spy 1 has a 240 mile range. SPS 49 is 250. So we'll turn on the SPS 49, but keep the Spy 1 powered off. Meantime, check here. Okay, SPS 40, SPS 49. That should limit their ability to pick us up on ESM while giving us at least some amount of air search capability. And give us early warning just in case they do intend in case they do pick us up and engage. Because, of course, like I said, once we're being engaged, all radars go hot. Mad Fox is... What the fuck? No. You go back here. Like so. Let's see. Mad Fox will be approaching its first waypoint in 8 minutes. So far, no new contact. So let's fast forward things a little, see what we run into. See if we get any news, any reports on those bombers. Because I know there's a backfire package coming in from the northeast. There's apparently going to be a backfire package coming in from the northeast. I've already identified its forward reconnaissance and targeting element. We won't be able to do anything about that ISR plane, unfortunately. But we know it's here, which means we know what to expect.
Buoy away!
Okay, buoys are dropping. Is that Mad Fox? No, that is Invader. That's the Invaders. The Invaders have reached their drop points. Enemy ISR flight is continuing its approach. Nothing really beyond that, though. Charlie 2 is assessed an operating position of datum C01, SSN 9, range 59 nautical miles. Where is datum C01? Datum C01 is in this area. Okay. Mad Fox, belay last order. Actually, no. New order, yeah. Modify orders to Mad Fox to maximize search area in datum C01. Sea Griffin will head south.
Roger.
To prosecute with the dipping sonar. To the position of these waypoints so that Mad Fox can lay a second, lay another sonar buoy there, maintain radar operation. What submarine did they say that was again? Charlie class, if memory serves right, which would mean they don't need to surface to launch. Range is relatively short, so they are not in range to engage Yorktown's group. However, that bomber package likely will be. So we'll have to maintain vigilance here for that, whilst Underwood and Rogers are under threat from the Charlie class. Aircraft patrols are approaching their destinations. Sea Griffin will begin active sweep in datum C01 in the in the northeast quadrant. Actually, no, southwest quadrant. Mad Fox has been set to cover eastern half of the zone, and buoys are already in place. Invader 1 is approaching its buoy drop point. Good. Invader 2 is dropping buoys. That goddamn Tu-95 is getting annoyingly close. They haven't yet gotten into range where they'll be able to pick us up yet on their radars. So their AOU is still likely quite large, but their ESM will at least have some idea of our location, which is kind of uncomfortable, but also unavoidable. Because, like I said, we need to keep an eye on that alongside any inbounds from the actual strike package itself. Mad Fox is starting its buoy pattern. All right. ISR aircraft is in range to detect Underwood and Rogers. Perhaps, maybe not well, but it is in range to start seeing them. And Mad Fox is on its buoy pattern. Good. Adjust those real quickly. We've got submerged contacts. Give me a location. Sea Griffin, you are in position. Investigate contact. Depth 500, speed 14 knots. Surface search on. I don't know if it doesn't have one actually. Shit, okay. But it has the dipping sonar, which means that we'll be able to start investigating the contact. And if we pick something up, it's not armed to engage, but we could vector Mad Fox on to deal with it if necessary. That was at a depth of 600 feet, which means we'll definitely want to put it below the layer. Let's check our environment conditions so we know where the layer is. 292 feet. Okay. Sea Griffin is approaching point. Have them deploy the dipping sonar.
Lower the VDS transducer. Sonar
Have them lower the dipping sonar. Mad Fox is already on the... Mad Fox is continuing its approach.
Submerged submarine. Contact detected.
Rogers has got something on nearby. Anything in range to look at that. It's also going concerningly fast. Just mention that real quickly. 14 knots, highly unlikely biologic. Biologic is highly unlikely. So, what's the depth on that? 327 feet, 14 knots. Could be biologic, but unlikely. Whales can get going that fast, but you usually don't see them going that speed. Sea Griffin is in position. VDS is below the water. Transmit active sonar.
Sonar. Sonar eye.
No joy. Anything here? No. What about that contact that was near Rogers? Still nothing. What's our sea state looking like? Environment, sea state 4. No, wait. Wind force 4, which means... Okay. Short active
sonar.
transmit.
Sonar eye. Buoy away.
No information. We're gonna let that run for a short period of time and then cut it. Just to see if we get anything. Also, speaking of sonars, so there is a history with the hull-mounted sonar of the Perry class frigates. Actually, it was somewhat infamously known as Helen Keller because of its poor performance, which was why the towed array sonar was so important for the class. Until they were fitted with this, they were notorious for being pretty ineffective against submarines. Now, granted, the Knox and Garcias, most hull mounts, most US Navy ships of the era, their hull sonars were heavily optimized for open ocean performance, which meant that in littoral environments or other areas where you could expect limited well, not limited, no, massive, having to deal with a lot of bottom returns and the like. Oh, we have a visual. Give me position on that 7008. That is a whale. Okay. 7008 is a whale. No information on that one. Waiting on active returns if we can get those from
Recover the VDS transducer. Sonar eye.
Sea Griffin. We may need to move it in closer so that it's actually inside the AOU before we get anything there. Also, ad break is going to be starting soon, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, anything of that sort, now's going to be the time to do it, and I will see y'all when it's over.
Buoy away.
And we are back, and hello there, New Around. How are you doing? How you doing, New Around? I know that was a bit longer than I had said it was going to be. How are you doing tonight? So, right now we are. Oh, I need to. You just woke up. Ooh. But also, like you see in the stream title, if obviously, like I said, you just woke up, so of it, you probably don't want it. But like I said, if you are free or able to while the stream's going, you want to hop into VC, you can. You can go ahead and do that. I've got it set up like where it's like I said, there's like a lobby sort of setup where there's the 2 channels there. Let me make sure that one is still set correctly. Yes, it is. And so, like I said, if you feel like if you have any desires, you can come hop in. We'll just yap. While I'm I'm performing awfully slow warfare.
On station. Lower the VDS transducer.
Depth on
Sonar
that. It's a whale, isn't it? We're gonna find out for sure one way or another now. But likelihood that is a biologic. We'll need to confirm. But all likelihood that is in fact a biologic. Yep. Confirmed it is indeed biologic. Didn't even need to transmit active. So that's another whale. Once Mad Fox finishes its buoy run here, we'll have them head yes, meticulous sub-searching indeed. We are, like I said, we are in the middle, we are engaged in awfully slow warfare. Actually, so I was telling somebody else who was here, I was telling Mechanicat who was here earlier about, and I only heard this recently, my favorite description of, one of my favorite descriptions I've ever seen of anti-submarine warfare, which was, imagine you're in a pitch black warehouse and you have a knife. There might be, and you're in a pitch black warehouse, you have a knife. You might not be alone in that warehouse, and if there is anyone else in that warehouse with you, they also have a knife. You can't move too quickly, because if you do, you won't be able to hear their footsteps, and moving fast makes it easier for them to hear your footsteps. I still remember that description of less anti-submarine warfare, but two submarine, like submarine versus submarine. Less, more so than anti-submarine warfare. Is Heart's VDS exclusively active? Yes, it is. Okay. We'll have Heart do a short transmit.
Lower the VDS transducer. Sonar eye. Secure active sonar.
Oh, it wasn't even deployed. What the hell was I doing? Probably relying on, where is it? Williams, actually, now I'm thinking about it. That's what I was doing, is I was relying on Williams's sonar to keep a listen out for anything. But, not really, doesn't seem like they're having any luck. And I don't expect this thing to I don't expect the Squiz 53 to pick up anything either. Or the 56. I don't expect the 56 to pick up anything either. Like I said, I brought this up. The hull-mounted sonar, the SQS-56, mounted on the Perry class, has a bit of an infamous nickname. It has a bit of an infamous nickname. Apparently, crews would refer to it as Helen Keller. Because, oh, we got something. What do we got? Where is it? New submerged contact. That's the way. Oh shit! Here we go! Hey there, Dr. Anime! We are in the shit now! AS4's inbound. Are they in engagement range? Not yet. We are going to be purely reactive here. This is going to suck. Multiple vampires inbound. How many? Looks like 2 detected. No idea how many more are going to show up, though. Yeah, but that is entirely, like I said, that is entirely why it was called that. For better or worse, that is why like I said, the SQS-56 sonar was referred to that. Was referred to as that. It's kind of messed up if you think about it, but that's how a lot of military humor ends up being, especially when you go back as you go back in time. You know, it's the classic turn. It's the classic thing with gallows humor. You're in a messed up situation. You're gonna make messed up jokes.
Buoy away!
But so we have confirmed inbound vampires. Radars are gonna start going hot now. Your air search is already on, so no need to worry about you. It looks like they're...
Vampire! Bearing
Oh, we got more!
3.
Who are they going for based on that? Most likely the Heart. Or Yorktown. Either way, it's going to cross all up through all of them.
Birds away! Track
And
7,
Yorktown is
0,
already engaging.
1, 0.
Is Williams in a position to engage yet? No, but they
Birds
will
away.
be shortly.
Track 7, 0, 1, 1.
Let's see. Birds are outbound from Yorktown.
Birds away! Track 7, 0,
Heart.
1, 1. Chaff out!
Heart's gonna pop chaff. Yorktown pop chaff.
Chaff out!
The good news about the AS-4 is, so it is a hard missile to intercept just because of how fast it is. It's basically a ballistic missile after all. But it's also not a very smart missile. So, with a bit of luck, we might be able to avoid the hit. Yep, it went for the chaff. Ooh, like I said, the AS-4, it's a very fast missile, like you saw. Very hard to intercept. But what we have working in our favor is that despite that, along with that, it's not a very smart missile. And as a result, like you said, it really likes the shiny. It is legitimately like the crow from Demon Souls out here just saying, actually, no. Actually, it's not actually a crow if you know the history, but yeah, the bird from the Souls saying, give sparkly me, give twinkly me.
Chaff out!
It is not a very intelligent missile at all.
Chaff out!
And you as well want to give it as many
Buoy away!
false targets as possible. Just because, like I said, hard missile to intercept. Very difficult missile to intercept. So we're going to really have to play on the fact that this thing's kind of dumb. It's going for the Yorktown as well. It seems like they're going for the Yorktown as well.
Vampire!
30 seconds till next chaff. All right, all missiles intercepted. New inbounds, though. That should be the last of them. However, we still don't know where those damn Charlies are. And that's got me concerned. Okay, Mad Fox is finishing its buoy run. We're gonna have them do a slash pattern
081.
north and west using DIFARs. Like so.
Vampire! Bearing 9.
Where is this? Oh, shit. Oh, no. They're going for the Underwood and the Rogers. Again, suboptimal, but we should be able to make it work. Okay, all radars are hot. Yeah, it's the GIU. We're doing anti-submarine warfare in the GI. We're doing ASW in the gap. We are in fact doing ASW in the gap. So things are gonna get concerning. Also, we have a datum here where we know a very big problem is located. Specifically, at least one Charlie class submarine is going to be in this area, which is why I'm having Mad Fox run extensive buoy patterns there. Probably have Invader, RTB. Actually, check fuel situation on Invaders. Invader 2 has finished its buoy pattern. We'll have them RTB. Yep, Charlie and the Kelp.
Roger, RTB.
Charlie and the Kelp, indeed. Invader 2 almost finishing its pattern. Once it's done, we'll have them run a mad sweep. We'll have them run a mad sweep between, along, basically ahead of the buoy lines. See if anything comes up. Underwood is engaged, which is actually the better situation of the two. Firing arc should be clear soon.
Chaff out.
Popping chaff as well.
Birds away. Chaff out.
Generate false targets for the inbound Vampire. Let's see. Are we gonna get lucky? SM-1s are a bit of a dumber missile than the SM-2, but just like that, just like the SM-1, like I said, AS-4 is a bit on the dumb side too, so we might get lucky here. Okay, successful intercept. Whew. Okay. Rogers is approaching the unknown here. We never identified what this thing is. Is the towed sonar available? Yes, it is. That is at a depth of 435. Let's set the towed sonar below the layer real quick. See if it picks anything up. Underwoods will swap to being above to go with that. Check layer depth in Rogers' location. Environment. Layer depth is 251. Still no joy on any submerged contacts. Let's see if Mad Fox's barrier pattern catches anything.
On station.
Because all we know is that there's somewhere inside this zone is a probable Charlie class. Beyond that, information is lacking. Beyond that, though, information is lacking. Looks like the bomber package has been repelled, though. No idea if they're going to try another one, but at least for now, we can probably breathe a little easier. But they know we're here, so not much point in going back to MCON. Yeah, not much point in MCON at this point. They know we're here, so... Okay.
Roger. Turn 2, 3, 1. Roger. Go
Altitude
to
20.
20.
Probably adjust these to be a tighter pattern. And then once Invader 2 has been refueled and serviced, we'll have them head back up, run a new sweep. Meantime, Mad Fox is continuing on its path. Good. Underwood and Rogers are safe, so no need to worry about them for now. Still no idea where that damn Charlie is, though. So, fast forward a little bit, see if we get any new information.
Bowie away.
Okay, Mad Fox is laying its pattern. Let's see. Anything else comes up that we need to keep an eye out
Bowie
for?
away.
Just that damn bear. Which, considering its location, might be in range to targeting handoff. You know, might be in range for targeting handoff on that.
Submarine.
Oh, we got
Contact
something.
detected.
Give me a position. Who was that? Rogers has got a contact. Give me depth. 437 means it's below the layer. Information. Nothing yet.
Bowie away.
We've got pretty small AOU. So at least right now, 11 knots. Can't verify anything beyond that though. And that's the problem. Ahead 1/3.
Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering eye.
Let's reduce the flow noise, see if we can get a better fix on what the hell this thing is. Prep an ASRock if we need to as well. Depth 437, which means it's below the layer. So active won't do much for us. The VDS on this thing is exclusively passive as well. What's the depth on it? Still maintaining 437. Nothing here, it seems like. Invader 2 is successfully landing though. So that's good. Invader 1 has no altitude right. Altitude changes ordered on its waypoints, which is good. Rogers has no contact as of yet. We'll switch this pattern over so that it's more of a triangle pattern so that we can catch the southwestern quadrant of datum C01 as well. Just in case. I don't know if there's anything out there, but I don't want to take the risk that we miss it because we're searching the wrong zone.
Bowie away.
I have never actually watched Queen's Blade, Dr. Anime, so yeah, that's not one I know much about, unfortunately. I don't actually know much about Queen's Blade, so I think I've heard the name before, but it's, like I said, it's not one I've ever seen. Let me go see what this is, because the name sounds vaguely familiar. The name does sound... Ah, is it also a game? Is it also a game, Slep? An RPG called Queen's Blade Spiral Chaos for the PSP. You basically have two character books and play a choose your own adventure against each other. Ooh. Oh, that is interesting. That is very interesting. But also, like I said, if like, you know, you new around, anybody else wants to join in, like you said, wants to come in and yap, VC is open if any of y'all are interested. I know, like you said, you just woke up new around, and I don't know what you're doing today, so you might be busy, but things are open for anybody who wants to come in. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, Mad Fox is approaching its turn. Once that's done, we'll hopefully get better information on the
Buoy away!
contact we can use. As for the other inbounds, let's see. Okay, there shouldn't be any other inbounds here. Has Rogers... Okay, it's a whale. It's a whale. So no need to worry about that one. Underwood has not yet picked up anything either. So now that we know that's a whale, bring the towed sonar back above the low layer. We'll have Underwood go back to below the layer. Cut wood, chop wood, get spring water, fuel car with so you're just playing My Summer Car in real life. Is that what you're saying, new around? You're just playing My Summer Car, but in real life? Is that what you're telling me you're doing right now? Because that sounds like that's what you're doing. Do you also have a problem meter? Do you have a problem meter? Is that a thing in My Summer Car? No, that's a thing in the sequel, but is that a thing in My Summer Car? Forget, because I forget if that's a thing in My Summer Car. I know it's a thing in My Winter Car. You have the UI disabled? Okay, it is a thing in My Summer Car. I was just curious. Like, I knew it was a thing in My Winter Car, but I was... Oh, we got a new one. Where are you? Who was that? SSQ-53, which means it's one of the buoys. We'll have Sea Griffin move to prosecute.
Roger. Turn 118.
Depth 390, speed 20 knots. Highly unlikely to be a... Highly unlikely to be biologic at that speed. Possible, but unlikely. Let's see. That depth, we're unlikely to get a mad return. But it could be worth doing, actually. Actually, we'll have that happen. Once Mad Fox finishes laying its buoys, we'll have them switch to doing mad sweeps. See if anything comes up. Because if that picks up anything, we know for sure that is not a biologic. Biologics are not made of metal. Meantime, though, check these. Neither of these buoy lines has picked up anything. Invader 1 is doing its mad sweeps. Is Invader 2 ready to launch again? Let's check. Yes, it is. Actually, no, that wasn't Invader 2. But Yorktown
Track 70.
has a helicopter that we need to ready. I don't know why we didn't ready it. Oh, we got one. We got one. Mad Fox,
Roger.
proceed to engage.
68.
What's the depth on that? 390. Okay. Which means that'll be below the layer.
New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
We got a second one here as well.
Roger.
Sea Griffin, you will prosecute that contact while Mad Fox engages the other one. Like I said, if it's made of metal, we'll get something off of that mad sweep. That way we'll know for sure whether it's a sub or a biologic, especially at that shallow of a depth. Considering its behavior, though, we can probably safely assume that'll be a biologic. The submarines aren't usually going to come that high up. Even diesels. You know, actually, no, that would be the reason why. Only ones that would come up to like that kind of depth. Only ones that would come up that rapidly would be diesels. They need to snorkel. Wonder if that's our Charlie. Be easy enough to confirm.
Roger, go to altitude. Roger, Buster.
Set to Buster. Actually, have them increase altitude so they can go faster.
0, 0, 0.
See if they find anything. Meantime, Sea Griffin is approaching. Contact is at a depth of 25 feet. If we get a visual, then we'll know for sure it's a biologic. If not, well, then we'll just transmit active and see what we get. What's the depth on that right now? Very shallow, 16 feet. Almost certainly a biologic, but we ought to investigate anyways. Could be a slick skipper who thinks that'll throw us off. Anything here? Still no contact. Only thing is that recon plane to the northeast. Yeah, that depth is very likely a biologic, but we'll see soon enough. May need to go higher, so let's go 10,000, see if that gets them into a better position.
0, 0, 0, 0.
We can assume 7019 is the Charlie we're looking for. So once we're closer, drop to 3,000.
Altitude 3, 0, 0, 0.
That's at 390. Mad Fox, you are clear to engage. Yep, that's just another whale. Okay. Let's go and have you lay more buoys out here. Just in case. Another barrier pattern. Put it like this. Actually, better idea. Let's use the inline pattern.
Roger, turn 198.
Start you here. Select. Set to intermittent. Drop inline with 10-mile spacing. And that'll give us another barrier line to work with. Where's Mad Fox at? Mad Fox, ceasefire? Target is... somewhere in this zone. We'll put down 2 active buoys, and that should keep them from getting away. 1 above, 1 below. That'll give us a good fix on their position, and then from there we can re-engage.
Buoy away.
Good. We've got active fix now. That should be enhanced momentarily. Bring this in closer.
Buoy away.
And then we can reduce the turn.
Engaging track 70.
Actually, that works pretty well too. Just take the direct approach. Mad Fox has got good fix. Second one away.
Track 7019.
At best possible. Engaging. Second shot. Noisemakers are away. Looks like our sub's trying to run. What are we looking at here? Yep. That's our Charlie, all right. That's our Charlie, all right. Like you said, Charlie's in the kelp.
Whip it away.
Two torpedoes inbound to engage. They're popping more noisemakers, but Torps have got good fix on them. Weapon has acquired. Doesn't seem to be going for the countermeasures.
On station.
Weapons reporting good returns. Hit on track.
9.
Second one inbound now. Second one inbound for follow-up. Mad Fox remain on station to continue engagement if necessary. Yep. No place to hide now, motherfucker. Let's see. Are we going to get... Yep. Good hit. That was our Charlie. That was our Charlie. Sea Griffins.
Roger. Turn.
Proceed to engagement point. Prepare to pick up survivors. Mad Fox, retask to northern sector. Go to altitude 20. Go to Angels 20.
Roger.
Proceed
Turn.
northwest.
320.
Man, ASW without aircraft. I was trying to set up. I'm trying to set up some scenarios for that right now as well. Oh, not right now. The other day, just to see how different it is. Because when you have even just helicopters, you know, even if you don't have like a patrol aircraft like a P3 or whatever to help out with that,
Roger.
having even helicopters, you are so spoiled with what it lets you do. Because you could just cover such a wide area. It's kind of like historically with the Battle of the Atlantic, you hear about how big of a deal aircraft, you hear about how big of a deal aircraft were with that. And this really gives you an appreciation for that. Because if I'd had to do that with just the ships, I would rather not. I would very much rather not be completely reliant on ship-mounted sensors and ship-mounted weapons to try and engage something like a Charlie-class submarine. That just sounds like a very bad time. Yeah, needle in a goddamn haystack. Actually, you know what? That's actually a perfect way to describe the difference between ASW with aircraft versus ASW without aircraft. ASW with aircraft is like searching for a needle in a haystack, but you got a magnet. But you have a magnet to help you. That is literally the difference. You got to get the magnet close to the needle, but once you do, the magnet will pull it out. The magnet might be able to pull it out, not necessarily that it will, but yeah. You get the needle close to the haystack, it might be, the magnet close to the needle in the haystack, it might be able to pull it out for you. ASW without aircraft, you ain't got that magnet to help you. Okay, Mad Fox is proceeding a course. Like I said, we already know that was a biologic. How many buoys has it got on board? 50 DIFARs, 16 actives, 5 vertical lines. We'll probably have redirect here, lay a vertical line pattern here for volume search, and then go from there. Start with a barrier pattern of DIFARs here. Let's see, Williams is continuing its search pattern apace. Good. Let's go back, have a look at Rogers. Rogers is currently at ahead 1/3. Speed back up to 2/3.
Maneuvering aye.
Have Underwood slow down to 1/3. Let its tail pick up anything with, give its tail some reduced flow noise. Let's have Hart's got her tail out now. Below the layer, have her transmit short pulses, short search. Time is 15:27. At 15:30, Hart will end active search.
New air. Contact detected.
Oh, what do we got? What do we got? Inbound air information. Hold that up here. ESM contact. Otherwise unidentified. Very possible it could be new recon aircraft to relieve the previous flight. Could also be new bomber package inbound. Oh, yep, that's our backfires. It's probably the ones we were dealing with earlier. Which would mean their missiles are spent. Can't assume that though. It could be a new bomber package. Like I said though, at 15:30, Zulu, Hart will end active search on the VDS. And what did you just remember? Mark.
Secure active sonar. Sonar aye.
What did you just remember, new around? What movie did you watch? What movie did you watch last year? Because we were talking about movies. We were talking about movies earlier, actually, and got into books from that as well, because it wasn't quite ASW, it was Cold War related. Ooh. Orion's Belt. Let's see what this is. Because I actually have been looking. I do need some new movie. I do need some new movies to have a look at. Orion's Belt. 1985 political action thriller. Around 3 seamen who discover a Soviet bearing station. Oh, that is interesting. That is a very interesting premise. Also, so I was saying about movies. So I think it was last year or the year before, I watched Day of the Jackal with some people on Discord. I was showing it to them, actually. I wasn't just watching it, but I was showing it to them. Is Yorktown's helicopter ready to go yet? Should be. Okay. Invader 2 ready to go again. Heart has one also ready to go. We'll start prepping that one for when Invader 1 needs to RTB. But, so, like I said, I was showing that. But the thing I did not know until relatively recently is that, yeah, no, it's a really good movie, isn't it? I didn't realize, I didn't realize or I'd forgotten that it's based on a book by Frederick Forsyth. And so I started once I looked seeing that, I started looking to see what else Forsyth had written, and I found a really good book as a result. I've been listening to the audio version of it. It's fantastic. Have you ever read or listened to the Odessa File? It's really good. Basically, a journalist in West Germany in the 60s discovers a network to provide aid and shelter to fugitive members of the SS looking to escape prosecution and basically assume new identities. It has been really good. It is a really good read. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how the movie is because I think I did see that it was made into a movie. I don't know how the movie is, but the book has been fantastic. And also, I'm probably going to have to go through now. I'm going to have to probably go through so many Forsyth books. Like, there are so many things here that just seem like they would be fantastic reads alongside Day of the Jackal and Odessa File. Like, The Dogs of War sounds really good. What's this? The Devil's Alternative. What is this set up as? Castaway in the Black Sea. Ukrainian nationalist who has escaped after he was betrayed to the KGB. Drake convinces Kaminsky that they should strike a blow against the Soviet Union.
Roger, RTB.
What is this? Soviet Union's plant that makes fungicide leads to inadvertent poisoning of the wheat crop. U.S. plans to sell food to the Soviets in exchange for political and military concessions. Soviet army wants to take it by force, however. Ooh, this looks really good. Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna have to go through a bunch of Forsyth's books now because so many of these sound like they'd just be a real good read. Especially now being familiar with Forsyth's writing style. I really like Forsyth's writing style, first of all. So I'm gonna have I don't know if every single one of these is gonna be good because, nobody bats 1,000, but I'm gonna have a field day with at least most of Forsyth's books here. Most of the stuff Forsyth's written. I can just tell from here, I'm gonna have a field day with at least most of what Forsyth's written. Also, funny you mentioned funny thing as well, I also need to take a look at is, so I mentioned that Day of the Jackal, my entry point was the 1970s Day of the Jackal movie. Apparently, they also did a more recent remake of Day of the Jackal as a short series that is apparently rather good too. So I'm gonna have to have a look at that too, just to see how that is. Invader 2 is now ready. Okay. Let's check those. We'll have Invader 2 lay a buoy pattern out here.
165.
Like that as a barrier pattern. Once that's done, they'll then proceed to run mad sweeps back towards the ships. Which is nice and systematic. That's the main thing here. Everything gotta have to make sure, you know, keep things systematic, keep things nice and neat. Let's let that run now. We know that's a backfire. Don't know whether or not it's a new bomber package or the one that launched at us earlier. If it is the one that launched at us earlier, we don't have to worry so much about it because they'll be Winchester. But if it is a new one, we may have more inbound vampires. Let's see, Yorktown is approaching its next turn. Williams and
Air. Contact detected.
Hart. Okay, we have air contact. What is it? And where is it? Who was that? That was ESM contact 7025. Detected by Mad Fox. Contact has faded. No information. Okay. But also, I had an idea as well. I had an idea for, you know, what would be a really good movie that I got thinking about. There's What Is the Unfortunate Thing About Orion's Belt new around. Is it like a really big deal, or is it like one of those things where it's like, oh, we got something. What are you? 13 knots, depth 123. Does Williams have a helicopter available? No. Is Invader 2 available? No. Invader 1 is RTB. Yorktown. Invader 1 is in a holding pattern. Hart, do you have helicopter available? Yes, you do. You should have launched that a couple of minutes ago. Once that's up, we'll have them investigate. So, Invader 3 will proceed to investigate the investigate 7026. We'll see what it is. Oh, we got something else new. Where is it? 7027. It's one of the buoys. Over here. Sea Griffin, proceed to investigate and prosecute.
291.
What's the depth on that? 6 feet, which means probable biologic. Have to investigate regardless, just in case. But we'll see how that goes. We will see how that goes. Yeah. Switch that over just so that it's not a... Oh boy, what is it? Oh! Oh! God damn it, new around. Okay, yeah. I can see what you mean, why you specified unfortunate and didn't say anything worse than that. Ooh, that is an oof right there. Ooh, that is an oof indeed. Oof. Oh, that is an oof. All right, let's see what we got here. Unidentified contact there. Is Invader 3 in the air? Yes, they are. Good. Sea Griffin is approaching this contact. Based on both contacts' depths, we can assume probable biologics. But assumptions only get you so far, so we should investigate. We need to investigate regardless. Like I said, could just be a particularly slick skipper trying something clever on us. Once we have confirmation on that, though, we'll likely have Invader 3 lay a barrier pattern of buoys from there, heading this way. Good. Pattern is set.
Buoy away!
Space it out a bit further, though, so that it's not quite on top. Remove that one so that it doesn't interfere with Invader 2's barrier pattern. And then verify against Mad Fox's barrier pattern as well. Okay, that should be good. Let's run a marker for Mad Foxes to verify. And then Invader 3's pattern is a little off. Okay. Also, ad break is going to be starting soon. If you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, anything of that sort, now's going to be the time to do it. And I will see y'all once it's over. And we are back. So let's see. Okay, we've got all the buoy patterns laid out now. Oh, I don't like gate at all. I do not like gate. It has the occasional moment of just like, oh, that's neat, but for the most part, gate just has me just like, ugh. Ugh, I do not like it. I'm sorry, Dr. Anime, but I do not like gate. It really just has me my reaction to gate is really just ugh. Like I said, that is our probable biologic, which is diving. Mad Fox is starting its vertical line buoy pattern. Once that's done, it'll set a barrier pattern over here. So now we have that marked out, and Invader 3's pattern is set up to cross it. We might do something here just to give it some better dimensional range. We'll set that like that, and then from there maybe have it run a couple up this way as well. GI Samurai. I am not familiar with that one, unfortunately, though. New around. I don't know what is GI Samurai. For the description, I can guess what it is, but I am not familiar with that one at all. My first thought when you say that, whatever, is just GI Joe. Let's see. That Tu-95 is still there. So if there's any SSGNs out here, Japanese Army unit gets sent to the Sengoku period. Oh, that reminds me of another one as well. It's like similar, like it's kind of like Gate. There's two actually. There's two that I really don't like as well. And there's two I don't really like. I can never remember the name of one of them, but there's the one where Yamamoto. You know how Yamamoto got shot down in the middle of World War II, right? So after that happens, he dies. He comes back. He's reincarnated with all of his memories in, I forget what year it was. I think that's the one, but I don't remember for sure. But he has all of his foreknowledge about, what happened to Japan in World War II to work with. So. And based off of that, so the Japanese do a night attack on Pearl Harbor, which is, more successful than the historical one. They also bomb Los Alamos. It's a ridiculous premise. It's ridiculous. The other one I was thinking of, and somehow Japan can build aircraft carrier. It's so bad. Just premise-wise, it's so bad. The other one, though, that I also remember that's similar to, of course, is Zaipang, where the modern Japanese destroyer gets warped back to World War II. That's the other one I remember as well. That one's a bit better, but still has me just like, ugh. Admittedly, that one just also still has me just going, ugh. Invader 3 is approaching. That is a confirmed biologic now. So, proceed to buoy laying. Fast forward a bit, let's see what we catch. Speed things up a little further. Somebody's calling on station, so let's see if anyone's idle right now. No. Sea Griffin might be. Yes, they are.
Roger.
Have them head
Turn
south
181.
and lay a buoy barrier pattern here.
Buoy away.
Set depth. Check depth settings for intermittent. Okay. No
Buoy
new
away.
contacts as of yet. But, like I said, anti-submarine warfare is called awfully slow warfare for a reason. Hopefully they aren't trying some trick to get around us to the north. We don't really have much ability to cover that if they
Buoy
are.
away. Buoy away.
Unfortunately. Let's see if Mad Fox catches anything. That bear is still up there. I wish that thing would go
Buoy
away.
away.
7002 is just the bear. Okay.
Buoy away.
Good.
Buoy
Mad Fox
away.
buoy laying is
Buoy
proceeding as normal. Invader 2 is proceeding as normal. We'll have Invader 3 start.
New submerged submarine.
Oh, we got
Contact
something.
detected. Buoy
Check
away.
event log 7029. Where's this buoy at? 251, 11 knots. I think that's our biologic from earlier. Based on the position, that is probably our biologic from earlier. Let's see, Invader 3. Yep, that's our biologic from earlier. Let's have Williams
Buoy away.
and Hart. We'll have Williams move its tail above the layer. Hart will perform short search with its active below.
New submerged submarine. Contact
What we got?
detected.
Jack Williams has got a new contact.
Buoy away.
Let's check depth. 236. This one's coming up rapidly. This one is at 92. It's very close together. By a lot, whales tend to move in pods, so that would make sense. We'll keep an we'll keep a look on that. The tail's coming up above the layer, so it should be able to... Actually, no, tail went below the layer, so let's bring tail back up above real quick. These are probable biologics, but let's have a quick check.
Transmit active.
Transmit
sonar.
active.
Sonar eye.
Turn to course. Turn to search. Heart. VDS is below the
Transmit
layer.
active sonar.
Transmit active.
Sonar eye.
These are probable biologics, but doesn't hurt to confirm. Good. Invader 2 is on track. Mad Fox is on track. Once it finishes that run, we'll probably have Mad Fox make mad sweeps. If you blow up a whale, will that's a really good question. That's a really good question. Would they? I wouldn't put it past them to, tell you that much. But also, considering that we're transmitting active, we may just inadvertently do that without firing a single shot new around. That is a real possibility. That is a very real possibility that just from transmitting active, we might blow up a whale. Which I would just like to remind you. That if you ever hear this sound in the water, get the fuck out of the water. Like, if you hear anything that sounds like this, or in the water, that is your sign to get the fuck out of the water. Because active sonar can really hurt you. Like, holy shit. Active sonar can boil your organs. It is that powerful. It's kind of insane, actually, just how much active sonar can fuck you up. Legitimately scary.
Buoy away!
See, Mad Fox, only partway through its pattern. And yeah, no, I am aware of Operation Satanique as well. I am aware of Operation Satanique, so yeah, I know about the French blowing up Greenpeace. I am very well aware of the French blowing up Greenpeace. So also let us do a sweep where Mad Fox can listen in for any signals from the sonar buoys as well. And then from there, drop another barrier pattern along here. We'll also zigzag these out to increase search area. Like so. Like spear hunting wild boar. Okay, man, new around. Thanks for coming by. Let's see if we catch any more. Let's see if we catch any more surprises, shall we?
Buoy away! Roger, go to altitude. Roger, turn 039.
I don't know if we're going to actually have enough for that, but we're going to see what we can get. Make some minor adjustments to the pattern to compensate and optimize as much as we can. Okay. It looks kind of weird and scraggly, but there is a systematic logic to it, believe it or not. So notice, every turn is a 90-degree turn. That is a very deliberate thing. That is very deliberate. Nearly every turn is. Actually, make some adjustments. We can maintain that logic. Actually, no. It still won't be every turn is a 90-degree turn. But most of the turns involved are 90 degrees. That very clear goal of every or nearly every turn is a 90-degree turn. It will help us optimize the pattern and ensure good maneuver spacing on Mad Fox's part. Meanwhile, the actual Mad Sweep will be a sawtooth pattern. Something here. It's just that whale. Okay. So it doesn't matter.
New submerged submarine.
What do we got?
Contact detected.
7032. Which buoy is picking that up? It's getting hard to actually see which buoy is picking stuff up now. None of these, which means it's likely over here somewhere. It's near the Yorktown. Depth 380, speed 14 knots. Williams still transmitting active? Yes, let's
Secure
cut that.
active sonar. Sonar
Secure
eye.
active. What about Heart? Heart is likely also still transmitting. Let's check that. Yes, they are.
Secure active sonar.
Ah,
Sonar
shit.
eye.
We've got inbounds. Yorktown, all stop, all stop. They are in Azrock range.
Track type. Track 7032 is classified. Hostile. Engage
Tango
track
class.
70. Whip it away. Track 7032.
Second one away.
Engage track. Buoy away. Decoy out.
Noisemaker out. That's a wake homer, so we can get this right. We might be able to trick it. Give them a bad solution, and based on that, not get hit. Well, we spooked him now. That's for sure. We definitely spooked him. Their depth is 399. Torpedoes are closing, and it looks like at least one has a good acquire. Second torpedo has not acquired. The explosion should change that, though. What's the Williams got? New contact. What was the number on that? 7038. Was that near our Tango? Yes, it was. It was one of the noisemakers. Okay. We might have been able to spoof the fish. Yorktown ahead, one
Ahead,
third.
turn to course. 064. Get on line.
Hopefully we have a toad. Yeah, okay, our toad decoy is already out. We might be able to do something here. Okay, I'll stop.
Maneuvering eye.
If we can thread this needle on the wake homers, that would be very funny, actually.
Hit track. 70.
Okay, unknown contact north of task group Greyhound. Data B01. Proceeding south-southwest, A01, B01 established. Let's see what we got here. B01, A01. B01 is already extensively patterned. So A01 is our
Torpedo in the water. Torpedo in the water.
interesting one now.
148.
Let's see if we can do this. Torpedoes are inbound. The positions are known. B515 is sinking. So, launch threat has been neutralized.
Torpedo in the water. Torpedo in the water.
Yorktown
Bearing
is not moving,
159.
so we should be okay. Oh, what the fuck?
Turn to course.
Noisemakers!
We're hit.
What the fuck? These aren't pingers. These are wake homers. What the fuck?
Torpedo in the water. Torpedo in the water. Bearing.
Pardon me if that doesn't come off as at least a little sketchy. Those are wake homers, not pingers. What were they hearing? Invader 3, what is your position? You are currently sweeping along with Invader 2. Yorktown is gone, so we've lost a major air defense asset, but I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal right now. Hart, you are being reassigned to new search pattern in datum B01. Okay. I do not like that. I do not like wake homing. I do not like wake homers being able to do that. That, I mean, if it's accurate, it's accurate, but there seems to be something just a little sketchy about that. Wake homers being able to pick up and engage a stationary target. If that's accurate, that's accurate, but it just seems off. They can do this when they're near the wake, don't need to be inside the wake. Out of range by the torp, time the torp gets into you. Be stopped in the water. Wakes persist, which is true. Maybe they caught the persistent wake, but a little skeptical. Just a little skeptical of that. Something felt off about that. Not sure what. Might just be me, but something felt a little bit off about that. Just the fact that it was able to catch that wake like that felt strange, to say the least. Like I said, could just be me, could just be my own expectations. Him, coming hitting head first into reality. But something felt off. Oh, we've got contact. Heart. Proceed to ahead 1/3.
Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering eye.
Are we in ASRock range? No. Head towards the target in ASRock range. That could very well be very well be our submarine. Do we have any aircraft available to aid? No aircraft on board, Heart. Neither of the invaders is not. Oh, neither invader has enough range. So Heart's on their own, which is gonna be unpleasant. If that is indeed our submarine, we might be in a bit of trouble here. It's close to ASRock range, maintaining minimal wake as we do. Depth is remaining consistent. Once we're in ASRock range, considering the situation, we likely will launch preemptively just to be safe. Second contact located here. Williams is available.
39 is classified.
Oh, yep, we've got confirmation. That's our submarine. That's one of our subs.
Buoy away.
Keep a track on that range. Once we're in ASRock range, we'll try and launch on them. What's their depth? Current depth 435. ASRock, 2-shot salvo.
On station. Buoy away. New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
Who was that calling that? That was 7041 from one of our buoys down here. Unlikely to be hostile submarine given our known datums. Once track AOU is fully within ASRock range, we will proceed to engage and then turn away immediately and run. And then turn and run. Torpedoes are in the water. Torpedoes in the water.
Turn. Whip it away.
Ahead flank.
Ahead flank. Maneuver decoy out. Turn to course. 271. How am I? Decoy out.
Noisemakers away.
New submerged submarine. Contact detected. Decoy out.
Try and put out as many noisemakers as we can. Just give them as hard of a time engaged as we can. Toad decoy and multiple noisemakers.
Decoy out.
I don't like wake homers at all.
Decoy out. Decoy out.
So just spam these fuckers right now. Try and give ourselves the best odds we possibly can, considering the
Decoy
situation.
out. Multiple hostile submerged submarine. Contacts detected.
Looks like both torpedoes have good acquire.
Decoy out. New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
Invader is bingo fuel. However, she came off the Yorktown, and the Yorktown's gone. So, not gonna really have much luck there.
Decoy out.
Decoy out. Head 1/3.
1/3. Maneuvering eye.
No kill on track. So we will have to re-engage, unfortunately. Which means we'll also need to reacquire. Which is my least favorite part of this whole process. Wake Homer might be on us, which I like even
Decoy
less. But we'll see how that goes. Shit. Yep, we've lost the heart. We've lost the heart. Only the Williams is left of the northern group right now. We really need Mad Fox to get in there. Fuck, I hate wake homers.
New submerged submarine.
Bullshit
Contact
torpedoes. Just extremely questionable behavior on them. Mostly still mad about the Yorktown. The heart, I mean, that one was kind of on me, but losing the heart like that, that one left a real sour taste in my mouth, I gotta say. Something felt wrong about that. It's the only way I can put it. Something felt distinctively wrong
Roger.
about that.
Turn 270. Roger, go to altitude 1000. Track 7049 is classified. Hostile
Because that's the
submerged submarine.
goddamn tango that sunk the heart. That's why. That's why. We'll see what it is, but these fucking diesel boats and their fucking wake homers drive me nuts. Invader 3 is not going to be able to RTB. We could rebase. Actually, that could be the thing to use. Rebase.
Unable to comply.
Shit. Okay. Well then. Mad Fox is approaching, and we still have a good fix on this motherfucker. So at the very least, they should be able to engage. And then we'll just flood this area with buoys and see how they fucking like that. So you like that, motherfucker? You're gonna do fuck games with wake homers? We're gonna blot out the ocean in buoys. You understand? That's what we're gonna do. You wanna play fuck games with wakehomers? We'll blot the ocean full. We'll make the ocean. We'll turn the ocean, all of it, into sonar buoys, so that you have nowhere to hide. This is the wages of your sin. So do not be surprised at what happens next.
Buoy away!
Okay, first buoy is away, second buoy will start pinging soon. Once it does, we should be able to get an active fix on that fucking diesel boat.
Buoy away!
Okay, we have confirmed active fix. 2-shot salvo.
Engaging track.
You are clear to engage, Matt.
7-0-4-9. Salvo fire.
Show them the punishment for their hubris. Did we at least get the submarine that took out the Yorktown? I think we did. But I want to make... Yeah, we did. We did get the submarine that got the Yorktown. Good. Also, speaking of things that, you know, feel wrong. Speaking of things that feel wrong, though. So, earlier today, I was playing a round of Mahjong earlier today, and I was part of a triple ron, which, you know, in case you're wondering what triple ron means, is everyone, you know, somebody put down a tile, and it happened to be the tile that everyone else on the table needed. So all of us call immediately, run, pop the tiles down. It felt slightly disgusting. It's a Victor. There's a Victor with him too. It definitely picked up. There should be a diesel boat around here somewhere too.
Hit track.
And that's what got the heart.
7-0-4-9. Multiple hostile submerged submarine. Contacts detected.
No idea where that is. But we definitely also saw a diesel boat in the area. Now we're gonna have to find them. Which is probably gonna be easiest if we continue popping active buoys in the area. Because there was a definite diesel boat around here. I don't know where, but I'm gonna find out. That's for sure.
New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? 7054.
Buoy away!
It's one of the buoys. That's the problem. Was not one of the noisemakers picked up by that, though. Where is 7054 at? No, that's our Winchester. 12 knots. Do we have anything in the area that can investigate right now? Unlikely. Invader 3 is not able. Neither, and all of the other ships are gone. Aside from the Williams. The Williams could investigate, but they're far away. So that causes other problems. Also, based on their course, highly unlikely that they will be a problem. Anyways. So, back to expanding the active pattern. Because there was a fucking diesel boat here somewhere.
Buoy away!
And I'm gonna find it. one way or another, I'm gonna find this goddamn diesel boat and make sure they never have another safe day in their lives.
Buoy away!
We got the Victor. For sure. That's the Heart. Which then raises the question of just where the hell is this diesel boat gonna be? That's the unknown.
Buoy away!
Where's this damn diesel boat gonna be at?
Buoy away!
Put an aggressive pattern there, just in case it happens to be close. Mad Fox continuing search. And every single one of these is active. Just to make sure. Radar is on in case they need to surface. Unlikely given the scenario. Unlikely though, but we'll see. Active buoys are not picking up anything though, so we'll see where they ran to. Soon enough.
Buoy away! Buoy away! Buoy away! On station.
Okay, that's all of our actives away. Altitude
Roger,
6,000.
altitude 6,000.
They're somewhere inside this zone. I don't know where. I just know they are.
Roger, turn 089.
Drop a tight barrier pattern here. And let's see what Mad Fox finds.
New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
we got
New
something.
submerged submarine. Contact detected.
Where was that? 7056. Okay, we have confirmation on position. 13 knots. Very shallow. Probable biologic. Can't confirm for sure. So we will have Williams investigate. "7055 faded." Where was that at? It was over near the over near here. 7056. Also in that area. Which means also probable biologic. But again,
New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
can't go just off of probables, unfortunately. 7057 information. Nothing really to work with. 13 knots below the layer. Maintain. Let's see if we get any further information on it. Solution quality is not great.
Buoy away!
Track has faded though, so whatever it was, it's gone now.
Buoy away!
see. 7056. Information. Track quality steadily increasing. Should be able to confirm its identity soon. Once we do, we'll have Williams move into the datum zone and see if it can find anything. No blade count, no shaft information. Confirms probable biologic.
On station. Buoy away.
Solution quality steadily increasing. Contact has faded though. Transmit active?
Sonar eye.
No information.
Secure active sonar.
Secure
Sonar
active.
eye.
Let's try something actually. This has had some results for me in the past, but no idea. There's a cost associated, but we could try spooking them a little. They hear a torpedo enter the water, they might decide to pop noisemakers, and based off of that, we'll get a more verified contact. No guarantees, but I have had that trick give me some results in the past. 7056 reacquired. Confirmed biologic. Okay. Williams, you will proceed into the datum
Turn to
zone.
course. 05. On station.
And search. And commence search. Mad Fox
Whip it
is
away.
engaging. Let's see
Roger.
if we have
Turn
any
0.
luck.
99.
Altitude
Roger. Go to
50.
altitude 50.
Raster search. Good. So, Mad Fox is on raster search now. And if we find anything, we'll know pretty quickly. So keep an eye on the mad. Eye out for any mad returns. Like I said as well, Invader is bingo fuel but has no base to return to, which is annoying. Did we ever get? No, that contact never turned up anything. Trying to spook him didn't give us anything either, so. Nomad return. Mad Fox. Go to altitude. Go to Angels 10.
Roger. Turn 04.
Take up Overwatch position. Listen on the buoys. I don't like this situation. There was a definite diesel boat somewhere in the area here. It's the one that got the heart. It doesn't seem like we're having any luck finding it.
On station.
This is driving me nuts. I know there's something out here. I just don't know what or where. So let's fast forward, see if anything comes up, anything of interest comes up.
New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
7058, give me a position. Got it. Okay, information. Track is extremely low quality. Depth 31, speed 13, probable biologic. Priority low. Because I'm still trying to find this damn diesel boat. I know it's somewhere around here. I'm gonna find this fucker. I don't know where you are, but I know you're somewhere around here. We're gonna find you, though. That's for sure. Wherever you might be, we're gonna find you. Okay, 7058 has gone dormant. Let's see what we can find here, though. Buoys are away. We're gonna find this damn diesel boat. Wherever the fuck it thinks it can run to.
Buoy away! Buoy away! Buoy away!
Confidence on that track is steadily increasing. So there's definitely something out here. Could be biologic. Let's see, contact has faded. So uncertain.
New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
7059. Where is that? That's 7058. Where's this buoy at? Not over here. Where is 7059? Got him. Okay. Information. Track quality is still very low. Probable biologic based on behavior. Mad Fox has not yet come. Mad Fox doesn't have anything yet. 7058. Let's keep this one up, see if we have any further information come up on it. Like I said, 7059 is probable biologic, given depth and speed. But 7058 is a definite unknown. Mad Fox has no contact. .7059 has faded. Based on available information, though, did we ever get classification? No. Like I said, probable biologic. Where the hell is Sea Griffin's at? We could have them go and investigate here, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. C01 is pretty much clear. So, if they find something, that might be useful. And it will supplement our depleted forces up north, regardless. 7002. Ah, that was just the bomber that's been bothering us this whole damn time. Okay. It's just that damn bomber. Yeah, they can't really do much to us now, so that's fine. Let's see if we see anything else of interest, though. We're having Sea Griffin head north.
New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
7050. Give me information on that. Track quality is very poor. Turn to investigate. I don't know what it is, but I'd rather not get surprised by it. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. Let's see. Track quality is steadily increasing. 7058705 remain dormant. Track quality is, let's see, contact depth 676. Are we in range to engage should it become necessary? No. Parries don't have ASROCs. No blade information.
Contact detected.
Invader 2 has detected submerged contact. Give me location. Visual, likely biologic. Okay. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. Okay, 7060 confirmed whale. Invader is Invader's track contact probable biologic. Mad Fox.
Roger. Go to
Return
altitude.
to
Pop, Roger. Turn 1.
Mad Sweeps.
New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
7062. Give me a bearing. Give me a location on that one. 7062 identified. Information. Track quality is very low. Contact is moving at 12 knots deep. Let's see if we can hold this one or not. We're relying on the buoys to track it because there's no aircraft or ships in the area. Let's see if we can get anything before it goes dormant. No information on blades or shafts, so probable biologic, but we'll see. Track has gone dormant. I know there's something out here in B01 though. Williams has visual contact, which means, yep, definite biologic. Invader 2 is bingo and unable to continue operations. We'll have to have them investigate A01. I don't like it, but we're going to have them investigate A01. Where is Sea Griffin at? They are still inbound. Beyond that, though, no new information. I don't like this one goddamn bit.
On station.
Mad Fox has completed another sweep. Let's have them head over this way and start
Roger.
investigating
Turn
here.
116.
Just in case that happens to be something made of metal. Because whatever the hell is in B01, I've definitely lost it. Once they sunk the heart, that diesel boat was out of the picture. We got the Victor, which is nice, but that diesel boat's out of the picture now. Which has me pretty damn pissed. Let's see if they find anything with that. Doesn't seem like it, but also it's pretty deep. So
On station.
if it was gonna find anything, it would have been at a different point.
turn 113.
Tighter spacing. And then also check our depth. Set to intermittent, because this is volume search. This is a volume search barrier pattern. Let's see what they find. Hopefully something, considering we've been having a lot of returns from this area.
Buoy away!
And the tighter pattern should help with that as well.
Buoy away! Buoy away! New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
7065. Track quality very low. Sound is 5.6 decibels above ambient. Contact faded. Mad Fox, proceed to prosecute.
142.
Belay last order, proceed to prosecute.
Roger, go to altitude.
Contact
50.
is very shallow though, so once we can confirm or deny biologic, that should help. Okay, confirm biologic.
Roger, turn 324. Roger, turn 322.
Return to B01. Sea Griffin will take authority. But yeah, we know that's a biologic now, so we don't have to worry about that one. Meantime, let's see anything showing up in
New
C's.
submerged submarine. Contact detected.
Williams has got something. 6 decibels. Information. Low contact quality.
Turn to course.
Have them
1, 6,
investigate. It's
7.
probably
Hell
just that
line.
whale from earlier, but we'll see. Yep, 7065, confirmed whale. 7066, likely biologic, but we'll need to confirm. I don't want any wake homing surprises like earlier. Contact has faded. Transmit active.
Transmit active sonar.
Short search.
Sonar eye. Secure active sonar. Sonar eye.
Track contact. Track confidence increasing steadily.
On station. Transmit active sonar.
Transmit active
Sonar
again. Contact has not responded
Turn to course.
to active
0,
transmit.
4, 1.
So probable
Hell line.
biologic. But we're gonna find out. Considering the depth, might not be. That's what we're gonna find out. Yep, confirmed biologic. Okay. Secure active.
sonar. Sonar eye. Turn to course. 0, 7,
Williams,
0. Hell mine.
ahead flank.
Ahead flank. Maneuvering eye. Roger. Turn 3, 0,
Like I said,
3.
there's something over
New
here.
submerged submarine. Contact
forgot.
detected.
Rogers has got something. $14 knots, 105 feet. Considering the course, could very well be a problem. Proceed to prosecute. Once we're in ASRock range, we will probably do a preemptive launch just in case. Information. Track quality is very low, but steadily building.
On station.
Let's see what we've got here. ASROCs are ready in case they're needed. Track has gone dormant. Okay. Towed array below the layer just in case. Check depth. Very shallow.
On station.
Short active
Transmit
search.
sonar. Sonar eye. Secure active
No
sonar.
contact.
Sonar eye. New
Probable.
submerged submarine. Contact detected.
70.
New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
707069. What are you? 18 knots? That's pretty damn fast, sir.
080.
132 feet. Sir, do you have any idea how fast you're going right now? If we confirm this is a submarine, we'll have Mad Fox move into engage.
Track 706.
Okay, confirmed a hostile submerged submarine.
Hostile submerged submarine.
Sea Griffin proceed to prosecute. Mad Fox will be Mad Fox inbound to it. Mad Fox will be inbound to make the kill.
Roger. Turn 065.
Check depth settings. Good. Mad Fox, you have. Mad Fox, you have new tasking. Proceed at best speed.
Roger.
Angels
Go to
20.
altitude 20. Roger.
Best
Booster.
possible speed. Looks like, ooh, we've got a boomer, ladies and gentlemen. We've got ourselves a boomer. That's a big catch. Real important we don't let this one slip through, considering how much of a problem they can be.
Buoy away.
All right.
On station. Buoy away.
Good. Buoys are away. Mad Fox is approaching contact point. One here. One here. Because we know there's something out here. And more important than that, we know
On
it's
station.
something big.
Whip it away.
So let's get those
Whip it
torps
away.
out. Okay, torps are away. Mad Fox, proceed to altitude
Roger.
50.
Go to Roger. Turn 183.
Maintain Mad Sweep. Sea Griffin, where are you at? Drop us a third active here. Two more, actually.
On station. New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
Okay, we have definite active returns. And based off of that, we'll also be able to lay buoys more accurately.
On station.
Very
Buoy
good.
away.
Where is Mad Fox? Last fish.
Engaging track 7072.
Proceed to engage.
Whip it away.
Because like I said, that's our boomer. That's definitely our boomer. We can't have that. We cannot have that thing slip out. Absolutely cannot afford that thing slipping out through the gap. Okay. Weapon has acquired. Good track.
7072.
Alright, where is the Williams at? Williams needs to make best possible speed.
080.
She's wounded, but nothing else has the ability to engage, so we'll just have to maintain track.
340.
Depending on where that hit was, that might not finish her off. Maintain low altitude.
50.
The active returns got them for sure. And I know what that is. I know what that is very well. That's our boomer. Like I said. Just a question of how much can we get off of that? Definite magnetic anomaly returns. Lay out some passives for better signature information. But I know that's our boomer.
7072 is classified.
Yep.
Hostile submerged submarine.
That's our boomer, all right. And she's wounded. She's surfaced. What the fuck? Yep, she's lost depth. Which means she's lost depth keeping. We've basically done our job. What that tells me. But we'll have to keep a track on this one just to make sure regardless. Because if we lose that, that's suboptimal. That should let them know.
Ceasefire, track.
Buoy is away, but
Roger, turn.
let's keep Mad Fox near that boomer. Don't want that thing running on us. Where's the Williams at? Coming in now. Should be... It's gonna be a while till they get here. About 3 hours.
On station. New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
Where was that contact at? I swear to God, if that was 7075, I know what that is. You can shut up about it now. Okay, Williams? We know what that is. That's a goddamn biologic. It doesn't matter. We've got a boomer.
New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
We've got a boomer in the area. That's our priority. You understand? Better than that, she's a surfaced boomer. So, once the Williams is in the area, she'll be able to take care of that. Actually, oh, you're fucking kidding me. She's submerged again. Okay. Mad Fox, reacquire.
Roger, turn 262. Roger, go to
Unfortunately,
altitude 50.
surfaced boomer resubmerging is a problem because we don't really have much of anything that'll be able to actually engage that.
On station. On station.
Once the
Buoy
buoy's
away.
away, that'll reacquire it. Good. They're trying to hide, but Not doing much good. It's just delaying the inevitable. We know where they are. We know where they can go. Set the Williams there. She's currently making best speed. Good.
New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
Where is that? 7078. Somewhere along this line. That is a whale. Oh, that's 7077. Never mind. Having this very high density of buoys makes things kind of weird. To be honest here, it does. Oh, K496 is trying to be clever on us still. But like I said, we already know their location, and we already know the directions they can go. So it's not going to help them much. We're just going to put down more buoys. You know that, right? We've got you. You know, we tagged you, and you're wounded. So you're not really going to be able to get away with any of this.
On station.
You understand that, right? And we've got magnetic.
Roger. Turn 2.
Oh, we can just keep the
6.
mad runs going, and that'll keep them on it as well.
On station.
I didn't even think about that. Mad Fox will be able to keep them with the magnetic anomaly too. Keep us a consistent track on them until
On station.
Williams arrives, because they aren't going to be able to go deep. They aren't going to be able to go that deep with the damage they've sustained. Solid torpedo hit like that, they're crippled. They might be, they might be afloat. They ain't going anywhere quick though. I'll tell you that much. Especially with how much damage. Especially if we hit them solid. Yeah, particularly a solid hit that was able to take out their depth keeping. They're not going anywhere. They're not going to be going anywhere quick. They can move, but not very well. Where's the Williams at? Shit. She's still a ways out. It's not
Turn to
good.
course. 083. Hell my. Roger.
Mad
Turn
Fox, maintain loiter over their
284.
immediate location.
On station. Roger. Turn 154. On station. Roger. Turn 262. On station. Roger. Turn 0. Roger. Turn 342. Roger. Turn 123. Roger. Turn 314.
Is that wounded boomer going to be an issue until the Williams arrives? So we're just going to have to do some shit like this until they do. Just tell from here. Have to do some silly shit like this until they do.
On station. Roger. Turn 300. On station. Roger. Turn 05. On station. Roger. Turn 218.
Just the stitch pattern. Almost. It's going to be necessary to keep them from hiding from us. Because otherwise, they're just going to slip away before the Williams can get in position to do anything about them. And that's the problem right now. Where is the Williams at? Still like an hour out. Shit. 2 hours more like, still. Not ideal. Because we know that submarine's approximate location now. Time is 21:19. That boomer's trying to get away still. We need to keep essentially almost like a constant pattern over it.
Roger. Turn 133.
Until the Williams gets here. That's our problem. Unless we can do that, they might be able to slip away. And with a boomer, that is the last thing we want right now.
Roger. Turn 221.
That is the absolute last thing we want is a boomer slipping away. Lay more buoys now. That tells me as well as we're gonna have to lay more buoys now. Cage this fucker. Make sure they can't slip out. Us. Where is the Williams at? 20 minutes out. Okay.
Buoy away! Buoy away! Buoy away! New submerged submarine. Contact detected.
It's not a new contact. It's that damn boomer. Back towards the barrier pattern, so we'll have to keep that in mind too. Whatever they try to do with that, they're trying to be slippery, but we've got them caged, so whatever they want to do, main thing we can do right now is try and make it difficult.
Roger. Turn 253. On station. Buoy away!
That's our main job right now. Make escape unpleasant and difficult.
Turn to course.
Means
091. Hell my.
maintaining consistent intercepts on them. That boomer's trying to make a run for clear water. Mad Fox, expand the cage.
Buoy away! On station.
Oh shit, are they out of buoys? No, they're not. They're just doing weird shit. Okay. Where's the Williams at? Oh fuck, it's an hour out. Never mind. Fuck me. I read the clock wrong.
On buoy away! Buoy away! Turn to course 092. Helm. Roger. Turn 02.
You're gonna need a mad fix. Got him. Okay.
On station.
Okay.
Buoy away!
If it was running in real time, which, yeah, there's no way in hell I want to run this in real time. Not at this point.
Buoy away! Buoy away!
I am gonna need to keep this boomer caged. That's the main thing right now, is keeping this boomer caged until the Williams can arrive.
Buoy away!
Underwood and Rogers are further out.
Buoy away!
Rogers would be the ideal ship for this engagement because she has Azerox, but she's too far away. Is the problem.
New submerged. Buoy away! Buoy away! Buoy away!
If we could have caught her while she was surfaced, that would have been ideal, but difficult as well. It would have been hard to pull off. It would have been fantastic if we could have, though. Just say that right now. That would have been amazing if we could have pulled that one off.
On station. Buoy away!
She's an hour out.
Buoy
now.
away!
When she's in the area, though, we'll be able to... run this more effectively.
Buoy away!
That boomer's running again. Where's the Williams at? Cage is getting hard to keep. Cage is getting harder and harder to expand.
2, 1, 3.
I have to bring you in now to maintain it.
On station. Buoy away! Buoy away! Buoy away! Buoy away!
Where's the Williams at? What's our arrival time? 47? Go to altitude T0, maintain mad sweeps.
0, 1, 6.
I do not want this damn boat slipping past us. You understand? In that stitch pattern. Just to make sure. Oh!
Roger. Turn 0.
Skipper's trying to be
4,
slick.
6.
Turning south. What's the time? What's time to arrival
station.
now? 30 minutes until they're here.
Roger. Turn 1, 2, 6. On station.
They're trying to run again.
Turn 2,
No, sir.
3, 1.
I hate this part of
On
the
station.
process. Just trying to keep
On
them
station.
from running. In a nutshell is what
Buoy
it is.
away.
Pop an active buoy, see how they like that. They're trying to slip
Roger.
out.
Turn 252. Roger. Go to altitude 20.
Where's the Williams at? 2219, 2248. You slippery son of a bitch. Had it with you. Tell you that one right now. How about had it with you?
On station.
Gonna maintain these buoys because, like I said, we do not want a boomer getting away on us. Especially one that we've wounded.
On station.
I'll drop another active
Buoy
in
away.
its path. This is the most annoying shit right here that we're doing. Where's the Williams at? Over there. Track confidence is decreasing. Drop another buoy here.
On station. Buoy away.
This is the part where
On
it's just,
station. Buoy
like I
away.
said, awfully slow warfare. Emphasis on the awful. Because I ain't letting this fucking boomer get away from me. I'll tell you that much right now. We got 20 minutes to go.
On station. Buoy away.
Yeah, you ain't running. You ain't running, sir. Oh! They're firing torps. That is not good. But we are in range.
Engaging track 70. Engaging track 70. Whip it away. Track
Weapons on our way.
70. Engage track 70. 72. Turn to course 1.
Williams,
9, 6.
proceed southward
Line.
at best speed. Sea Griffin, maintain contact.
Turn to course 084. How am I? Roger. Turn 338.
Main thing is we got weapons away though.
New submerged submarine on station. Buoy away.
Which means they've got trouble headed their way. And Williams is clearing the area. Torpedoes were launched northwards. Williams is proceeding south. Are we still in range to take further shots?
Engaging
Yes.
track. Whip it away.
Follow-ups are out.
7072. Roger. Turn 200. station. Buoy away.
They have no idea where we launched from. Oh boy. They're gonna have a fun time. Especially with how many are coming their way. Okay, Boomer. Time to die.
Hit track 70.
Good work. SOSIS is
72.
reporting 4 independent implosions. All submarines operating in the area have been neutralized. Task Group Greyhound redirected to Reykjavik for rest and refit. Whew. That cost 2 ships and a helicopter for 4 submarines. I will take that. I will take that. Whew. And with that, I think it's time we end for the night. Let's see who's on we can raid into, because we are at absolute goblin hours now. We are at absolute goblin hours. Who is around? Who the fuck is even around at these hours? Because we have been going. Let me see who's around, because like I said, it's goblin hours. You know what? Let's go say hi to the frog. Let's go say hi to the frog. Let's see what she's up to. Oh, she can't raid right now. We can't raid right now. Okay, never mind. What is she doing? We can't raid right now. Is there something going on with this? Don't know, but well, that takes that option. Oh, hey, Yusha's on. Let's go see what Yusha's up to. I just realized that Yusha's on, so let's go say hi to him. Let's go see what the part-time hero, full-time dummy head's up to, shall we? As always, you want to see what I'm up to off-stream? These are all the places you can find me. Let me get that for the YouTube side as well. There we are. And the raid message. And I think that leaves only one thing left to say. If you've been here before, you already know what it is. And if you're new here, well, I hope we'll see you again in the future. But for now,